Morning, Leo. Thanks for stepping up, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you.
Well, good morning. I kept trying to come in earlier, and every time I was in here, I couldn't hear anyone speaking in the space at all. So I left and went to over to Punch Bowl. I could hear them just fine. So they're hammering this space for some reason.
All Marlin at all. I thought I had to restart my phone and do the force stop, and neither one worked. I don't know what's going on. Mega Mission getting hit today.
Yeah, I think that's the case because I restarted my phone. I cleared cache. I actually force stopped, did everything, and it's like your room was silent when I was listening.
Crazy.
Must be over the target, huh?
Oh, you're very much always over the target, Marlon.
Leo, I had the same experience. I must have come in and out of here like a dozen times, reset my phone, cleared my cache, and I was like, what is going on? So I sent a message to Marlon and said, hey, I can't get in. He must have seen me coming in and out of the door on like 12 times.
Oh, I know they did because I know they saw me too.
I think we're good now.
I'm glad to know it's not just me. I did the same thing y'all did. I force stopped. I switched devices. I'm actually putting it back on my phone because I was like, damn, what the hell? Because all I saw was Marlon and Jamie had mics. Nobody else had mics, and I couldn't hear anybody. And then the screen would go gray, and I was like, geez, who did I piss off?
Twitter 1.0 is back in effect.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to go back to that.
Just blame Linda.
No, I think it was Susie's fault.
That was stupid. What the heck?
Nah, blame it on me because I got some weird message yesterday through DMs about not incriminating myself and to mind my own business, which was really bizarre. And I thought, I'm not saying anything that's not the truth. And I'm one of these people that tells the truth. However, if I'm not saying something that's correct and somebody brings the truth to me, I'll admit I made a mistake. But I've never done anything criminal and never will. That's not in my spirit. And, I was just blown away by this person's comment. I was just like, why are you saying that?
I think it's
Well,
because they're so used to their own party, the way they respond when they don't get some information they like. They don't look to verify. They just scream, you're wrong, you're racist, you're a Nazi, etc., etc. So they automatically assume that that's the way we're going to respond. And then when we don't, that's when they have the meltdowns because they don't know how to handle that. They don't know how to handle actual interaction and discussion anymore.
And the
Well,
best example of that was the other day when the mugshot dropped.
when I confronted them in chat, they backed off and tried to say, oh, no, no, I didn't mean it that way. But it's like, why did you say that to begin with? There's a reason you say things. But I know that I'm like pissing a lot of people off. So I don't care. This is my freedom of speech. I'm going to stand up for my country and the people in it. End of story. I'm not out to hurt anybody. But, I'm not going to have people run my country over and destroy it. I serve for this country and for all the people in it. And that's the way it goes. I don't mean to be crabby or anything, but that's the way it is. And I'm not going to see my country destroyed and leveled by a bunch of crazies.
Neither are we, Jackie. So, and I'm sorry, Susie, I was distracted. Good morning. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good morning. It looks like we're all stable now, so if you still want me to co-host, I can. Thank you. I was just
Yeah, you know what? I would love you. I would love you to. Maybe Iceman will be good with that. So I'm going to put you up there, and we're going to bring Iceman up. But that would be awesome, Susie. Good to see you.
Sure, honey. I'm happy to help. Thanks.
And stable is a relative word.
How was that eggplant parmesan last night, Susie?
It was freaking amazing.
Morning, Iceman. Hope you're good. We got a little OG in the room, Iceman. I put Susie up there, if that's cool.
Yeah, man, I'm good however it runs. And besides, I got to leave for class at 11. So, your house, your rules, brother. Thank you for giving me a mic. And good morning.
It's a team, brother. It's a team. So when we started out the conversation, me and James were talking about the Denny's Dash that we all did at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And that's where the conversation kind of started. So actually, Jamie and Susie, I have to step away for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, gotcha.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, sweetie. How are you this morning?
Good. We finally finished our 6 weeks of homeschooling, so we're taking a little break this week. We're going to build a trebuchet and learn to play chess.
Oh, cool. That sounds like a good plan. Smart plan, too.
Maybe paint some tannerite frogs. Go ahead, Ice. You got your hand up.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Susie, Jamie, Marlon. Yeah. Ah, Tannerite frogs. I like that. Susie, I love you because you're just a little shy of the right there, like me. I had to laugh at that. I had something else to say and it went right out of my friggin' head. You know how it is in the morning. Yeah, can't connect sometimes.
Yeah, it's CRS. Yep, I got some hollow frogs, and the kid's going to paint them in glow in the dark color so they can be seen at night, and then we're going to fill them with special things just in case. Never know, I might have a rogue post office agent come down my road on a Sunday again.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. All I can do is laugh and sip my coffee right now.
All I got to say is Tannerite is a fun little plaything when handled correctly.
Tannerite is awesome.
Especially when it's so far out that it doesn't hear the round that causes it to go off.
Ice, I'm almost thinking like there should be like a MAGA mission range day with Tannerite.
Oh, I love it.
My cousin throws an annual fall end party, and we get a more than ample amount of Tannerite, and just basically sounds like fireworks. It's such a good time.
These little decorative froggies are going to be posted along the driveway. You know, just as decorative implements.
Absolutely. I just caught on to what you were saying. Yeah. Don't forget the ancient Chinese used to use clay pots filled with black powder. Yeah.
Susie, you may never get a delivery of mail again.
Oh, if they know what's in those frogs, it won't hurt them, right?
Of course not. What you don't know, you don't know. Hey, Susie, by the way, how long did it take you to get deliveries back again after that morning?
It was sometime later that week. My husband went down to the post office to do something else, and they handed him all these packages and said, "You're on the do not deliver list." So he had to straighten them out with what really happened. We get our deliveries again, but not on Sundays. No Sunday deliveries. We are blocked from Sunday deliveries.
Well, that's the way it should be, shouldn't it?
Exactly. I don't care if I get a package on a Sunday.
And I wanted to ask you, Susie, now that you are 6 weeks into homeschooling, how do you think that she's responding to it?
She is responding beautifully. She's able to concentrate. There's not a bunch of noise in class. Her grades have gone up, and it's not because I'm easy on her, not at all. but it's just because, she's learning the material and is doing great. She's writing really well. She's had to write a couple of things. I don't know if I told you, but before our science stuff got here, I had her do a whole report on canning. She had to do the different types of, acid or low acid foods and which one goes with what kind of canning and what the different canning methods are. And then we canned up blueberry jam. So that was our science class that week.
Awesome. You know what? You got to teach me how to can.
I wish we had, if we could do spaces with video, it would be awesome because canning is so easy and so much fun.
Oh, but Susie, there's Telegram, there's podcasts.
Yeah, there's podcasts. Yeah.
Well, look, no, I think it should be done. I know there are enough of them out there, but really, you just said something really important. You were teaching your daughter the chemistry of canning, and I'm sure you touched on the physics involved in it, the expansion and contraction of air. So she actually not only learned something in a way to preserve food that can last up to 5 years, but she also learned math, physics, and chemistry. I think that's amazing. I love the way you're going with your homeschooling. I had to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too. Write a book, would you?
No.
Oh, come on. You could find somebody to ghostwrite it for you if you don't want to do it yourself. Really, you got some great ideas there.
Yeah,
Hey,
maybe.
you got AI these days,
Yeah, right. I could have AI write me a book, right, and pass it off as my own.
People are doing it, making a lot of money.
Well, they're saying, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say we have some hands up. Go ahead, Marty.
So they're already saying that 75% of the news and shows that we're watching are AI developed. So we're already digesting this material. Let's go to Relentless, and then we'll go to Rebel.
Yeah. So Susie, I was just curious because we've done homeschooling for 3 years now. What type of curriculum are you using, or have you developed your own curriculum?
So I'm a big believer in the book, The Well-Trained Mind. It's a classical education, and I use some of their recommendations on books and things, and then I use some of my own. I figure out what works and what doesn't work. There have been times where we've got something and it's like, oh, this is crap. and we just stop using it. We find something else. So I guess that's kind of a hodgepodge of things.
Hey,
Okay,
Susie. Cool. I don't know who was speaking, but hey, Susie, please put that in a bubble. I don't know if I got it on my last account, and I want to send it to my daughter as a gift. She's heavily involved in my grandchildren's education.
I will put a link right now.
And for everybody else in the room, because I've read some excerpts, and it's an excellent book on how to base your own foundations. And I'm sorry, Marlon, I know you told me I'm legacy, but I got to learn to shut my pie hole a little more when I got a mic.
You're good. It's bringing those things out that Susie stepped forward to do, so she can teach us some things I want to know. I mean, my kids are grown out of school, but man, if we can turn people over to what Susie's doing and show them, not that it's easy, but the productivity out of it and the education that she's getting out of it, that's the better part. Mike,
it's educational life skills, really. I'm gonna shut up. I'm sorry, but really, I'm hot on that.
Yeah, you're 100%. Mike, you want to finish up?
No, that was it. I was just I was curious what Susie was using, and I'm gonna take a look into that and see if we can't supplement what we're doing already.
Yeah, I think a collective thing at that, Relentless, is great. I think it's a great educational tool, and I think if a lot of Americans start doing it, they're going to make a statement. Go ahead, Rebella.
Well, not quite what Susie did, but I lived in Flint, Michigan when the Postal Service started doing Sunday deliveries, and mind you, I'm in what is known as Little Detroit here in Michigan. a postal truck goes by on a Sunday with somebody in it who is not in uniform and not my normal postal worker. So what do I do? I pick up the phone and call the cops for a stolen government vehicle. 3 cop cars come barreling into my neighborhood. One officer is nice enough to come by my house afterwards after they let this poor postal worker go.
The harassment of postal workers. That's awesome.
Oh, he was laughing his ass off. He didn't realize they had started it yet either. But he was rather impressed that I was watching my neighborhood. He's like, I'm impressed you know your postal worker. I said, are you kidding? I know my regular UPS driver. I know the usual FedEx guys that come through here, if not by name, by sight.
Well, you know, Rebel, you bring up a great point. Do you know how bad the mailman can screw you up? So, you know, as a kid, I remember the mailman used to walk around my neighborhood. Some neighborhoods, they still walk around, but, you know, you never ever messed with the postal guy. He could screw you up. Everything you're waiting for a check, yeah, he can screw you up. You always become friends with the postal worker. Go ahead, Goats.
Morning, Marlon. Morning, everybody. You know, this mail thing, we've had this subject, or we've talked about this before, you know, how really dangerous this is getting because, I told the story a couple months ago when Susie first had this incident that I saw a guy in a beat up ass GMC dually truck, rusted all the hell out, looked like something I might drive. And jumps out of it, pulls off on the side of the busy street that a friend of mine lived on, jumps out of it, ratted up clothes. Again, something maybe I might wear. So I'm not ragging on the guy. I'm just telling the story. Rag out clothes, walks up to my friend's front door and throws a package on the front door and turns around and leaves. Now that person is going to get shot one day because they had no markings on their cars, no markings on their clothes, just an ordinary person just walking up to somebody's house and throwing a package on. You don't know what that package was. That guy had no identification whatsoever. And it kind of amazes me that mail is going that route. And you talk about knowing your mailman. Well, it seems to me that my mailman, it seems to rotate. And I kind of thought they were doing that on purpose in places because, you can get to know your mailman. And, because your mailman has kind of got some power over the people he delivers mail to, You can get to know him in good or bad ways, And so I kind of thought, it seemed like to me in recent years, like routes are rotated. So maybe you don't have that personality with someone like that.
If I might, I don't know how many people in the room have come from really small towns. I'm talking population below 500, but I lived on the top of a mountain in Pennsylvania for a little while. They only had 100 PO boxes, but the delivery person drove around in a four-wheel drive 1960 something Jeep that they put a magnetic placard on it. And that was how they delivered the mail to those that still wanted to receive it in a mailbox. But yeah, you're right. You got to know the person. And in my particular area, the postmaster was actually the person that went out and delivered mail. That's how small that town was.
But wait, our postman used to come for Christmas Eve, and he used to stop in all the people's houses. That was the type of relationship we had with our postal guy.
Where I currently live right now, there's one individual that's been doing it for the last 50 years. He's 70 plus years old. He comes by in his own personal truck. He does it along this particular route where I live. And if it's not him, it's his son. So yeah, there are some places you can still get to know your postman.
Just to go on Marlon's thing before you go to the next hand, have you ever noticed that right around the holidays, right before Christmas, the post, whoever was carrying the mail, by the time he finished his route, he was just a little on the tipsy side. Everybody brought him out a drink. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever it was. But yeah, I remember that. I grew up in the urban environment, so just a funny anecdote.
That was the best part. That was, you knew these guys, they knew when Christmas was coming. And, he always, in fact, that mailman used to trust us so much. He used to, when he would stash his bag on my mother's porch, and he would always come back, and he always trusted us enough to leave his bag behind. Let's go to Goats, Minsky, and then Rebel.
I was just going to ask a quick question, kind of off topic, or at least since I've been here. Has anybody had a roommate live in their house that they tried to get rid of and couldn't get rid of? This is a non-rent paying. The house is owned. It's not a rental to someone. It's owned by the person that lives there. Let somebody move in and they won't leave. Anybody been in that situation before?
Oh yeah. Then they have
Got any
their
advice?
address.
Better be careful of squatting rights.
If I may.
Yes, they have their address established. They have mail. Yes.
You're going to have to look into your renter's laws in your state. Most of them carry something called a 3-day cease and desist order. It's the first thing you serve on them. You have them served either by the sheriff in the county, or you can use a private process server. That puts them on a 3-day notice. Once they ignore that, then you can take them to court. But yeah, I hate to say it, but depending on what state you're in, it can take up to 6 months.
Right. Well, that was a law that they passed during COVID that you couldn't remove anybody. Now you're talking about everybody never got a dime from those people per se squatting in the house. Right, Susie? I mean, that's the way I look at it.
But it's someone that never signed a lease. They're not on the owner paperwork. They don't pay rent. There's no agreement to pay rent. There was no agreement of stay. Nothing. And the whole mail thing, I can get mail sent fucking anywhere. I can go fill out a credit card and put your address on it and establish address. So what is the point of that?
Are the utilities in their name? Whose name are the utilities in?
The owner of the house. Everything is in the owner of the house.
The real
Which
question
is me. Which is me. We'll just put it out there. It's me.
The real question to be asked here is, how long have they been there? That is the actual most important point, because I currently had to go. I'm advising someone because I happen to know a lot about that particular set of laws. It really boils down to how long the person has actually been there.
About 2 months.
You have the ability to serve what's called a 3-day notice to quit, unconditional or otherwise. You actually, as the owner / landlord, can serve that yourself. The part that must be served by the sheriff is actually the notice from the court to appear to adhere to the notice to quit. Because what you do is you serve them, you then file it with the court after you've served them. That's the process. And then you have to allow the court to serve them with an eviction notice. They have 5 days to respond. And in most places, it all depends. It varies what the actual threshold is. It could be 7 days. It could be 10 days. It could be 15 days. You have to look at your local laws concerning that. And then if they don't respond, then they are within another 15 days or so. And then that threshold is dependent upon where you live and your state laws and your actual county laws. They will then be physically evicted by the sheriff.
But once they get now to Goats, the only problem is that do they have their mail already set up at your house?
Yes.
So when the sheriff comes in and he's going to ask them for some kind of ID, and then they're going to look at the address on their mail. So Leo, to your point, they may give him a harder time.
They may, but if it's a 3-day notice to quit and you have verifiable, irrefutable a reason behind it, and you can't lump a bunch of different things in together, like they owe money and so on and so forth, you have to be really careful about that. It has to be a one clear-cut reason for a 3-day notice to quit. So you have to be accurate on that. You cannot lump 16 different things all in one, because then it becomes an entirely different thing. And it actually makes the notice to quit actually void. So you have to make sure that the clear-cut reason behind the 3-day notice to quit is succinct to the point and irrefutable evidence as to their violation, that they did not have an agreement, there hasn't been one, and they are literally there as a trespasser. Okay, and it matters what words you use too throughout the entire process. Verbiage matters, because you can also make a mistake where you put the wrong verbiage in there, and it can void that and or get you actually in trouble yourself for violating a law. So you really have to be careful when you do this. It depends on the state, but I do believe that the COVID restriction on eviction in most states, I know that where I live in California, it has been rescinded since last year, 2022. So that no longer applies in most states, just to let you know.
Thank you for the info, Leo. Appreciate it.
Also, I can speak from personal experience here in Michigan, at least in Genesee County. Be careful they got really hyper vigilant about the wording, like you said. If you put on there that they owe you money, the court may take it as implying there was some sort of agreement to pay. And then they make you prove that they violated that.
Right, that makes sense.
Like a lease, you mean, Rebel, right?
Not even, it doesn't even have to be, you can say it was a verbal. If, like in my case, I was in Genesee County. It was a verbal agreement between me and the person, and I was the idiot that paid for 6 months. Well, they showed up in 3 months. I had taken my daughter to the bus stop, and by the time I got home, they were there with the cops, had locked up the house, and were refusing to let me in. What worked in my favor was the fact that she kept telling the cops I refused to pay, but she admitted I lived there, so the cops had to, she had to let me back in. Also, my ID already had that address on it. But
see, that's what I was just going to change the locks.
That you can't do. Unfortunately, there are laws against actually changing the locks. The only time that they can
in my own house. Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, yeah.
No.
I agree with
you. I agree with you. I 100%. I understand your stance on it and the way it should work. But unfortunately, you cannot lock them out of grabbing onto their belongings. The only one who can do that is when the sheriff comes to actually physically evict. At that point, they have, I believe, it depends again, another threshold again. They have a certain amount of time to come back and get their belongings. If they do not do that within that threshold, at that point, you are authorized to do whatever you want with their belongings. It's called abandonment of property.
It'd be on the front lawn. It would be on the front lawn.
Is there any links by chance? Sorry. Is there any links by chance you can send me, Leo, in the back? A couple that maybe I can read up on some stuff.
Yeah, just send me a DM and let me know what state you're in, and I can go ahead and pull them up and get them sent to you.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Ain't Nexus Lexus a beautiful thing? I was going to order the same thing. Yeah, you got to look. Pardon me?
No, I laughed. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've had an account since I was a rookie. So, valuable information right there. I'm sorry, Marlon. Go ahead. You and Jamie and Susie are running the place, not me.
Yeah, don't worry. It's all good. So, let's go to Minsky. What do you got, Minsky? Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I got so caught up in all of that I forgot I had raised my hand. So I was going to say about the post office, when I grew up in a town called Farmer, North Carolina, and when I was 10, 12, so I'm 55 now, so a few decades ago, we were such a tight-knit community. And we made the newspaper because our postmaster ran the only post office in North Carolina statewide that didn't operate in the red, like actually made a profit. But we were such a small town that she put all of our mail together in one basket, and we just came in and pilfered through the basket to find our mail. That's how small our town was.
Man, I really like to get back to that. Wouldn't it be cool? Like to have, I remember those were the days that we left our front doors open and we, just did, it didn't matter, right? We weren't worried about it. I mean, you could go down the street and everybody's door was open.
I remember leaving my keys in the car in downtown Main Street in the old days because you never had to worry about it.
But see, then the problem was you had guys like us, right? We would find the keys sticking out of the drivers. We would go and get the key made. This way we had a permanent key for the guy's car next door.
Oh, my God.
That's terrible, isn't it? That's terrible. See,
you ruined it for all of us, Marlon. Damn it.
I know. I'm killing my vibe. Hey, Rebel.
Well, my mom's town isn't exactly that small, but she's Southern, so it doesn't matter. She feeds them. When she finds out what their birthday is, when she finds out she's got a new male person, their birthday, Mother's Day, etc., she makes them cookies, muffins, and then usually for Christmas, it's such a small town, she'll make a gift basket for the whole family. And usually within 2 or 3 years, she knows what they prefer, if there's a nut allergy, etc. She's the type of person, she keeps track of people like that. She may not remember their name, but she can tell you their favorite Christmas cookie.
Now that's getting to know somebody. I work for a lot of different contractors. The contractors I work for, a lot of them have these flips that they've acquired over the years. And one particular guy, he has about 45 properties now. So the breakout number was actually 28 properties that he would have to have full to be able to even make $1 on the 45, right? But his biggest problem coming out of COVID was that everybody stopped paying. So he still had these mortgages and things that they were, still had to pay, right? All the utilities and, but this almost broke this guy. And it almost got to the point where he had to start selling houses just to be able to keep the houses that he had. But they had used that law and really put this guy, on dire straits. I think they, the state came in and said, hey, you're not allowed to remove anybody for non-payment because of COVID. I'm sure a lot of people, and I was very close myself to having houses, and thank God that it didn't go through, because through COVID, I would have bankrupt myself. I was going to put myself out there, and I don't know. Somebody told me not to, so thank God that happened. Okay, Jane.
Yeah, my husband's place in North Carolina, they got to live there for 15 months for free. And when she left, she took all of the appliances, washer, dryer, all the kitchen appliances, everything with her. And they told us since we had no forced entry, we weren't allowed to sue for those or anything. So yeah, 15 months rent plus all the appliances. And there wasn't anything you could do.
So 15 months of paying the mortgage, whether or not it was paid off or not, you still got to think of it as paying the taxes, paying the utilities, paying the payment. And wow, Americans really stuck them hard.
Sometimes you do really, you hear many stories like this, but a person, trying to do what they think is a good thing for somebody or what they think is helping somebody out ends up getting royally screwed in the end.
Well, I'm going to use this guy as another example. He had a woman who was Section 8 in New Jersey where they were getting state subsidized for the rent. And it was to the point where when this woman came in to rent this unit, she was upset that the state didn't pay for her cable. And meanwhile, she's bouncing around with 2 or 3 free phones. She's getting everything else paid for, but yet she was upset that the state didn't pay for her cable bill.
It's crazy. See, and you guys know a lot of this story I've been telling for the last several months about what's going on with me. But, over the weekend, she got pissed off and threatened to call the cops and tell them that I was abusing her. So that's pretty much my last straw. I've never put a hand on her. I've never put a hand on any woman. So I'm done with that.
See, that's how easy it is, though, Goats, right? They can turn around and say you were mentally abusing them. Or now on the West Coast, they want to pass legislation. If you hurt their feelings, you can be prosecuted for it. Come on. What are we talking about?
Yeah, so this is getting into a little bit of a dicey situation I'm feeling, and I'm not liking it.
Well, go ahead and take that form that I sent you, get that squared away, and make sure that you follow the directions on that form. Get that filed, and that should be, I should take care of that for you.
Thank you again, Leo.
And also make sure they usually have what they call a self-help section there at the courthouses in most places. Run that by them once you get it all printed out and actually, properly worded. Run that by them and see what they have to say about it. And if they point anything out to you, go with that. So
my problem is okay, Goats, I could see, let's take it back to COVID and some of these guys that had these rental units. Okay, I could see giving them 2-3 months, help them out. They're still working, they're still receiving money, but and then just to stick it to somebody that's been helping you out the whole way, not wanting to pay when you do have the money. I mean, it's man, where's the American patriotism, right? Where's my neighbor? I don't know. Janice, good to see you. How you doing, dear?
I'm good. It makes me wonder who raises these people. One of my family members bought a 300-acre farm that went up for sale right adjacent to my property. They paid almost $750,000 for the land, and the house was really dilapidated. No work been done for a long time. The barn was caving in. So after paying about $750,000 for the property as it sat, my family put over $250,000 into the barn to rebuild the whole thing. And they put a brand new roof on the house. They fixed the foundation. They re-insulated the place. I don't know how many countless dollars they sunk into the actual house itself. Now, the intent was for the family member to sell their property they had down south, a small farm, 100-acre, and then move to this one. While the renovations were being done, this English couple come knocking on the doors around here to find out who owned that property because they knew it was empty. There was nobody living there. And they had this story, you see, where they were a hard-working couple and their landlord had taken advantage of them and sold the property they were living on, this little house they were living in, gave them less than 30 days notice to get out. And the woman was crying, tears running down her face and everything. So we felt bad and we said, okay, well, the family's not going to be moving till probably next spring. So $1,000 a month, the same, because we asked them, what were you paying for rent where you're living? because they had about a week to get out by the time they met us. They said $1,000 a month. So we said, okay, pay the same rent and you can take over this farm. You can live there for a few months to save your money and look for a place. Now, it turns out these two folk have been on disability their whole life, both of them. Never worked an honest day or paid a cent in taxes their whole lives. They're 60 years old now. The one is 60, the other one's 62. They work all these cash under the table jobs. They haven't paid rent in 6 months. They're sitting on a farm that cost the family far in excess of $1 million. They haven't paid rent in 6 months. The government is paying their utilities for them and providing cord after cord after cord after cord of wood and pallets of those pellets for the wood furnace all winter long. So these folk are living great. 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom townhome. Now this year, it was over a year when the family was finally ready to move in. They had given 90 days notice for these people that you got to go because the family's moving in. The family had all of their stuff in shipping containers on the backs of big trucks, and they were on their way here, a 6-hour drive, on their way here to take over their farm. Livestock was in trucks. Everything was on the way. When they got the phone call from these government housing folks saying, no, until you find them suitable living arrangements equal to what they have now, you can't put them out. So doing somebody a favor, that family ended up arriving here, living in everybody else's shops, buying another piece of property, and living out in the bush with young kids, 3 young kids, all under the age of 7, while they built a new home and started a new barn. We just put the roof on this weekend. Everybody gathered together and put the roof on. But it just goes to show, be careful who you help, because things are not always as they seem. Here's these people now still living on that property. The family sold the property now to someone else in the community, and now they're having trouble getting them out. I don't understand how that happens. I don't understand how the government will help the will-nots. We call them will-nots, those who will not work, they will not pay taxes, they will not do nothing. I don't know why the government helps to protect them against the people who work hard for what they got. And I'll end there.
You know, Janice,
Because
it sounds like no good deed goes unpunished. I mean, you know, I've been told that my whole life, right?
it seems we're kind of in a society that vilifies the hardworking, right? I mean,
you know, this couple, like I said, one's 60, the other one's 62, never had a real job, paying on the books, paying taxes their whole life, living on disability. Funny, they can take any job that's cash under the table, but they can't take a job that they pay taxes on because they don't want to give up those free checks, right? Now, this is a nice, decent, hard-working, law-abiding Amish family that bought that farm. And they can't take possession of their own farm. Now they sold it to another Amish family because the lawyer said, well, if you have a new owner, then they have to get out because these people have no agreement with the new owner. Well, they never had an agreement with the last owner. There was no lease. It was just, yeah, you can stay here, save your money, find a place. No good deed goes unpunished. That family living out in the bush, sleeping under tarps with them wee children, when meanwhile these two will-nots next door don't even have children. What do they need a 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 300-acre farm for? Keeping law-abiding folk off their own property. Imagine that. All the livestock had to be shipped 6 hours back, and put up on everybody else's farms till we could finish fencing in and building a barn out here in the bush for the family who did own this farm next door. And now the new owners are going through the same process, and they're Amish as well, trying to get these douchebags off their property. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's terrible. How you doing, Nika?
Good morning, Marlon. I'm good. How are you? Hopefully, I mean, first of all, I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer in the space the other day. But oh my goodness gracious. So, first of all, good guys finish last. We all know that. So every time you try to do the right thing or do something nice, just know that there's a chance that you're going to be taken advantage of, because I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me. But that being said, growing up or raising your children out in the woods doesn't always mean that you're that it's going to be better or different. I was raised on a farm way out in the middle of nowhere in upstate New York, and our house at one point was robbed. Somebody came in and stole 12 guns. And that was back when we used to, leave the doors unlocked, and we didn't even have neighbors on our road. Like it was a dirt road. Like it was the middle of nowhere. And then they did catch the guy 4 years later. Only got a handful of guns. I think 2 of 3 of the guns back. But then a couple of years later, a juvenile delinquent came in and burnt the barn to the ground. It took 7 fire departments to put it out over the course of 2 days. And talk about traumatizing. But I just, raising them out in the woods doesn't always protect them. Unfortunately, sometimes they find their way to you. And unfortunately, with the illegal immigrants coming, just pouring over our border and being shipped to, a hotel near you. At least if you live anywhere like I do, we have all of the local hotels are full of migrants. They are putting them everywhere. Abandoned buildings, old, places that haven't been used, buildings that haven't been used in years. They're turning them into migrant housing. So, as I've said in the past, these people, their societal norms are not the same as ours. So guys, please, regardless of where you are, look out for your kids, because I'll be honest with you, they think rape and murder is an everyday occurrence. It's normal. I just got my approval letter last week for homeschooling my children, so I'm super excited about that. And they started this morning, and we're going to have a fun day today, so we'll see how that goes. Wish me luck.
Oh, good for you. Now that's a step, Nika. That's awesome.
I'm trying. I'm raising them out in the woods. We're growing our own food. We're homeschooling now. I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that my kids are safe, but also not weird, because I don't want the kids that don't interact. Like my sister homeschooled her kids, and her one is a little strange. So my kids went to school. They're in 8th and 10th. So they've got tons of friends. They talk to them all the time via cell phones and the internet and whatnot. But that was my biggest fear, and we're past that, I think. So I think we're good.
Hey, you know what? You're doing yourself a justice. I'm going to tell you right now, Nika, it took me 2 years to break my kids coming out of an indoctrinated school system. So it took a long time for them to turn and actually see the way they had one image in their head. And when we got done with them and we broke them, per se, they realized on where the manipulation was, and and what teachers did it to them and what teachers didn't. So, you know, it was, yeah. So you're doing yourself a justice, and don't take this condescending. I'm proud of you for stepping forward to do that. And, you know, that shows what America's tired of it. They're not going to take it anymore. So awesome, Nika. Susie.
Congratulations, Nika, on the homeschooling. If you ever need any help or questions, give me a call, girl, because it's the best. And your kids don't turn out weird. They turn out normal. It's the ones that come out of the school that turn out weird. Do you really want your kid to be just like all the rest of the, you know, the Zoom generation? Nah.
My nephew is just, he doesn't, she didn't let him socialize enough, so he has a hard time with social interaction. Other than that, he's super smart. Honestly, he can break dance. He's a little redheaded white kid that can break dance better than anybody I know. So I'll be honest, he's pretty freaking awesome. He has a hard time with social interaction.
So the reason I had raised my hand, and I know I've talked about this a million times, but if you read the book, We the Living by Ayn Rand, it's the closest thing to an autobiography that she ever wrote. And it's all about, you know, Russia after the Russian Revolution and when the Communist Party took over. And when the Communist Party's members didn't have a place to live, the party would move them into non-party houses and tell the people who own those houses, you have too many rooms for the number of people that live here, so you have to share. Now, I never thought that could happen in America. I could see how it could happen, but guess what? They're doing it with all of these illegal immigrants. They're volunteering. You know, they're asking people to volunteer if you have an extra room and we'll pay you. But what happens when the money runs out? Then those people are locked into those houses and you can't get them out and the government won't pay you and you're stuck with a party member in your house. So that won't be happening here. I guarantee it. And I mean here as in my place. But I have Tannerite frogs, right? So anyhow, I'll shut up now.
Hey, you're on a dead end road, right? Tell them you're on a dead end road.
I'm on a dead end road and I've got a backhoe.
Awesome. Let's go to Trickster. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, good. Wow. You know what? And I seen something weird about that where they're like relocating them with homes with children because it is considered safe or something. That's just come to my mind. I don't have anything to back it up, but I remember seeing something about that. I thought it struck me as disturbing. Yeah, Janice, that's crazy, you know, and you'd think you'd be able to like, there's got to be something you could do, like go in and just like bolt all the doors. It's your house after all. I mean, I don't know. I was thinking maybe just like rent it out to some annoying renters and just have them go ahead and move in. What a mess. I sent you a DM of someone gave me a warning about earlier. I don't really want to get too much on into the space, but yeah, definitely check that out. And you know.
Thanks, Trickster. Thanks for coming up, man. And it is crazy. And again, I go back to this guy with these rentals, and half of them aren't paying just because they don't want to pay, and all the rights are with them. They have every right in the world.
I'm actually in a similar position. My dad, before he passed, was letting a family friend stay at one of our properties. It's like got burnt down. It's just like a modified garage now, and like I apparently have no rights of any of this, so I got to go move down there and shoot guns in the yard and blow up fireworks every day until they decide to leave, I guess, because I don't. Hell, it's quite the scenario.
Well, you know, Trickster, to your point, if they have kids, they do,
and that's what happened. That's what fucked me. That's my whole situation and that's kind of why I let him stay. Like, okay, you're like a new family. It was kind of just supposed to be him, but then his girlfriend stayed there too, and it's like, okay, like, fuck.
That's the theme of the day. The theme of the day is no good deed goes unpunished.
And it's crazy too, because it's like, yeah, just a little space for the garage. Like, okay, like give you guys some space, but it's also attached to like, the property is probably worth like $200,000, and I can't do anything with it. It's like it's really weird. I go down there, and it's like, why are you at my house? Like, what do you mean, why am I at your house? I don't know. And it's like I get like, there's like a bit of shamelessness or what. Like, how do I even deal with this? Like. You know what I mean? Like, it's like there's only so many things I can do. Like, I want to go like wave guns around, but maybe if I just shoot them into the field, it is my property. So, what's he got to call a noise audience on me? I don't. It's like a lot to play through and think out because it is very.
It's just like Leo said, though. Just like Leo said, like if you have all, what the terminology, what the speech is, whether or not they have a mailing address. I mean, again, all the rights are in their corner, and it's hurting Americans. That's the worst part. Here's somebody that worked hard to get ahead and have a secondary house to be able to rent out, and you know what? Again, no deed goes unpunished.
Well, yeah, it was like the property that we were my brothers and me were gonna kind of figure out what to do with, and it's like now it's been commandeered by a squatter essentially.
Yeah.
It's a bit disturbing. Yeah, I don't even know how to process it, but I definitely feel your pain there, Jonas.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Steeler. Go ahead, Steeler.
Good morning. So with this whole squatting deal, are they always inside the proper, like inside the house or whatever? Because I think that you can reverse like psychology this with them. You can figure out when they're gone, and you can get inside and change the locks and throw all their shit out of the house. Then
Yeah, I was thinking that. I mean, I think that's 100% legal.
then you,
No. 100% illegal. We're not allowed to do that.
why not? They're squatting
You can
on
break
No,
it
you
down for us,
cannot do
Marlon.
wait a minute.
Yeah, I'd like to get into the
Squatting on
thick
your
of this.
property, and you go in there and you squat on their squatting. How is that not legal? If they're already doing it to you, like
I like that aspect. Squatting on a squatter.
yeah, that's what I'm talking.
Well, I would
I mean,
agree
yeah, he
with that.
locks the door on me all the time, so I mean, right.
I would agree with that, but
Hold on.
unfortunately, the law in almost every single state and county is that their belongings cannot be touched by you until after they've been physically evicted by the sheriff and they have abandoned their property. That's the only time that you can touch their
I'm
You
property.
gotta wait 3 months. Abandoned properties, that's 90 days.
I'm not going to. Yeah.
That depends upon the state and the entire situation. Here in California, they have 2 weeks after they've been physically evicted to come get their stuff. If they do not, after 2 weeks, you can do whatever you want with their stuff.
14 days. That's it. 14 days.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to touch their stuff as the squatter. I'm gonna.
Wait a minute, you can't touch their stuff, so you gotta let them back in to get their stuff, and they can decide not to leave again. Man, this is getting complicated.
No. They can't. No, at that point, if they've been physically evicted and they come
Can I
back to get
put it
their stuff,
outside?
they have
Yeah,
to.
can I put the stuff outside?
Yeah.
Oh, you
have
can.
to-
The sheriff would evict them. I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
but
on.
like-
One person at a time. There's too many people talking. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leo. You want to wrap it up?
Yeah, to understand this succinctly and clearly. They have to have gone through the eviction process and have to hit that threshold as per your county and state that they have abandoned their property. It can be 14 days, it could be 90 days, depending upon where you live. But at that point, you can throw their stuff out, you can sell it, you can keep it yourself, do whatever you want to, but you cannot touch their items until then.
All right. I like that. Real quick for another explanation, let's go to James and then we'll go to Big Daddy, Minsky, and then Goats.
All right, I lived through this back 2007 and 6. I had rental homes. Had one lady, she's quick paying, worked for Taco Bell as a manager. And finally, she decides to leave after I turned the water off, which I was told later that not supposed to happen. But I'm like, well, I didn't technically do it. Water bill went to $900 and the city shut it off. It wasn't my fault. And it is one of the most impossible things to do is to pry someone out of the home when they do that. It is aggravating beyond all definitions of words if you're going to go about it legally. My recommendation is be creative. should you all of a sudden find an infestation of cockroaches and rats in your house? Oh my God, you're serious? It's your house, right? You got to take care of those. It's not my house. You told me to stay out of your house. But you got rats everywhere? Amazing. That's the craziest thing I ever heard of. How'd you put all those cockroaches in the windows everywhere? Ooh, sounds atrocious. Well, you better take care of that house. Do something with it. Hopefully you can figure it out. That's my recommendation. Just saying.
Yeah, but then you got to deal with the cockroaches, rats, and everything out of your house.
I'd almost rather deal with that.
Just throw some snakes in afterwards, plumber rats.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. It's an easy enough fix. I finally ended up doing that. When one of our rental houses, when the girl was there, I knew her. It was my brother's girlfriend. They break up. She stays. She's got a kid. James, I've been here, and I still got no agreement because it's my brother. That whole thing. There's some girl stuck in this house, and so I infested her house with every varmint imaginable. And every time I'd wait about 30 days, bring another round in. So it got so horrible in there. She freaked out, left one day, left all her stuff. I called the police, said, hey, somebody's abandoned stuff at my house. Can you come get it? Sure. Do you know what it is? I have no idea. Of course I knew. I don't care. I have no idea, officer. There's all this stuff here. I don't want it. It might be stolen or something. They took it all out. Told her, you want your stuff? Go talk to the police. I don't own it. Closed the house back up. Fumigated the place. Couple good bug bombs. Place was crystal clear. After cleaning up all the dead bugs. Sure, good to go. She was gone. Otherwise, I had to wait a year in Hazel Park. 1 year. No way.
Revenge is served best cold, brother. Best cold. Yeah, Big Daddy.
Yeah, so, what Janice was talking about earlier about the do nothings, that's actually really true because, me, I'm a hardworking guy, I always have been. But a couple of years ago during COVID, matter of fact, it was during the winter of 2020, when everything got real heavy, a lot of things shut down and I lost my job. Well, I was renting a house from he's now my brother-in-law again. At the time, he was my ex-brother-in-law. And yeah, so I got a couple of months behind, but I was giving him everything I could and told him, as soon as everything breaks free, I'll get back to where I need to be and I'll get you caught up. Everything will be fine. He had no problem with that to my face. He went around and went directly to the courts and had me evicted. And even though it was in the middle of the winter, and this was probably one of the worst winters that we had in Texas, yeah, I was evicted. And, I had to, spend what little bit of money I had to, try and find a hotel room to put me and my wife and 3 kids into. But that's just the thing, people who are working, who want to work, who bust their ass day in and day out, will get the shaft. But somebody who doesn't ever pay taxes and works under the table for cash will they'll be taken care of all the time. I guess it's because I'm not one of those who's firmly stuck to the tip of the government. And I'll park it there.
No good deed goes unpunished. But like you said, kind of went around your back and went to the law. So you were going to lose. You were destined to lose because you didn't know it was going on. So couldn't protect yourself. I get it. Let's go to Minsky.
Hey, so I had the same idea as James. I was starting to feel a little depressed after hearing some of those stories. So I'm going to lighten the room a little bit, give a funny one. A couple people in here may have already heard it because I promised it to Phenom in Phenom's room, and I gave it last week. This isn't a house though, but it can be applied. My father-in-law used the same one as James. He used cockroaches. You can actually order them online. You can order cockroaches online for your homeschool for science projects. They can be purchased actually if they're needed, but the same can apply to something else. So I'm going to give one of my fight smart, not hard stories. After I was arrested for peaceful protest, a few weeks later when the riot protests broke out, the Democrat governor of my state, who allowed my charges to keep pending, actually rolled out the red carpet for this group that commandeered sidewalks. They took over sidewalks downtown and they would throw skateboard parties afterwards, and then the skateboards would be used as weapons to do damage in town, and we didn't like that. They were being allowed to camp out on a sidewalk, and tax money was actually used to bring in porta potties for them. Volunteer groups, Bleeding Heart Liberal volunteer groups, were bringing coffee and donuts and all kinds of stuff for these guys. We decided that we needed to commandeer that sidewalk back. So because I still have a case going, and because they like to stalk me on social media, I'm going to word this carefully as far as legalities go. But shrimp and seafood that goes bad and smells really, really bad may or may not have been used in this project. And marbles that you can buy at PetSmart for goldfish aquariums that can stop a skateboard dead in its tracks may or may not have been put out in the road going blocks and blocks around the skateboard party area. Black truck axle grease may or may not have been used on the porta potties and inside the porta potties. And I can tell you that probably, maybe not, the thing that stinks more than anything else in the world that will clear a sidewalk very quickly is a combination of dog poop and tuna fish. And I'm going to land there.
May or may not have been used. That's awesome, because seafood will clear a space really quick.
Well, I'm sorry for butting in, but don't we call them trunk fish? Yeah, the one that winds up behind the spare tire in the 65 Dodge. Yeah, you find them a week later. Yeah, you got to sell the car.
Okay, Coach. Coach, you there?
I'm here. Sorry. Cleaning off my hands. Some good ideas there. You know, another thing I thought was letting my utilities get cut off. That was something that was kicking around in my mind. I think it was Nika talking about getting going on homeschooling earlier. We homeschooled my daughter since second grade. And you know what you're talking about was one of my biggest concerns. I wasn't really in favor of it when we started it, but my ex-wife pushed for it pretty hard, so I let it go. But you know, I knew some kids as a kid who got homeschooled and did not get any of that socialization that we talk about. And you know, when you don't do that, they have trouble with those social cues. And I was worried about that with my daughter. But I always took her out, you know, my role she got homeschooled at her mom's. So I wasn't really, I had to come up with ways to homeschool her on my time to get things that counted. We did a lot of, like for physical things, we did a lot of the warrior dashes, the Spartan runs, and the training for that I was able to incorporate into some of her schooling. Some other stuff, some music and stuff, we were able to go outside of the homeschooling and get her some music classes that counted for that. But that was a big thing that I did throughout her time, was try and get her into things where that social aspect was prevalent. You know what I mean? And she's 18, or she's 19. She just turned 19. She's got her own place, and she is a social butterfly. It really amazes me. and it's just really cool to see, because I really was worried about that even up until the last recent year and a half. But as I've seen her get out on her own now, and she goes out and does stuff, whether it's by herself or whether it's with some friends that she has. She's not afraid to get out and socialize, and it's really made me happy.
Well, isn't this something that's in our head, right? We're thinking that, hey, maybe the kid's going to have a deficiency in social behaviors or social interactions. I mean, maybe that's just in our head. You know, kids will be just fine. Let me turn to James, and then we'll go to Trickster and then Steele.
Oh, I was just going to say the other thing on the personal actual issue. I'd go through and make sure to document all your items before of any value in the house, and then plan your eviction process, just as an FYI for self-preservation for anyone that's actually in your place where you're cohabitating with, or things like that. You can't get them to leave. So make sure you document that stuff. And then by that date and time, pictures are best for insurance claims, because at that point forward, then you can actually, if you have to kind of war the roses your way out of the situation, you can at least then have your stuff documented, what was yours, and make sure it's protected and things like that. Just an FYI.
So what do you mean, James? Actually, tally everything that you have up in the unit? You mean as far as...
like, for example, because I think it goes to the situation, he's got someone living there that he needs to get out. And you're going to go through the legal process, and along the way, they might break, steal, sell random items in your house. So then I don't know if you ever saw the movie War of the Roses. The couple gets divorced but stay together. It's Michael Douglas, I think. They tear the house apart and stand there, kill each other, what have you. But that situation, you want to document your items that are yours before you engage any go forward. That way, if stuff does come up missing and the person's gone, you're successful. You have grounds to then pursue it after the fact, because that also happens. Like the girl that I bug fested her out of the house. Well, her stink self took my refrigerator, took a stove. So I took her to court. I knew she had no money, but I took it on premise because I knew she sold them. And I didn't care if it cost me $2,000 for that stove and refrigerator. I'm going to file a claim against her. I'm going to hang it around her neck. It's going to be a problem for her for the next bazillion years forward, just for principle. And I had proof. And I'm like, look, she has no proof of even buying any of these things. Yet they were here. Now they're not here. And she was the only one there in the house. As you've told me, it's her house that she was in, her space. Where's my stuff? So she got hit with a claim for I think it was $2,000, and I processed the papers. But for just the premise of doing it, that alone, and her bad karma's followed her. So I've watched since that happened, and she's never escaped her own velocity that she's made for herself. But at any rate, just as an FYI for you on your stuff, I would document it with video that timestamps everything, just for your preparation.
Well, what you're saying also, what about the power and the utilities and everything that you have to sustain that person, right? The taxes, the phone bill, the gas, all these things should be tallied against.
Yep, but in the state of Michigan, they could say at the cost of your ownership of your endeavor. So that was just the risk of business, James. Well, what do you mean? If I shut all the power off and the house burns down because there's no electricity or whatever. Nope, well, it's the risk of business. And that's what they tell you in court. Versus if, you have to start. One thing, my mom being a thug and all, she definitely taught me ways to think outside the legal box. Indirectly by her behavior, but nonetheless. And you have to kind of do that to protect your own stuff and stuff you rightfully earned. And there's people that want to take everything. They're doing this in Ireland, by the way, right now. If you vacation for more than 90 days, they put an immigrant in your house right now. It's going on all through Ireland. You get on those Irish spaces, holy cow, are they lit up. But they're doing it. They're just walking, well, you're gone on vacation for 3 months. This person will keep your house safe for you until you get back. And they're proposing a similar kind of thing in Seattle because my in-laws live there. Yeah, crazy mess.
Well, I can imagine we're going to get phone calls or somebody's going to show up with a badge with a kid with bags with them, right? Hey, you're going to take this person in. Come on. What country we living in? This is nuts. We have no rights. We have no rights. They have taken our rights. They've crafted the legislation exactly to do that. Steeler.
Let me throw in real quick, Steeler, for 1 quick second to add. That gets back down to the corporation. Neither you're a member of the corporation, an employee, or you're a board of director, or you're no longer part of it. That's a decision you all have to make. Because the quote-unquote rights that you claim we have are the rights that they force upon us through statutory codes. So they're the corporate regulations. Well, if you're not a corporate member, they don't apply. No jurisdiction. I am sui juris. I am my own judge. Sui juris. And when I go to court, I am sui juris. And they're like, ah, crap. They know. I'm out. I'm out of your game. Someone else can play the game. I'm not it. I'm not a corporate employee. I don't subscribe to your corporation. I'm divine, created by God. I'm a man. Deal with it. And it's a different system when you approach it that way.
And you're going to teach us how to approach it that way. Steeler.
Yeah, I had a thought about that Amish farm with the family that couldn't put their farm animals there. Now, with the people, the two 60-year-olds that were on disability and whatever, and they got this farmhouse, they squatted in it and took it over. Did they have farm animals? Because they can't be on that whole property like 100% of the time. You know, there's only 2 of them, and if they don't have no farm animals, then I don't know why they didn't just put their farm animals on the farm. And because they bought it, it was their property. I mean, people were squatting in the house. They wasn't squatting like over the however many acres it was. I would have kept my farm animals there. I mean, but that's just me. And then kind of off the subject, but onto something that's kind of weird. Have you guys seen these I think they're called Rowdy Boys or whatever videos, where these kids in New York are going around riding their bicycles and like riding them into traffic and then turning real fast? They're like doing wheelies and they drive into traffic, or they drive into pedestrians. They go up on sidewalks, or they go like on what are supposed to be running paths in Central Park, and they ride their bikes on them and dodge people. It's like a game. They try to dodge as many as they can in a row or whatever. They try to make the longest swerve or whatever, but they be running into people, running into cars, and then have the audacity to get up and be like, why was you in my way? Really? I just thought it was weird. Yeah, I thought it was kind of, I don't know, if I seen one of them bikes do come like that at me, I'd grab the damn bike and pull it right out from underneath them. Ugh. Yeah, that's
I don't know what kind of game. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any of them, the videos. I guess it's, just for, putting on YouTube and, getting hits and live action. I guess that's what it's all about. Goats.
We've talked about this idea a lot before, where it's, it seems like it doesn't seem, it is, the moral person is always at a disadvantage to the immoral person, because, I don't by heart, I don't want to hurt someone. I don't want to kick this person who's been a friend of mine for 10 years. She's been a great friend of mine. I mean, we dated for a while. I love her kid. I've known her kid since she was born. I don't want to be an asshole. And I hate the thought of being an asshole, but, it's just gotten to that point, that event of this weekend. I can't abide by that. I've abided by a lot of stuff. I can't abide by that. So yeah, it's wild. Yeah, that's all I got.
Well, listen, I hope, maybe you heard some things in here to be able to help you with that situation. I mean, it sounds like she's taking advantage. She knows she can. So, it's easy to manipulate you, right? Even threatening now. Bodily harm, I'll report you.
Yeah, and it's, she's in a dire situation. Okay, she's lived in a bad situation with a boyfriend. DCS got called. My house was a safer option. Okay, so that's what I did. You know, when I'm in that situation of dire need, you know, I usually go out of my way to be whatever respectful, do whatever might need to be done in the space of the person that's helping me. Some people aren't that way. They know that you have a heart, so they know that they can still just act whatever way, and you know, out, I guess. But I don't want my heart to run out. I like my heart.
Well, things like that definitely test it. I can tell you there's a lot of things in this world that, man, I don't understand how people with a conscience and can go to sleep can actually sleep, you know, with some kind of conscience. I mean, I wake up every day and I'm thinking about the mistakes that I made the day before, but man, I guess if she knows that she can go and pluck on your heartstrings, dude, she's going to do it until you tell her no. That's a shame. Yeah, James.
The other thing I was going to tell you too, for everyone that owns property, as a rental or not, if you have a rental, then your rental should be in an LLC if you're going to work within the corporation's constraints. Otherwise, you're going to make it a PMA if you want to go outside and practice as an individual outside the corporation. But make sure every house is in an LLC and independently held by you. In other words, it's its own entity, another entity, another entity. Don't put it all into a master holdings. Don't do any of that. Because then each LLC can be basically, you can sync it if you have to, or put liens against it and give it and cause another way to force someone out of the house. There's lots of tricks that you can learn. I can teach people if they want to know, but just to make sure. And then after all that's done, your own private property, look up Land Patent Book by Ron something on Amazon and start that process. It takes you about 5 months, 6 months. But once you do that, you've reclaimed a spot of your home that is yours. It becomes private land. You stake market, purple ribbon tied stakes at the 4 points of your property. And the sheriffs know what that means. They know it is considered a private property zone. That's why a lot of times they do construction and surveying, they stake mark. There's actually meanings to all that. We're never taught. But you want to purple string it, because purple means the color of royalty in the legal system. So you're claiming your kingdom, basically, legally. And so you're going to mark it, and they'll know. They won't tell you. They'll just leave you alone and say, yeah, we can't go up there. That's what they'll get when they get a call. Yeah, well, you should go talk to the owner of the property, stuff like that. They know. So just let you know.
Wait, so I could have it resurveyed? Would that give me more authority on over the property?
No. What you're going to do is you're going to do the land patent process. It's a process. That's why I said get the book. I'm not going to spend it. It's a power to learn. And once you learn it, like I said, then you can go out and do it. And like I said, it'll take a few months. So fine, squatter stays there. They think they won the fight or whatever. Meanwhile, you're claiming your full rights to your property, your rights as an American. And then at that point, it's yours. And what's really cool is when you first start the process, you'll get the original surveyed property declaration from the Bureau of Land Management with whatever president opened that property up. You'll get a copy of their signature statement of that. It's pretty neat. Like a friend of mine's got one. John Adams opened up his property back, 200 years ago. And then it starts from there, and you keep showing. You have to basically prove the chain of custody of the land along the way. And then you show that you're the last person on the land, so you have full private claims until you're no longer there to claim the land. So go through that process, learn it, and your property you have then is rightfully, lawfully, and legally yours to claim and do it.
Well, you got to use the tools that you know how to use, right, James? I mean, shelling yourself is the way that you kind of depicted that as far as setting these LLCs up to be able to conduct business. I mean, I understand this from a business standpoint. A lot of people don't realize that they have that option, right? But, again, it does take money to do those things. So anyway, let's go to Minsky. Minsky, I have to tell you, I've been sitting here thinking about it, and we may or may not have used that technique. You know what? I really like that style. So it's definitely getting me chuckled inside.
Yeah, I would definitely go for the I can neither confirm nor deny, but yeah.
It's hilarious. Hilarious.
Well, actually, on that note, I wanted to just remind everyone that we're getting fed by a fire hose with a lot of negative things, and we have to, we can't lay down and let them walk all over us. So we do have to take up these fights. But for sanity's sake, and I'm only saying after 3 years of persecution and lawfare because I never lost my sense of humor. So what I did after I told that story was I went over to Facebook and tried to find a picture of the costume that I wore that day, and I dropped it down in the purple bubble for you guys. What we did here in North Carolina to have fun, when masks became mandated, we all purchased a lot of Halloween costumes with masks. And so we wore only Halloween costumes. I was Miss Liberty. I was... let's see. I did Day of the Dead. I did a Day of the Dead costume. We did a whole lot of grunge stuff. We did a whole lot of, I was Alice in Wonderland. Like we went out in full, but back then I lived with my pilot. I don't have him now, so I'm poor. But back when I had money, I got really, really into it. So, and I can tell you, if you look down in the bubble and check out the costume that I was wearing that day, you have 6 middle-aged women on a sidewalk wearing costumes like that, and you're only 16 and you're there with your skateboard and you think you're going to be a badass. You think twice before you mess with women that are dressed like I was dressed that day. So you guys just remember to find ways to have fun with this stuff, and I promise you can. I'm actually with a friend today that used to go out with me during that stuff, and we still laugh until we cry. I almost pee my pants crying sometimes with some of those stories, and that's what we've got to keep doing.
Well, I definitely like the technique. I'm definitely going to adopt that procedure, I should say. I love that. So it was I don't know what's the consensus on where our presidential campaign candidate Trump. So I'm just wondering, guys. I'm just throwing it out there. Do people really think that this man's going to go to jail? I mean, I'm just baffled on the way that people are reacting and think he's going to be locked up here. Come on, Trickster, lay it on me.
Well, as I understand it, he posted bail during or right after court. I'm having a hard time following that story, but I think that was the main case and charge being delivered in Georgia, and that he went to court and was in and out of there, had bail posted in under 20 minutes, as I understand it.
So the reason I even say is because there was something about these multiple indictments that would get one of his damn it, I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought here. One of the amendments that he made when he first went into office was about the way that the government was overtaken. There's some kind of presidential amendment out there that this process of him getting these indictments actually triggers this presidential executive order. Man, I forget the number, but what I'm saying is we're watching the theater, and it's just overwhelming that more and more that I hear, the more and more that I realize that we are in a theater. I mean, I don't know how to act as far as what to believe and what not to believe. And a lot of the things that are coming out, because that I've been growing up with it all my life, I realize that they are lies. See, like we go back to the younger generation that is really absorbing the information, but they haven't experienced it to the point where some of the people that are older have experienced it. So where do we go as far as, 2024 is a long way off. Do you know how many things can happen between now and that election day? I mean, I know the candidates are starting to get fired up. I can see it in their flyers that I'm seeing, benefits and things that they're doing in the community. So if we want to start being impactful and we want to start calling these people and getting these people to start reacting, I think right now it's a very vulnerable time for candidates. They're looking for that message. I just, listening to the theater with the Trump thing just makes me want to do the local thing more and more. Because if you think that we're having an impact nationally, we're really not. We need to get back to our local and start with the local action, especially with 23. So I know everybody hears local. What am I going to do? Again, it's to go back and invest in these candidates and start breeding these candidates from the grassroots. That's what we need to learn to do again. We haven't done that. We've forgotten that. We forgot the process and the way that these candidates are supposed to be brought forward. Go ahead, Minsky.
Yeah, on that note, I was thinking that every time somebody was telling these horror stories about the property issues, that's where local comes in. We've got to get the right people in place to write the legislation to overwrite what was written that causes property owners to be under fire the way they are. That's where that fight has to be. It has to be local.
So Minsky, I mean, in my head, I know that they manipulated, obviously, the voter process, right? This is where they came out in COVID and they gave everybody a mail-in ballot, and this was the only safe way. But they crafted legislation at that point, and now we don't have we don't have a handcuff on it. We can't concrete say what our elections are run on. We can't tell it's why aren't we talking about the voter rolls and the Board of Elections? This is the foundations. This is where it starts. Go ahead, James, and then we'll go to Jim.
So in Michigan, they passed legislation during this COVID period to allow the Board of Canvassers per county's vote be overridden by the Secretary of State. So the Board of Canvassers can say, this is what we agreed on for this county. Nope. Secretary of State said you didn't say that. You said this. Well, but we can show you. No. Okay. So really at the end of the day as more Americans come to the realization when Dr. Halper said the corporation's dead and what that means, as more and more people can come to really understand it, you realize that every way we've always done anything in the systems is dysfunctioned. It only works to serve their system. And so everybody in turn, they made the system, they set the rules. They were not playing on a standing ground, or there's no equal ground. They have the high ground and we have the low ground. And until you realize it, the high ground's all set up on fake sticks that we just got to knock the fake sticks out. And now they have no ground to stand on. And that's a process of thought that has to change. And like acting local is the best way to get the impact. Like you should all go and get the official sheriff's handbook. If you don't have one, I'll go scrounge mine up and throw it up in the next time I'm around with it or whatever. And start reading that, because that's the lawful foundation of a sheriff. And then give one to your sheriff to read. Say, there you have all these powers in here. This thing was written like in 1802. It's a sheriff's handbook. It's for you, sheriff. Do your sheriffing things. And a lot of sheriffs don't even know. They act like cops because they don't know. They're not trained. They don't seek it out. They don't learn it. And they have to be taught they have all this authority, both lawfully and legally. So that's our best fight, in my opinion, on trying to get things in the right direction, is actually got to get the lawful sheriff on your side, educate them if you have to. I did mine in my county, and go forward. But anyway.
Well, James, we're talking about local, right? I bet Hawaii right now, I bet Maui is looking at their representatives and asking, what are you going to do about it? So they have clearly staked out that these people were appointed for these positions. I'm talking about public safety. They don't even have an answer. They've never been in this position before. They have no experience. And maybe that's why we have the amount of death that's coming out of Hawaii, is because of the public servants that their people put them in charge of, right? So if we haven't learned anything, we really need to learn who our candidates are. What if something like that happened in your town? Who would you turn to? Do you have any confidence in your political positions that are running public safety? So, it's an excellent example that we're just sticking these people. This is a political game. This is a popularity contest that they're putting these people in charge, and they have no idea what they're doing. So I really wanted to wrap that up into Hawaii, because this is a classic example. So I want you to take what you learned in Hawaii and all this evil, and what's going to happen in your town if something happens. Let's turn to Jim. Jim, welcome to the stage. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me all right? Interrupt me if you can.
Yep. Nope, you're doing good.
The act local is very important, but also focus on intelligence. We are ignoring the intelligence community as being the perpetrators of this genocide, this war on our government, this takedown of democracy. Not democracy, our democratic republic, I should say. And it started many years ago with Sam the Banana Man Zamore, who used to throw the elections for the banana republics. Sam the Banana Man's house is now the president of Tulane's house, Tulane University. Sam the Banana Man Zamore was a CIA agent who overthrew Honduras, Guatemala, destroyed their economies. And that's why these people are trying to come here thinking that they're in for something good. They're in for some hell that is about to befall New Babylon. We are New Babylon, and New Babylon's about to fall. And it's in the and we're losing this battle through legal systems. Act 77, which was in Pennsylvania, enacted to allow mail-in voting. That was before COVID hit. That means our legislators, both Democrats and Republicans, knew it. These legislators are working with or are intelligence agents. Remember, 50 lying spies agreed with Anthony Blinken, our Secretary of State, to lie and say that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, when in fact they knew it was true and real information. How did Anthony Blinken, Blinken, get to be so powerful before he was Secretary of State? This letter of 50 lying spies, lying, former CIA agents as well, came out August of 2020, before the election. Why was Anthony Blinken so powerful he could command former CIA agents to lie? And the answer may be hidden in who Anthony Blinken's father was, who Anthony Blinken's stepfather was. Intelligence is a family affair. Intelligence is a family affair. Robert Maxwell, intelligence agent for MI6. His daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's madam. Robert Maxwell's attorney was Samuel Pisar, P-I-S-A-R, Anthony Blinken's stepfather. Anthony Blinken's father wrote documents that are now linked to the World Economic Forum and George Soros' Open Society. This may be a family affair. And Biden may be an intelligence agent as well as Hunter Biden. Remember, intelligence, anytime they don't know who did it, it's likely an intelligence agent who did it. They don't know who put the cocaine in the White House. Perhaps it's an intelligence agent who did it. They don't know who released Roe versus Wade. And this is my important point that I want to bring up. Roe versus Wade. The overthrowing of Roe versus Wade that was leaked by somebody in the Supreme Court. And the intelligence agents, can't figure out who did it. Oh, bullshit. It was an intelligence agent in the Supreme Court. And that's what we have to come to grips with. There are intelligence agents, dual agents embedded everywhere in every agency, including the Supreme Court. And anytime the CIA, the FBI, Six Eyes, the number 6 and EYES, Six Eyes, also known as Rainbow Six, doesn't know what happened, it means they did it. And I encourage everybody to not read the book Rainbow Six, but to look at the Wikipedia page. A virus is released at an Olympic Games, the Wuhan Military Olympic Games, to spread around the world instantaneously as soon as the Olympic Games are over. And the vaccine is worse than the virus, made by the spike protein, mRNA that creates the spike protein. The spike protein may be a racially specific bioterror weapon that kills off all but the elites. RFK was chastised for bringing this up. Why? Look for who it doesn't affect. Look for who can protect themselves from it. Maybe those guys are the people who invented this SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. Remember, don't ask for COVID. No, don't ask about COVID. Anytime you mention COVID, they say China. Ask about the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein in vaccine or virus or exosome or hydrogel or any form. And this is not just one attack. Hawaii, Maui, God help the people in Maui. The blue umbrellas that didn't burn. I just put in the chat, Hawaiian Electric was blamed for this thing. Now they shut off power in that area beforehand, so it wasn't electric wires. Was this a direct energy weapon? Look at which countries may have control of Space Force. Space Force is the new United States military. That is controlled by a guy named Brigadier General Saltzman, Saltzman. He has never flown an aircraft. That is very unlikely for an Air Force general to have never flown an aircraft and to be promoted to Brigadier General. What made him so popular? He took over every satellite, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, all controlled by Space Force. That means the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines cannot double check Space Force. Space Force is out of Central Command, U.S. Central Command. U.S. Central Command just had the sixth eye of their Six Eyes network, Israel, join Central Command. It used to be in EUCOM, European Command. Now it's in Central Command at their request. That certainly gives Central Command quite a bit of power and control and no oversight from every satellite in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. This has to be investigated. Thanks.
So, Jim, dude, you gave us so much to unwrap there. But let's look at you're talking about intelligence, a family business, right? We realize this as Americans now. We realize this because of what we've seen over the last 30 years and how we've gotten to this point. But you touch on intelligence, and I want people to realize, I'm bringing it back to the local because it's happening at your local. So I can tell you that I was in the room when my county passed the Erickson fusion bill. Okay, so this is a way that.
Can I interrupt you?
Sure. I do want to get my point out. Don't go too crazy.
Yeah, I want to know the names of the people who passed it. We have to start naming names. We have to start naming the intelligence agents who are dual citizens, who do not support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And I want to see sworn oaths from all of these people that support and defend the Constitution. Ann Vandersteel pointed out that many of these people, like Anthony Blinken, like Alejandro Mayorkas, have not signed their oaths. Go on. We need to know the names.
So, Jim, I bring this back to the local because this is how important it is, right? We're not understanding that our local governments are facilitating this in installing the Erickson system and developing the fusion centers takes it out of the local hands. It supersedes your sheriff, guys, right? So these actions by our government are only facilitating the behavior that Jim's talking about, right? So if you think that your local action doesn't equal national impact, you're wrong, right? This is why Jim coming up and throwing that at us, that a lot of it we agree with, but that's why that we need to go back and look how we can do it locally. So great points, Jim. And I, If we don't recapture our local, it has a national impact. That's the problem. Let's go to
And
yeah.
one more thing. Who writes the laws? Excuse me, who writes the bills that eventually become laws? That is very important, the names of the lawyers. There are names of law firms that are critical, that are intelligence law firms. I'll put one name out there, Sullivan and Cromwell. Sullivan and Cromwell is the law firm that formed the CIA. Sullivan and Cromwell inserted, when FTX, the Sam Bankman-Fried's company, went belly up and was floundering in court, Sullivan and Cromwell just appeared. Sullivan and Cromwell may be the devil's advocates. And we need to find out who is writing these bills. You know how we have Google Documents where you can see who.
Yeah, we lost you there, Jim.
Hey, boss man, I gotta jump in. That's 11:01. I'm due someplace, so have a great rest of the space, and I see you tomorrow.
Thanks, dude. Thanks for showing up.
Oh, sorry, I
See you later,
talk
guys.
too much, but just get the people who are writing the bills, the names. Thanks. It's all the names, and it's all in the names, and we have to find out who are dual agents, who are the intelligence agents embedded in our Congress, in our senators, in our local governments. Thanks.
Because they are, Jim. They're there. They're instituted, and there's a lot of aspects of what you're speaking of, and I know James is going to be able to help us out as far as there's a lot of other things, not even just the fusion centers, right? Let's talk about budgets for CPS and orphanage system and the way that it's being ignored. Because when I talk about it, it's crickets, my man, right? So let's, we're going to get that aspect rolling, Jim. So hang out, talk to us. Minsky.
Yeah, so I'm going to harp again on the local. My case is local. It's the whole state, but it starts local. A lot of the people that I'm suing in my civil suit is it's Wake County only. But I have met through that civil suit people nationwide, patriots nationwide. You get involved in your local community. You become an activist for your local community, and you will meet people nationwide, and it will tie together these connections, just like the connections I'm making here in the Twitter X spaces. We will eventually connect up. We're 50 years behind on this chess game, but it starts local and then you go up to national. So the picture that I posted here, I'm in this space. I see Federalist Press down there. I know that he was. So I will post a picture or something like that, and people that were there that day or familiar with that day or follow me on Facebook, they see that I'm in this space. And I got a couple messages. I got one from a reporter, an truly investigative reporter, a citizen reporter, Stephen Horn, asking me about it. And I saw that one of the guys that liked the picture is a guy named Nevada Jack. And if you guys don't follow these people, follow them, give them a follow. You see people that message me, like my posts when I'm in these spaces or comment on them. These are the people that are nationwide fighting the good fight, just like I'm fighting in North Carolina. Those are the ones that will like and comment on the stuff that I drop when I'm in these spaces. Local is the thing. Start local. You will eventually connect with everyone nationwide. And I'm sorry, but I also wanted to mention when it comes to everything with 3 initials, FBI, CIA, whatever, there are good people in all of these groups. It was an honest police officer who finally, after 2 years of fighting, made sure that I had that body cam footage preserved for my case. There is an agent, a retired agent now, from a 3-letter organization that messaged me, Marlon, the other day when I said, be careful of instigators in the space, I got a warning. I got a heads up from somebody with 3 initials. So you start a case like I am, you fight like I do on the local level, and you will eventually figure out that all the way up to the three-letter organizations, there are people still on the inside trying to fight for us. So local's the key.
Amen, sister. A girl after my own heart, because once people realize that and can utilize the tools that are there, you have to understand, I'm watching them install the structure. I'm watching them install the way that they're going to be able to supersede us, guys. They don't want to hear our voice, right? So these are the ways that they're instituting so that they don't have to hear it, and they don't have to go up against a vote. They already know what's going on because they superseded all of us. Let's go to Janice. Go ahead, Janice.
Hi, sorry, I keep dropping out because I can't hear speakers. Good to see you, Jim. I was wondering if anything new has come out about what was going on at Fort Detrick, because it was my understanding, the last I heard, is there was a lot of speculation that the spike protein was actually developed at Fort Detrick, and Obama was aware of it. Fauci was involved, and they forced him to move that lab, and that's how COVID and all that started getting into the Wuhan lab. And the other thing, oh, Jim sent me a message, he can't hear me. The other thing I wanted to mention is, folks, as soon as you see the Red Cross has their boots on the ground, there is bad stuff going down. Red Cross is not your friend. My people learned that the hard way, long time ago. If Red Cross is involved, it's a scam. Money is being laundered. It's not good news. They are not your friend, not there to help you. Please do not donate to FEMA or to the Red Cross. They are not there to help. They're there to money launder, and that's about all they're any good for. And I'll land there. If somebody wants to ask Jim about Fort Detrick, that'd be great, because he couldn't hear me.
Yeah, actually, Jim dropped down. I think he may come back up here. Yep, here he comes. So there's a couple of aspects, Janice, to a question. There were some things he brought up. So I want to kind of roll through the hands a little bit. And I see Jim's back up. I just want to make sure he's got a mic. Jim, you got a mic? All right, good. So let's go to James Trickster, and then we'll go to Jim.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Red Cross stuff back, I don't know. I want to say it's 2017. I did a whole meme on the way they traffic things. It's nothing short of atrocious. I can't even get into it all. But I have proof of it. I could show you, like sauces, they say. But the Red Cross is nothing you want to be near and involved with. And any of the 3-letter agencies, they're all void. They're not any part of the Constitution. They're part of the corporation, but not part of America. And that's the thing. And when they say, the whole Babylon, old and new, that's really what they were talking about. It's the death of the corporation, which is what we've lived under, all of us, and our grandparents, and their grandparents, or their parents, probably, 1871, back when it all started. So that's been torn apart. So now this is a matter of, we're like in a rebuilding revolutionary time in this country, rebirth. And it's going to involve a lot of things along the way. That's going to be big changes, but we're in the middle of it. And as Winston Churchill says, when going through hell, keep going.
That's right. You put your nose into the wind and you keep going. Let's get ahead, Trickster.
Maybe James could speak on this too. Jim brought up an interesting point. What would be the implications, or how could you request that documentation of missing and misfiled oaths of office?
You mean like looking back on the way that the decisions and the
Like if,
legislation
if
that
somebody's
they
making like if somebody implementing bills happens not to have a filed oath of office, what would be the implications of that regarding the bill they filed or in their position?
Well, I guess you would have to find out what it did to the community. James, can you speak on that?
Yeah, so if they haven't filed their oath of office or they cannot produce it through both a open request or a FOIA on your end, Freedom of Information Act, applying for a FOIA request of it, and you can't find it, at that point going forward, they're operating in violation of their position. The problem comes to, and this is why I get back to the sheriff, is enforcing the damn rules we have. The police officers, and yeah, there's good ones and stuff, but they're not trained, and they only go by their training, and they hire them to be very good order takers. They don't bring them in to be independent thinkers. They're trained to do what they're supposed to do, and they let them like trained dogs out on the streets. And it's no offense to any police officer. Hopefully you're the exception, but I'm talking in generalities here. And from there, they do whatever. Well, you have to educate as much as stand on your authority. And that goes, so with this person that's in an oath of office and they didn't take it, then you go back to the insurance carrier and say, hey, did you bond these people? Well, yeah. Can you show me where they have an oath of office? Well, we never asked for one. What do you bond? Then what risk are you bonding them against? Well, should they do this, this, and this? Oh, you mean fail to execute their contract or their oath, right? But there's a case with the Bunsen brothers going through the Supreme Court right now, and it's being considered, and the Supreme Court hasn't ruled yet. And the summation of the case just asks the very simple question: does the oath of office matter? That's all it asks. And the Supreme Court's going to rule on this sometime by the end of this fall. And if they rule no, then you know it's free for all. None of it matters. And then you got, it's Mad Max justice. Or it does, and then it's like some John Wayne kind of stuff going down. But one way or the other, and the Supreme Court's going to, and that's the Bunsen brothers case, and it's on their docket, and they're currently reviewing it.
But again, the problem, the main problem is number one, your sheriff doesn't have the investigative power. So you need to bring this case to the sheriff. And then what he does is he goes to the local DA, right? So, and now this is where the political game catches up, guys, right? Because if a particular DA is not going to prosecute that case in that particular town because he knows that the judge is going to rule sympathetic, he's not going to come out with the right ruling. He's not going to hear the case. So the disconnect is that even though the sheriff may bring this case forward, it all depends on that DA in that town, whether or not he's going to prosecute that case. Now, this is good.
I was going to say, so this is how you get the DA and any lawyer. You ask them to produce their FORA letter. If they don't have a foreign registered agent letter on them, they are practicing treason under a freestanding place. In other words, that's why I say you have to get your city government to just shelve itself from the corporation or your county government. It has to shake off the corporation and become a republic county. We have those here in Michigan now. They're spreading up through the northern part of Michigan. They'll trickle their way down. And each one is a standing republic operating under public law. Everything else, you could go to that in another county, not in this small town, as the saying goes, right? And you keep moving. So this is creeping, and it's happening in Texas. It's happening in states all over. It's a quiet movement, one county at a time, pulling itself out of the corporate constraints. If you do that, that DA has to comply to public law. Public law says if you have a bar card, buddy, you are a foreign registered agent. You better have a letter. That better be on record. If it's not on record, you've committed treason. It's 20 years in prison. End of discussion. And that's the way it works. It's all written. It's already written. It's not like made up. This is all there. Just the lawyers say, well, it doesn't apply to us. Well, wait a minute. Then what is your bar registration card? Your private membership association? What's it make you a member of? Oh, the bar association. Well, where's that association founded? Well, it's in England. Okay, yeah. But, and you have to walk their logic back to the damn lawyer who has a stupid card. And then they're like, oh, so where's your letter? Well, I don't have a letter. No kidding. Nor does about 50,000 of the lawyers that are still out there. There's only 387 on record as registered foreign agents, and 200 and some of them are federal judges, placed by our boy Donnie J. So You have to learn what they need to already know to help them stand in the space they'll be in. Good-natured people want to comply. I had this one lawyer come to my weekly meetings, and I told her, she's like, well, I didn't even know how to get a FORA letter. I got to get one. She registered herself. Little Laura, it was a little old lady. She was like, oh my God, I don't want to do that. I'm like, and a lot of them, they don't know. If they don't know, they don't know. And if you roll them off in that direction and they've got any gumption to them, they really want to be more than just a walking zombie, they'll fix their own problem. Now you've got an ally that walks in their space that's, you've built to your cause, and one by one. And I use Laura here and the magistrate in the county here to get our executive board in line, to get them all, and I'm in the process of, our county's pretty big, trying to get them to shelve the whole corporate thing. But then, of course, always comes is, well, then how do we regulate with taxes? Like, you don't. You don't. But at any rate, I've gone forever on this, so I'll be quiet.
Well, again, James, it's what else we have to learn around that particular sheriff. So I'm talking about my particular sheriff. If he's not going to be open to be able to take this process forward, that's when we can make the coalition of other sheriffs in our state, and that can override that particular person. Now we talk about the actual wielding of the power of the sheriffs. The sheriffs, with a filibuster rule, have enough power to be able to overturn your state legislature. It has to have 66% of the sheriffs agree, right? This was a mechanism put in the 20s to outroot corruption by the mob. So there are so many triggers there that we've just forgotten, right? So, and in fact, it's funny you're talking about the sheriff. I have a meeting with my sheriff tomorrow. So can't wait to bring up, some of these things and see the act. And I know him personally. So anyway, let's go to Stan. Stan, what do you got?
Yeah, good morning. That's some interesting takes. I had to go ask Google Bard real quick on this whole Barr being a foreign agent, lawyers, and it does say not necessarily. That's the first thing that it comes up with. So that's interesting. But then how do you prove that your bar lawyer or bar DA or bar judge is a foreign agent? How do you prove that, right? How do you find that evidence and present it? Because it says you got to prove that a lawyer is representing a foreign government or political party, that they're paid by a foreign government or political party, whether they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government or political party, or if they're disseminating propaganda on behalf of a foreign government or political party. I don't think
it looks like James got the answer.
Well, man, I need to speak with you a little more on that, because if that really is true, because listen, I've been using this AI to really research the law and have a better understanding, because gosh, I hate reading the law. It's terrible. It's so many conflicting things in the law that it's impossible to know what the real truth is. And hush, man. Sorry. So,
well, let James answer. Go ahead, James.
So a couple things. One, AI, remember, it's programmed by somebody, right? And it's the mass inquiries that cause it to learn what it's going to answer back. For example, I played with Google Bard because I was like, oh, it's so cool. All right. Did Donald Trump win the election? No. Okay. Can Donald Trump be reelected? No. He's already been president. Wait a minute. No, that's not possible. You just told me. So don't take it as flawless in his training. That's part one. Part two, as far as that bar goes, they wrote their own rules. Do you think they're going to publicly admit and say that it's wrong? That you drive the conversation back to, are you a member of a private member association known as the British Accreditation Registry? Yes. Okay. As a member of this private association, what does it allow you? What's its benefits? Have them tell you. That's great. And where is this thing founded? Oh, it's founded in Britain. I see. And you made yourself a member. Well, yeah. You mean you had to sign an oath to be a member? Of course, I took a test. I'm certified. I'm a bar card member. Right. You just hung your own self. They hang themselves. We did in Detroit federal court. Judge left the seat because the judge didn't have a 4 letter and we asked for it. Because they're done. They're done. The lawyers are done. The judge left the case because the lawyers didn't have it. Our lawyer did. It was the end of discussion. But you have to use these tools. I'm not going to go over easy. Most people don't realize the largest source of income in the United States is the court system. Through the corporation, it filters more money than you could imagine, in your biggest imagination. And the judges get a cut. They all do on the back end. And that's provable. Now, the corporation's been debunked, but there's still parts wandering around. Like I said, we got to clean up all the roaches and rats that ran down the burned down house. And that's why you got to be local. You have to start in your backyard. You have to start asserting the employees that work for you. Because you're an American and they're part of the corporate employee system. They're federal employees or they're municipal employees. Still, bottom line, they're employees. And they work for us. And you have to act like that. You have to educate yourself about that. And they're not going to give it to you. They're not going to give you their own demise. Just like no Congress is ever going to vote for rules that limit their power. They just won't. Why would they do that? But you have to get them where it hurts. And that gets back to Title 18, Title 42. All those are under the grand title, Title 8. So it gets all of those rules. It all kind of trails together in one big complex web for a reason. They want you to say, this is too complicated. Screw it. And that's what they want. They want you to give up. But don't give up. Dig in. There's millions of us out here now that are teaching this stuff to people. Just dig in. You can learn it.
Love that attitude, James. Hey, and before we go to Jim, I want to turn to Jamie and Susie. How you guys? You guys good?
Yep, we're doing good. Thank you. Enjoying the conversation. I'm learning a lot.
Well, I think if more people learned how to do it and were able to climb over this insurmountable wall that they put up, this imaginary wall that they have conned us into thinking that's there, that we can't penetrate it without representation. It is false. And we just need to grow a pair of stones to go get it. Jim, go ahead, buddy.
Thanks. If James could post any documentation about what he speaks about, that would be great. The British Accreditation Registry, the documents that show that a judge, exactly what the conversation was, maybe even the court transcript where the judge recused himself. If you could give us this information so that it can be replicated, the devil's in the details and the devil's in the lying attorneys. We have to find out exactly what words to use, exactly how to say it in court and in briefs, so that we can get these the people who are trying to subvert the U.S. Constitution out of the United States. So if you could give us more details on that in the chat here and in other places, I'd appreciate it. And Marlon, if you could forward anything to me, I'd appreciate it as well. Regarding, I'll stop there then. If I have
Let me throw in real quick on that. Let me throw in quick on that. Connect to me through DMs. The court case I particularly referenced was with a group of ladies. I call them, they do constant research, and that's how they won their federal case. And they activated their Social Security annuity sooner than they should. They're wonders of stuff. So I don't know if I can get specifically all they went down on that case, but I can for sure get you one where he got the judge to recuse the case on a traffic ticket, and you can hear it just word for word for word for word, and the judge abandoned the case, and it's been recorded. And I can get that one, and I'll get that to you guys and drop it in here at some point, because that one I know I can get easily. And that's for all the data. The data takes time to learn. You have to slog through all of it. It's just a thing. And I've got past stuff that we've done, as lessons and so forth, and I'll try to dig some of that up, or we can make a permanent space time and where it's MAGA mission time, we do this kind of stuff. I've already asked to guest speak in another group about this. So I'll be more than willing to do as a permanent, regular teaching time, because it has to be that level of commitment. It can't be just like a handoff in 3 things. You have to change how you command the language, because they live on Black's Law dictionaries.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I just found. All right. So I'm continuing to ask Google Bard, and So I asked if my public defender is a member of any bar association, and it says yes, they're a member of this one. Then I asked if that association is a member of the IBA, which is the International Bar Association, and it says yes. So holy smokes, the public defender is working for the bad guy, and they joined in 1996. Holy smokes!
That's it. You got it. And
Shit. But it doesn't know if the DA. It doesn't tell me. It doesn't know if the DA is a member of any of these bar associations.
what a DA has to be, quote unquote, it's a practice in the corporate court system, the legal system. You have to be a bar card carrier, right? Otherwise, you go under a different set of rules if you go in without representation. Burdens of proofs are different. They're all different. Why are they different? Well, because they know you have a different set of rules to operate under than anybody that's in the legal system and who you've signed over your authority to represent you. That's what I mean. That's what they get you. Part one, you hire a lawyer. Well, now you've parlayed all your authority in the court to that lawyer, and that lawyer has already teamed up with the bad guys. That's why they have like a 90% close ratio, where they work to settle all the time. It's all about grinding you out one way or the other. They're going to get their piece of flesh. And that gets back down to they corporatized your body, like all this stuff that comes, like the whole state national education process is really where you all should start if you really want to get into the legal lawfare, because you're going to need to change your brain thinking so that you understand that there are two entities existing simultaneously. You're a dead corporate entity to the corporation in the United States, and you're the divine living man or woman created by the creator. And those two entities have different sets of rules inside the legal system.
Okay, well, yeah, continuing down the rabbit hole, now I see, because it told me it didn't know if the DA here was a member of the International Bar Association, but they're a member of the same bar association that the public defender is locally, which is also a member of the International Bar Association based in London.
Exactly. James is putting the dots together today. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so any documentation on the international registry as well as the British, the BAR would be helpful in the chat. I'm going to put something in from the Charles Colvest show where a lady named Dolores Cahill was interviewed, and Dolores spoke about the two different types of laws. As you're speaking about the divine right, as well as and taking yourself out of the corporate corporate lawfare or laws versus the rights that humans have as divine rights. So I'll put that in the chat, and anything you can put in the chat here, I'd appreciate. Thank you.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, James. You kind of made up our minds for us, right? We've been wanting to have a space and not only educating people on what the processes are as a corporation or entity, but also how these cases proceed from local courts through the circuit courts to the Supreme Courts, to understand how this is happening, right? So that the American people can now watch some of these cases that are coming through these courts, and we can see the manipulation, right? The appeals and this trying to find the right word.
The freaking judge too.
Right.
The judge
exactly.
too.
Right. So, on that point, before I go to Al, sorry, Al, but on that point, there are other things that not only the laws that we need to look at, but we also need to see how they've done their job as far as some of these judges, to your point, Stan, right? That's why we go back to what we're going to do as far as tearing some of the legislation on, consensual sex marriage age in our states, and these processes that these judges have ruled on, right? This is what we have to do. We have to educate ourselves and see how they have governed and the choices that they've made over the decades. And it should be, quite the evidence coming out against what's going on now. Let's go to Al. Al, how you doing?
Good morning, Patriots. Just wanted you guys to know my wife and I, we unplugged for the weekend, went to Tampa, went to see the Yankees play the Rays. One of the most amazing things this weekend was when they did the national anthem and everybody in the stadium stood up and, respected the flag, and then afterwards chanted USA after the national anthem was over. So that really warms my heart. They're very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Respective of the veterans and appreciate what veterans have done for this country. Just a great weekend. We walked the Riverwalk in Tampa. If you've never been to Tampa, Florida, something very nice to go visit and see. And I'm not going to get into politics this morning. I'm going to stay away from that, and hope everybody has a great Monday. God bless America. God bless everybody in here. Hold the line. Fight for our children. Keep doing everything that you're doing one step at a time. We will take this country back. That's inevitable. It's happening every single day. We're bracing for 2 storms, one on the west and one on the east in Florida right now. Hopefully we're not going to get hit by either one, but right now it's a crapshoot. They don't know whether it's going to make landfall or which direction they're going to go in. So one of the disadvantages of living in Florida, you dodge them every year, but it's all right. We're survivors. I've been through many hurricanes, and, we just keep praying and hoping that it doesn't hit us. So have a great day.
Thanks, Al. Hey, and thanks for grounding us with that, because that is going to be starting to impact Florida tomorrow. And in fact, you talk about Tampa, Al, they really sunk a lot of money in their infrastructure in that town. I'll have to tell you, I was impressed when I was in Tampa. It was probably 2 years ago. And that really, they've made that downtown really nice and accessible. Kind of like when I was in Sarasota, it was the same kind of thing. They're dumping a lot of money in them infrastructure in them cities down there. So it is rather nice, I'll have to admit.
Well, Tampa is like the new Miami, except it's a younger crowd now. So that's what they're comparing it to. So yeah, it's up and coming, and downtown is actually really nice. They do a good job of making sure that it's safe. There's still homeless people and stuff like that, because you're going to see that everywhere you go. But there's also a lot of law enforcement that patrols the area and stuff like that. So it's a safe area to walk. The Riverwalk is beautiful. There's a lot of people out exercising, riding bikes, running, you name it. Good to see people outside actually doing exercise and sweating. You don't see that very often anymore, but it was very refreshing. And I highly recommend anybody visit that area. I think you'll enjoy yourself for sure.
It's expensive, but yes, you will enjoy yourself. Go ahead, James, and then we'll go to Jim.
So what I was going to say is the Supreme Court, they ruled about 2 years ago that the EPA and the other 3 letter agencies have no teeth to enact mandates and so forth, right? Well, prior to that, when they ruled that, they would never reference a law, a public law, any older than 1896 or something. Well, this public law they referenced went back to 1817, meaning they brought forward public law into their Supreme Court standings, which they had not done for almost 100 years. So they openly changed the system. They told you now those public laws stand. Well, if you go back to those public laws, the supreme rule of the land is a divine right defined in the Bible, defining you under God's law. They open that whole door up with their ruling by doing that. That's why I say, and at the top, there's storms going we don't understand. So just start fighting from the bottom. Because in the middle, at the federal level, Trump swapped out a bunch of guys because they left it open because they thought Obama and Hillary was going to get to fill it with all their cronies. And it didn't work out like that. And instead it got filled with constitutional federal judges. Now, you still might be stuck in a district with the one that's not, but just you appeal it and appeal it to a different jurisdiction, and you'll go that route to make your case heard by a judge that is constitutional. And the best way to start is start looking for ones that have registered 4 letters. And I used to have that list in my war chest. I can't find it, but because I went to get that the other day. But at any rate, it's something to keep in mind. The Supreme Court's already set the precedence of change. So just want to let you know.
Well, real quick before we go to Jim, didn't they set the precedence when they ruled over Roe v. Wade and put it back in the state's hands, right? Now, we've forgotten that our state constitution overrules the federal constitution, right? Our own states are more powerful than our federal, right? And we've forgotten this. So we need to get back to that. That's why what you're talking about is there are battles going on the other side, and we have to meet them in the middle. So if we started in our local, like a lot of people are, I'm going to tell you right now, there's so many people out there fighting in the state of New Jersey. I can tell you that the school boards are being flipped as we speak, right? 440 on the last go around. So I can only imagine that, this spark or this patriotism is coming out of these people, and they're just not telling the story. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks. The hurricane, west coast of Florida. I want you to pay attention to that. The west coast of Florida is the Republican side. The east coast of Florida, especially Boca Raton, is the Democrat side. You will notice that hurricanes are demolishing the west coast. The U.S. Air Force in 1996 put out a paper saying they will have complete control of the weather by 2025, 2 years from now. They pretty much already had control of the weather. U.S. Air Force / U.S. Space Force. Start and stop hurricanes, of course. Start and stop fires, of course. LBJ in 1960s could make it rain in Vietnam and cause landslides so that the Viet Cong couldn't advance. That is 1960s technology. Could they have put out the fires in Canada? Yes, they could have. But they didn't. Could they stop a hurricane in west coast of Florida? Yes, they could. Could they direct it to where they want to hit? Yes, they could. I put in this in the chat the Lanai electricity was turned off at the time the quote hurricane or whatever that thing was, the little micro storm hit the valuable coast of Lanai. No electricity was flowing in that area, so it was not the electrical grid that caused it. Turn your evidence toward direct energy weapons. The Air Force says they can shoot, and the Army and the Navy says they can shoot missiles traveling at thousands of miles an hour down with pinpoint accuracy. That is a metal missile. They can shoot it down. They can disarm it. If they can do that with an object flying through space at thousands of miles an hour, hundreds of miles an hour, how can you say that they cannot take a laser and aim it downward on an immobile Earth, or relatively immobile Earth if it's a geosynchronous orbit, the satellite, and burn something? How can you say that they can't control the weather right now when they could control it in the 1960s? Very important concept. Now, our elections and how we're going to lose this next 2024 election. This is how we're going to lose it. Remember, Roe versus Wade was leaked by the intelligence agents at the Supreme Court level. Why did they want to release Roe versus Wade before the midterms? The intelligence agents, needed to release it so that they could make this entire United States battle about abortion. This should not be about abortion. And for all you right to lifers and for all you people who want to have no abortion, please consider that you're being played. You're being played by our intelligence agencies, and this is why. I want you to look, if you're rabbinical, look at when the soul comes into the baby. This is controversial. Some of the Christians believe it's right at the moment of conception. Some people believe that it is at week 21 The rabbinical literature and even the state's literature may say that it's week 21 to week 24. The reason that's important is that's when the soul comes in, because after that, you have to give the baby a funeral. You can't just throw the fetal body parts in the trash. Okay? Before that, there are plenty of abortions that spontaneously occur in the first weeks of, and they are just thrown in the trash. But after a certain number of weeks, especially in Texas and Canada and all these and many other places, you have to document what you do with these fetal parts, because after 21 weeks, there may be a soul in the baby. Around that time is when the radiologists look at the neck and look for nuchal translucency screening to see if the baby has Down syndrome. And around that time is when you can do an abortion for Down syndrome, should you choose to. Many people love their Down syndrome babies. That's fine. So around 20, if we go back to 21 weeks and say, yes, it's okay to have abortions at around 20, up to around 21, 22, 23 weeks, like that. And then it's not okay afterward, because what it seems like these intelligence agencies want to do is they want to have demonic abortions where you abort at 39 weeks. And that is for the hospitals. Remember, this is about hospitals making money. They made money on the COVID, and now they're going to make money on sucking the brains out of babies at 39 and 40 weeks, keeping them alive after that, and then harvesting their organ parts. That's demonic. And that's what, and the demons want to harm the children. Unborn children, angels, souls, they will harm them. They will try to harm them. As young as that, harvest their body parts. This is an affront to God. And so, no matter what you're thinking, taking a baby that's just at term, 1 month old, and harvesting their body parts is an affront to God. That should not be allowed. And hospitals will make millions off of it, because a baby at 40 weeks that can be harvested for body parts will make the hospitals millions. This is so keep that in mind as you make your arguments. If we take abortion off the table and say, yes, fine, 21 weeks, just as it was before, and let's make this about intelligence spies taking down our government, this election, about taking intelligence agents taking down our government and ruining our economy, and mandating this vaccine or virus or whatever this bioterrorism is, make it about real issues and take abortion off the table. There's a chance to win. If not, there may not be a chance to win. Thank you. Sorry for that long discussion.
So, no problem. So quick, before I go to Jamie, I want you to realize, Jim, you are exactly right. So what the Republicans expected out of that was when they leaked that, and they wanted to do this before the election in November 22. It
was before the midterm of 2022.
Correct. This is an old GOP.
No, let me correct myself. It's before the primary of 2022. And let me focus on Pennsylvania. Mastriano he is a former intelligence agent. He is the guy who Josh Shapiro put up more money to have him as his opponent than Mastriano spent himself. And Mastriano was a no abortion guy. What a freaking idiot. You understand? What a freaking idiot.
Oh yeah.
Not because that's
100%.
Not because that might be his religious preference, but it's because that ties the hand of every child who has been raped. Incest. That's bullshit. You understand? And even Republicans,
100%.
Democrats, you can't say that. And you can't tie everybody's hands because you make everything illegal. So let's just go back and take this off the table. So sorry about that. And the intelligence agents who leaked it were not Democrats or Republicans. They're lying freaking spies. And this is not a Democrat or Republican. This is a uniparty takedown of the world. Thank you.
So Jim, to your point, what the point I was making was the GOP took this and they put this October blast out, right? So anybody that's in the space, whether you're Democrat or Republican, political parties always put this October blast out to try and smear the other side, right? So what they did was the GOP tried to take that and look at something noble. But what it did was it painted Republicans as this one-eyed ogre against abortion and taking women's rights away. And this is how they were able to divert 38% of my Republicans to vote in my county. So because of that is the reason that we didn't gain not one seat, right? We didn't gain a seat we won the two biggest towns, but we didn't gain a seat in the county. So then there's all kinds of nefarious behind that, but it was actually 100% a tactic to divert voters. And that's exactly what it did. Jamie.
Oh, guys, this is nice. Jim and James, I'm going to have to re-listen to the space and take notes. A lot of information here, right, Marlon?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is great. So I don't want to interrupt. I got to take a quick phone call. If you guys lose me, I will be back, sir. Appreciate it.
Cool. No, thank you, dear. So before we go back to Stan, let me go to Janice. Go ahead, Janice. Sorry, Janice, you there? No, let's go on to Stan.
Yeah. So, what do I do here? Do I write a motion to compel discovery, or on all these bar associations for everyone that's associated to my case, including the judge? Or do I just write a motion to dismiss based on the fact that it's already public knowledge that they're all members of the same bar association, and which is members of the International Bar Association based in London? Or do I write a motion to compel discovery on if the judge has been to a foreign country to a study under a judicial exchange program? Like, this is crazy.
Well, you know what's a little crazier than even the oath, right? Let's talk about the oath of our physicians coming out. Do you know they can actually take 3 different oaths? They can actually take the Hippocratic oath. They can combine the 2 with their own, and then they can also just make up their own oath. And they're not actually making an oath to their constituents. They're making up their own. I just can't believe that this is accepted by the medical field, that you can make up your own oath. You don't have to take the Hippocratic oath. You can make up your own. So where's the oversight? Who's looking at this? So, hey, James, are you still with us to kind of answer Stan a little bit?
Yeah, I'm here. What's the question?
So
He
the
wants to know
question is,
what his next step is.
Yep.
I would get a FOIA request for all their various oaths, whoever's involved in your case. That'd be your first step. And if you can find nothing, you're going to write an affidavit, and you're going to put them all on notice. I'd copy them all at the same time in the affidavit, send it registered mail. Now it's an accepted court document. You'll get response on that, by the way, a lot. So be ready, because that's taking the bat to the hornet's nest when you do that. But then just be ready. Have your pregame ready. That's why lawyers spend more time in case prep before the actual case happens, because you have to go through. It's like strategy planning, right? Okay, if I do this, what's the outcome? What steps are they going to take? We might do this or this. Well, I need to have this ready. This appeal needs to be ready if they take that direction. And as the person that writes those documents, they're paralegals. They're more a lawyer than a lawyer. Just like an RN's more of a doctor than a doctor. I mean, because they live it day to day. But you'll have to do that process. So your first step is do FOIA requests, everybody involved, and you're requesting for their oaths of office, and you're also going to request for their bond number or their insurance carrier, because those are your 3 pins that you're going to need. So if it's an elected official, you want their oath of office, their bond number, and or their insurance carrier if they're insured. Because a lot of people, we don't have surety bonds. Well, then you have an insurance policy on you, and there's a carrier. I want to know the carrier and your contract number. I'm allowed to ask. And you don't ask direct to the person you're seeking, obviously. You do it on a federal level, do the Freedom of Information Act request. And that's who I'll find the link somewhere, but you can probably Google it and find it because most people know how to use this yet. So that's your first steps. And you get to that point, gather all your data, then you make the case for your claim, right? Now you got to start walking out what legal positions support your claim. And then also you go after the people involved for the other ends of where's their letters stating that they're a forward registered agent, because you're going to make that as part of your argument. And all these things will be stated in your affidavit. And then you'll submit your affidavit and it puts all of them on notice. And they have 21 days to refute your affidavit or it stands as legal fact. And once it's legal fact, you've won your case. And then you ask for a summary judgment from a judge because nobody refuted your claim. And you do this all with paperwork. You don't have to stand in a courtroom, do it all with paperwork. And you can move them right along. And either they're going to fight you or they'll roll over. But that's how you do it.
Or they just keep coming after me with allegations and allegations.
Well, and they can still do that, right? They're going to do it no matter what. That's why I said baseball bat to the hornet's nest, right? So a lot of our guys, they play around in traffic court just to basically flex, so to speak. It's only one case that I was basically an observer on that was the federal case and that came from, like I said, very highly trained, well-researched group of ladies that God helps anybody come at them, I'll tell you what. But that's it, right? So that process is how we can act. We don't need to be that, Billy Badass about it. The small stuff will get most people to crumble. Remember, once they learn their personal finances are at stake through Title 18, 242 and Title 42, 1983, and each one's $250,000 of screw up, and their insurance carrier tells them, I ain't covering it. That's their personal assets and in jeopardy at that point. That's all I had to do.
Title 18 what?
Title 18, 242, and Title 42, 1983. Title 18, 242 is deprivation under the color of law, meaning no mandates, no creeds, no whatevers. If it hasn't been ruled by Congress as law, doesn't affect me. And now, by in turn, if you violate your oath of office, so it does mention that in there, then I get to sue you in civil court. And that's 42, 1983. Which says that you have grounds and standing in the jurisdiction of the corporation to sue them for civil damages. And once they sit down with a lawyer that explains that to them, yes, this is true, they're very capitulate at that point. You might get an occasional obstinate one. My county was obstinate. Obstinate? I think that's right, yeah. Anyway, and I had to come back with FOIA numbers at that point. I'm like, well, in your FOIA, your bond number 634975, Amy? She's looking at me go, well, I might want to educate you again about Title 42. I walked it back in front of everybody, and I handed out everybody a printout of what I was going to come at them with. So the whole crowd behind me knew what I'm about to drop on the council in front of me. So it's what I said about prepping your game, man. This is war. You have to think like a soldier, fight like one, think like a general, be strategic. This is war. And we were sleepy. We slept on our republic. So they took it from us. And that's why we can't have all the good toys.
I like to giggle at the end, James. If again, revenge is served best cold. So you start lighting them up with their insurance policies. Their antennas go up quick. I'm definitely going to hone that technique, James. I really appreciate that. Let's go. Let's try Janice, see if she's back in town, and then we'll go to Elizabeth.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep, got you good, dear.
There we go. I wanted to go back to what Jim had mentioned about abortions. And I was wondering if you all are aware that here in Canada, Quebec has already passed legislation so that women are entitled to what they call an abortion up to 38 weeks of pregnancy. Now, in case you all didn't know, full-term baby is 38 weeks. 38 to 40 weeks is when they expect you to go into labor. So, again, in Quebec, here in Canada, they've already passed that legislation. The other thing I wanted to mention to you is they're going to be gearing up to take another run at us with this flu season and with these shots. If you require hospitalization, you need to do yourself a favor, and I know this information 100% directly, firsthand from my own life experience. Contact the hospital or see if you can do some background checking on the hospital that you're going to be dealing with and find out if they have research programs running by any Red Cross officials. Lots of people don't realize the Red Cross is the Department of Defense. If the hospital that you're dealing with has a research department being run by the Red Cross, you don't want to go there. They lie, they connive, they hide, and they're running all of these. When I first came to Twitter and I tried to tell people that they were experimenting on the brethren and that I was part of those experiences for my whole life, they experimented on me, my mother, and my grandmother before her. And it wasn't until Steve Kirsch, I met him on Twitter, that he went after some of these local hospitals in America and discovered what I was telling him was true. He also discovered that they got their research grants through the Red Cross, through the Department of Defense. That's who was running the show on the research, and that they were involved in this CRISPR technology and gene splicing. So do your research on the local hospital that you consider going to, not your friend. So I'll land there, other than if Jim can answer that question I asked earlier about Fort Detrick.
Go ahead, Jim.
I couldn't hear it before. Could you please ask it again and I'll answer it? Thanks. And I agree 100% with Janice about the Red Cross. The Red Cross may or may not. There are some good people that work in the Red Cross, and that's very important. There are some good people that work in the Red Cross. There are some bad people that are in there. We have to. There are some good people in the CIA. There are some bad people. There are some good people in the Air Force. There are some bad people. There are some excellent congressmen and senators. There are some bad ones, and we have to root out the bad ones. And we have to stop these lying spies who are double agents. And we have to stop anyone who is trying to who is not supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States. So go ahead and ask your question again, Janice. I apologize.
I keep hearing these rumblings that the spike protein was developed under the direct hand of Anthony Fauci in labs at Fort Detrick, and that over 300 scientists came down hard on the Senate, on the government, demanding that they shut down Fauci, that he was dangerous. And I'm told that Obama acknowledged there was a problem. He only shut down 13 or 18 of the worst of Fauci's experiments. And that's how stuff got moved to the Wuhan lab, because guys from Wuhan had been studying at Fort Detrick with Fauci. So,
Okay, now I understand. I want people to stop talking about COVID and start talking about the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein in any form. COVID, once you ask COVID, they say China. COVID, and Fauci is the highest paid government official, or was the highest paid government official, and is not one of the highest players in this game of SARS-CoV-2 spike protein development and release and re-release in various forms. The SARS-CoV-2 spike protein is one of the bioterror weapons designed as a financial bioterror weapon. You know, this was and the financial systems, Goldman Sachs, intelligence financial systems, everything goes back to intelligence. Goldman Sachs just hired the former head of MI6 named Younger, Y-O-U-N-G-E-R, a guy named Younger from MI6. Sachs made a $1.5 billion bet in November 22nd of 2019, that the entire world economy would collapse by the third week of March 2020. On March 13th of 2020, they switched the reagents that were diagnosing the PCR tests. Everything was coming back negative. Nobody was having it. No one was having COVID. Nancy Pelosi in March said, go out party in Chinatown for Chinese New Year. Everybody kept the doors open. Once March 13th, Friday, March 13th hit, they shut down New York. They shut down Pennsylvania, New Jersey, formerly run by a Goldman Sachs partner named Murphy, Phil Murphy. Former governor of New Jersey is also John Corzine, who was also a Goldman Sachs partner, so rich they can buy the elections. Goldman Sachs may have known something, because anybody at the Wharton School of Business would know that if you are making a bet about collapse of or a normal bet, you don't have it all come true on one day. You don't make $1.5 billion on one day. You space it out. They had all their bets on one day in the third week of November, and they made Goldman Sachs, Intelligence Financial Systems, made $100 billion on a $1.5 billion bet. That's pretty good returns. And that should indicate, and the fact that they knew it in November 22 in a Wall Street Journal article should raise investigation level concerns at the SEC, just like 9/11 when they knew who bet against things before they happened, and who's betting that the entire world economy is going to collapse real soon. Is that a bet, or is it the United States? And George Soros is very famous for riding currencies up to all-time highs, and then, as he quotes, stepping off the escalator before the downfall. Watch for watch for George Soros as one of the people who funded the Wuhan lab, who funded a lab in Wuhan at 666 Galaxian Way or something like that, through a Lazard-Frere partnership at the Cayman Islands. A caiman is a type of lizard. Know that the City of London is a separate country, unlike just similar to the Vatican, where they have their own rules and don't answer to the Queen. The Queen bows to the Lord Mayor of London and to people, the financiers of London. The Six Eyes Lying Spies Network may be headquartered in the City of London. Rockefeller Center in New York. CIA was, as I said previously, founded with the help of the lawyers from Sullivan and Cromwell, who formed MI6 and formed the intelligence and formed some intelligence agencies in London. This is an intelligence war, and the intelligence agencies. Look what happened on Christmas Day. Remember Christmas Day when George Washington crossed the Delaware and took out the British? Well, on Christmas Day, two things happened. A plant that purportedly manufactured the ballots to Pennsylvania caught fire in Rochester, New York, and it's in one of my tweets. And on that same day, a bomb went off in Tennessee, in Nashville, and it blew up, it blew up the buildings across from the fortified AT&T building that was the switching network that may have been sending things to satellites and a crowd out of the country to change the votes. That building, it was rebuilt into what looks like an impenetrable fort. There was a country singer who lived across the street who was blown up and he lost his cat. I'll put his name in the chat. all sorts of intelligence operations going on Christmas Day to throw the election. This is a takedown of Dominion voting systems, Hart Intercivics, owned by or run by many people on Bain Capital, which is Mitt Romney's network, and ES&S, all intelligence operation electronic voting systems. Hart Intercivics and ES&S, all intelligence voting systems. If we don't get these intelligence operation voting systems out of our elections, it doesn't matter who you vote for. Still vote and ignore your feelings on abortion. Just vote about other things and don't allow abortions at 39 weeks. That's just demonic. Thanks. Oh, Fort Detrick. I'm sorry. Fort Detrick. Yes, the home of mosquito-borne and tick-borne illnesses. Notice that many I'll put in the chat about soon about radio frequency and how it's been certain good insects messing with certain good insects, but the mosquitoes and the ticks seem to be thriving. Mosquito and tick-borne illnesses is what is researched at Fort Detrick. There was a researcher at Fort Detrick, a PhD named Eric Freed, F-R-E-E-D, who was FOIA'd for his requests about the spike protein and how it's a carcinogen. You may have friends who are dying of cancer, rapidly spreading cancer. The spike protein in vaccine, virus, or any kind of form is a carcinogen. We must ban the spike protein as a genetically specific bioterror weapon from the face of the earth. And those 490 pages remain redacted. Nobody can see them. And they're in some of my tweets as well from earlier on. So
Jim, you know what? I have a question to ask. Okay. And back in 20, right before we get to James here, the Virology College of University of Tallahassee had done a study on 40,000 positive cultures. Okay. And when they took these cultures apart, and they found influenza A and influenza B. They did not find COVID. So they actually asked the CDC for a sample of the COVID. You know, still to today, they don't have a specimen from the CDC that actually is COVID, right? So
yes,
we are big believers that the spike protein.
But they have the spike protein, and the spike protein was transmitted via computer. I want to emphasize that. This is a computer takedown. Remember, www is, if you speak Hebrew, it's vav, vav, vav. It is 666. www is the demonic presence in the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web was founded at CERN. CERN is the Hadron Collider. It is where they are, some people say it's the demonic portal. So look for the World Wide Web can bring good things, but it can also bring evil. And we must always have human supervision over this, the data that can be formed into lies and used to influence us. And that's what we must stop. The rule by deception. And look at the City of London, the flag of the City of London, 2 dragons with upside down crosses that are supposed to be swords. No, they're upside down crosses. They're dragons. This is actually demonic. And it doesn't say God directs us. It says our Lord, Lord Vader, or it may indicate the Dark Lord directs us. We must bring whatever God. If you're an atheist like George Soros, then that may be fine. It may not be fine. I don't know, but we must protect the people of God, and we must bring in God we trust, and one nation under God in the United States back to the United States. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, James.
Well, it kind of veered off of the topic a bit, getting into the SARS issues, but understand that every hospital you go to is actually classified under the legal system as a military installation. This is how they get you in the beginning.
Can you give me that on that in the
Yep.
chat?
Yeah, I can go research it, sure, but you could too. I go look for it, Jim. I know you want me to give you everything every time I speak. I don't have it here.
No,
I
but
keep it off.
if you're saying
Uh,
it because
I get it.
that
I get it.
now I can give you documentation that shows airlines are subsidized by the military because they can be commandeered by the military, but I don't have that same documentation for hospitals, and if you had it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, because it goes back to when it gets down to the language, and the doctor means dock tender. It was ruled under Admiralty law, started in 1871. The British Crown, because we couldn't pay our debts, it goes all the way back to there. Now it's bankrupt. Corporations broke. All the lenders have been settled. Everything's done in that end. Now we have to reverse all the other crap that's been built around us without our knowledge. That's all I'm getting to.
What does
So, like, for
physician, if
example,
you're
the
talking about doctor, what does physician mean?
well, doctor mean dock tender
No, I
because
didn't
you
ask
work
that.
in
I
a.
said, what does physician mean?
I know. Off the top of my head, I'm not trying to be combative here, dude. I feel like that's what you're wanting to make this a tit for tat. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
And
I don't think so. It's fine. Don't worry.
You know, I'm just making a point of reference. No, I don't know off the top of my head the legal definition of physician. If that's what you're asking, I don't know. So I'm just making a point of reference to what we spoke about earlier with the hospitals and why they're involved with the Red Cross and why that all works in a cohesive manner, because it's all part of that underlying system. That's all I'm getting to. So with that, I'd be more than happy to park my UFO in the sunset. Not a problem.
So I don't want you to go into sunset, but to Janice and Jim's point about the Red Cross, there's been a lot of grumblings for a long time. I mean, we all saw the video of the pallets of cash that they had, right? So they've also been implicated. And put my tinfoil hat on. They have also been implicated in bringing adrenochrome across the border, right? So there's a lot of things that are coming out of the Red Cross. I think it's one of the most the leading donation center for the world. I think I forget their value. There is a value to it, but we all saw the pallets of cash, with the Red Cross all over it. So, Susie.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back to what Jim said about the flag of London. Did you say it has 2 dragons on it? Jim? Hello?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Well, it doesn't. It has a kind of a cross and a sword. There are no dragons on. I'm
Wikipedia
looking this
page.
up right
I'll,
now.
I'll show it to you. I'll put it in the chat. Sorry. I'll verify all my
Okay.
if you have any questions about anything I said, I will put it in the chat and verify it. So I will put that in the chat now.
Okay. Because also the double dragons have been representative of the Crown and London and the UK for years. They were from the Plantagenets had whatchamacallits dragons on their flag. So is it because of the history?
England has a unicorn and a griffin, or not dragons, as far as I understand it. So I just put in the chat the flag of the City of London, and go ahead and put in the flag that you're talking about that has dragons on it, that represents England, if you don't mind. Thank you.
It was a question, not a statement.
Well, I have to go back to England, right? Like, so I have this picture in my head of what it was when King Arthur ruled England, right? I have this Excalibur notion that, hey, it was, under God, right? I mean, I have this notion that is this where that culture came from? I've always thought it was fantastic the way that they portrayed King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table and using those things in their their flags, and I think maybe different parts of England may have different flags. I'm not exactly
Can I
sure.
answer that?
Sure, absolutely.
I put in the chat a discussion by Dolores Cahill, done by Charles Coves. Dolores Cahill is the head of the. She used to be the head of the Irish Freedom Foundation. I think now she's the head of the World Freedom Alliance. Dolores is very intelligent. Dolores talks about many of the and gives excruciating detail about some of the issues about legal versus lawfare versus and she also goes into the history of in 1666 the edicts that passed in England that gave power to the City of London, or that changed the structure of the power of the city of London, and then 666 plus 365, and the implications of these upcoming years of 2026, 2025, and the harm that could come to us in the very near future. I also want to make people aware of something called the Deagle report, DEAGEL report, that purports that there may be some severe drops in our population in the very near future. And I caution you, it is going to happen in the vaxxed, in the unvaxxed, in many people, different people. There's multiple shots on goal, and it is racially specific. The SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, just as RFK said, and got lambasted for it. And he got lambasted for it because it's true. The racial specificity doesn't only have to do with the ACE2 receptor. It also has to do with who has a lot of furin in their body, who has a little amount of furin in their body, FURIN, because there's a furin cleavage site that was put into the spike protein. There's TMPRSS2 protease cleavage site in the nose of certain races, and there's CCR5 that allows you to bind GP120, which is an HIV-like T cell damage. So many people, even if they had the vaccine or didn't have the vaccine, have T cell damage, and that is the ultimate real protector against COVID. So and so all these medications that were prohibited, you may want to start taking them now because there's a new thing coming down the pike. Like hydroxychloroquine, the half-life of hydroxychloroquine is 22 days. So you may need very little of it, like 1 pill a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And chloroquine, the half-life of chloroquine is 55 days. So you may need 1 pill a month. Wouldn't that be a great prophylaxis if it was a prophylaxis? And chloroquine may stop Marburg. Chloroquine may stop Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever. What does Crimea and Congo have together to do with each other? The Congo is not near Crimea, which is right near Ukraine. Maybe it's the intelligence networks that have something to do with both the Crimea and Congo. And maybe even Fort Detrick.
I'm very thankful I was able to find a local pharmacy that'll fill the prescriptions for the hydroxy and ivermectin, and also they gave a zinc.
Yeah, and every animal on Earth, domesticated animal, or many animals, take ivermectin once a month. You give it to your dog as a dewormer. You give it to your cows. You give it to your horses. Why not animals? I'm a domesticated animal. Why am I not taking it once a month? And does ivermectin, if you take ivermectin, does the ivermectin actually kill the mosquitoes instead of allowing them to give you malaria? Will that foil Bill Gates' plan? We have to ask these questions to the people who may have programmed the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. Now, who programmed the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein in the virus? In the vaccine. The vaccine was made on a supercomputer called Longhorn, Longhorn, Longhorn at the University of Texas, Austin, by a guy named Jason McClellan, McClellan. He made Inventor of the Year, and his vaccine spike protein that the mRNA makes is designed in every U.S. authorized vaccine, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson. Why is that? Why did one guy's invention go in all three that are authorized here in the United States? And why is the ACE2 receptor on that vaccine still active? Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you. So the day that they outlawed hydrochloroquine, my sister had been taking it for 20 years for lupus.
Hydroxychloroquine. And when it's hydroxychloroquine. And when you take it for lupus, you take it in high doses because it gives you a paradoxical reaction. So, and that's why I say low dose, like 1 pill a week, 1 pill every other week, 1 pill every 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Stella Emanuel, everybody know who Stella Emanuel, Dr. Stella MD is? She is the one who calls it the Sunday medicine. She says take it once a month, like the Eucharist, instead of the Eucharist. Maybe you should take that instead of the Eucharist in these churches. That may stop the COVID. It's coming again. It may not be enough. You may need the ivermectin to get the spike protein out of your cells. You may need some other things, like green tea or methylene blue. Look up all these things that little bits you might need. Don't overdo anything. Look up the benefits of hydrogen peroxide. Why is it off the shelves of CVS? Hydrogen peroxide, little tiny bits. It may stop Ebola. Do they clean an Ebola room, a room filled with Ebola with hydrogen peroxide? Maybe they do. Instead of, if you spray vaporized hydrogen peroxide, does that clean a room after a guy dies in the room from Ebola? I think it might. And we need to start researching this because Ebola may be the next one. Marburg may be the next one. Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever may be the next one. The plague may be the next one. What treats the plague? Does doxycycline treat the plague? Was all our doxycycline that the Department of Defense was buying from China? Why was the Department of Defense buying medications from China right up until maybe even now still? We have a serious problem. And why does the Department of Defense not know that they're buying medications with active ingredients made in China? Who the heck's in charge here? Thanks.
You there, Marlon? Okay. Let's see. We got any more hands? Oh, come on. Somebody's got to raise their hand. I'm not an expert on this subject. Jim, was that you just talking though?
Yes.
Yeah. So how do we find out like what our medications levels are and what we're not getting? So that we can prepare as much as possible. We've been learning some stuff. Janice has taught me the hydroxychloroquine, how to make it at home. And, I did call my feed store about ivermectin and they had like a few kinds. And so now I have to come back on here and find out from people what type, because I didn't know there was different types. So.
Oh, I can clear that up for you, Jamie. You want to look for, it's called Bimectin. If you can't get a prescription for ivermectin from your doctor, you want to look for Bimectin. I think it's still called Bimectin in the U.S. as well. I have a big bottle of it right here.
Okay, they did say they had that, and then it's still dosed by weight, correctly?
Right.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
Bimectin in the liquid form, you would inject that into the horses, but with a human, you're just going to take it by mouth, and it's 1 milliliter for every 33 kilograms that you weigh. And store the Bimectin out of direct sunlight. You want to store it like you would your canned food and such. So you can put that into little small brown medicine bottles with the dropper. You know how some of them have the dropper and it's got the measurements right on the side of the dropper? That's how we do it. We buy the big, huge bottle. I don't know what I did with mine. It's here somewhere. I just treated somebody that was sick. So you get the little brown bottles. It's cheap. And they come with the dropper. 1 milliliter for every 33 kilograms of weight. So
how many pounds was that?
I'm not sure, but I think you guys have like conversion charts and stuff, right?
Right. I know a kilometer is 1.61 miles, so would that be the same thing with a
No, no, no. It would be different. I would research it on the internet. I would ask your browser or search bar or whatever those things are that you guys call it, where you can ask questions.
I'll go grab it right now. I'll go get it. So you said 33 kilograms?
Yeah, 1 milliliter of bimectin, liquid bimectin by mouth for every 33 kilograms. And you should dose in the morning and then dose at night before your symptoms get too bad. It should take, you should be back on your feet. Like if you're really sick and you're having trouble breathing, you should be back on your feet in 3 days. So we treated several people that were in their 80s and they were too scared to go back to the hospital. They had sent them home, told them to come back when you're having trouble breathing or your lips are blue. Well, that's ridiculous. And they got too scared because people who went to the hospital like that were not coming home. They were going on ventilators, remdesivir, and they were dying. So they called us. We went out, dropped off the bottles. Actually, our butcher, he's the one that figured out for everybody. I shouldn't even be saying this online, I'm sure. But he's the one who figured out how many milliliters to give each patient according to their weight. The men would go over, help them get out of bed, get on a scale, and then our butcher would say, okay, well, you need this much, this much, this much, and teach them how to dose themselves. And in 3 days, the one old guy, John and Lynn, that live a farm not too far from me, in 3 days, John was 82 years old, and in 3 days, he was up riding around on his little riding lawnmower, cutting his grass. So I'll land there. Oh, by the way, 3 grapefruit, 3 lemon, 3 lime if you have it. Just the peels into a slow cooker, 3 cans of tonic water that has the quinine in it, and then fill to a couple of inches above the rinds with boiled water, pre-boiled water, because you want to get all the crap out of the water. So between 4 to 6 minutes you boil it for. Put all the ingredients into the crock pot in a slow cooker. Bring it a couple of inches above all the rinds after you've added the quinine pop. Slow simmer that. Put it on slow for 3 hours with a glass lid. Never take the lid off. Turn it off and let it completely cool, and then you can jar it into mason jars. It'll stay good for a couple of months. If you want it to last even longer, you can put it into ice cube trays. Once it's cooled, put it into ice cube trays, freeze it, then pop the cubes out into baggies, keep it in your freezer. And then when somebody's not feeling well, give them green tea or elderberry tea or dandelion tea and pop 2 of those ice cubes into it. Do that 4 or 5 times a day whenever they're thirsty, and you should be good to go. I'll end them.
Hey, and I want to add something. That's
Well,
great, Janice. I want to add a couple of things. Number one, or ask some questions. Number one, how would you take the home made hydroxychloroquine or whatever, or the quinine and the would you take that just for prophylaxis? How often would you take? Would you agree that every animal needs the ivermectin to be considered once a month? And would that maybe prevent you from getting could it possibly prevent you from getting the malaria if you take it in very low dose once a month? And of course and then hydrogen peroxide gargle, 2 teaspoons water, 1 teaspoon hydrogen peroxide in a nebulizer, or half cup of water, 1/4 cup of hydrogen peroxide gargle with a drop of iodine. Could this help to prevent getting these respiratory issues? And would it be best to ask your physicians about this while you try these things? Thank you, Janice. What do you think?
Well, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a nurse, but I am an Amish and Mennonite person who's been using this stuff my whole life. We don't normally get sick. It's quite rare that we do because we usually use the hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin as a preventative medicine, the same as dandelion tea. So if you make it a habit of every couple of days, just one ice cube of hydroxychloroquine in tea or coffee, you should be fine. If you get sick, if somebody is already sick, that homemade hydroxy, you want to start them with about 1/4 of a cup 2 to 3 times a day if you don't have ivermectin. If you've got ivermectin, then you can use them at the same time, but you might want to talk to your doctor, especially if you have blood pressure issues, because hydroxychloroquine, we find, does make people feel lightheaded if they take too much or too often. But if it's just a couple of ice cubes, 1 or 2 ice cubes every few days in your tea, you shouldn't get malaria. And if you're using ivermectin like you do with your livestock, people don't understand. Ivermectin is an extremely multi-purpose medication. We use it with even the kids and pregnant women after the first trimester. At least we try to make sure if somebody has stopped nursing, because we use breastfeeding as birth control. So if a woman is going to stop breastfeeding, we make sure she gets dosed up with ivermectin prior to that, and then try not to use ivermectin until, like if she gets pregnant, till she's about 2 months along before we'll use ivermectin again. Prior to that, we just use the hydroxy. But when you're dosing it in very small doses with the children, it helps to prevent everything from ringworm, roundworm, tapeworms, you name it, plus viruses and flus. I mean, we don't really call it a virus, we just call it the flu. I mean, if you listen to your body when it talks to you, you won't have to hear your body when it starts screaming. So I'll end there.
Well, thanks for
Thank you
that,
so
Janice.
much, Janice.
That was outstanding. Thank you.
So I did.
Jamie.
Just real quick. I did put the conversion chart down there.
Someone's got a mic open.
Yeah, so Prodigal, that 33 kilograms is 73 pounds. So that's that. Jamie, if you don't want to buy ivermectin and do all the conversions and stuff from the Tractor Supply, you can get ivermectin online. If you go to the FLCCC protocols website, they have lists of doctors there and pharmacies that will, dispense ivermectin to you. That's how I got my ivermectin back in 2020. I did have some horse paste on hand, but I was able to get, the pills, and they, wanted to know my weight, so they gave me the right thing, the right dosage. And then the third thing is down below, I put in the pill, there's a brand of mouthwash that has a certain, I need to look at the back of the bottle, but it has a certain medication in it that kills 99% of germs. So if you gargle with that twice a day, it'll help keep the cooties away. And I don't do it every day, but when I go to town, I come back and I just gargle with that. And I haven't been sick in 3 years.
Thank you,
gargle
Susie.
away.
What's that?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I put the conversion chart down if you want to copy it.
So hey, I just want the space to realize, hey, we are going to kind of come down to the end. Anybody would like to come up with some last thoughts, please come up and share them with us. And having talked about the spike protein, and that I think they came out with a study that eggs, directly fought against this spike protein. And I was a victim of this. I was stuck in a veterinarian hospital for 6 weeks, and for 6 weeks straight, I got sick every time I went in there. So we're hearing, about the eggs would prevent or help fight against the spike protein. And then all of a sudden we had this egg problem, and chicken factories are going down, and people couldn't have their own eggs produced by their own chickens because of the feed. Right. So let's we need to put it in perspective of what we're being told and what we're listening to, what we're following. Right. Let's go to Trickster, Prodigal, and then Janice, and then we'll think about putting a bow.
Sorry, I'm like in the loudest place I could possibly be right now, trying to sneak away. First of all, Janice, if you could turn that into some kind of like recipe or something, and like share that with the room or me, I'd be like greatly appreciated. That sounds like you like figured that out and simplified it. And then just to everyone regarding hydrogen peroxide, you want to obtain food grade hydrogen peroxide because the stuff they sell, the more diluted stuff they sell is appears to be diluted with bromines and heavy metals. So there's toxicity issues with it. So you want to get a food grade, something that's been tested and clean, and then dilute it yourself with properly distilled water. It's super dangerous to get low grade stuff. It's almost every instance. But hydrogen peroxide.
Exactly. That's why I use that crest that I have. That way I don't have to worry about it.
So it's funny, we switched our toothpaste. We're using Hello now, and it's made out of charcoal, and it's black, right? So when you brush your teeth, it's actually black, right?
Be careful with that. Activated charcoal will deactivate any medications you're taking.
See? Crazy stuff, right? This stuff we're learning. Unbelievable. Prodigal. Go ahead, man.
Hey, just a couple quick things. Marlon, I seen a picture of you with the general. You're a tall sucker, and Susie, would you share all that information to my Telegram, please?
Yes, dear.
I'm not that tall. He's just a short guy. Let's Janice, go ahead, dear. Janice,
can you hear us? Can you hear me, Marlon?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's go on to I guess Angela maybe.
Yeah, Angela was next.
Hey guys, I requested to speak a while ago, but I've been keeping notes. I wanted to share a couple things. When you guys were talking about we have the control to put out the fires, and we talked about whether or not we could have put out the fire in Canada, I would question whether or not we even have the ability to start those fires, which, I think we also addressed that later on in the conversation. We talked about the age of abortion, and I will tell you the reason they want to encourage it later and later and later is for the later conversation that was had about the body parts. They want the body parts more developed. Thirdly, we talked about the SARS-CoV-2 and Wuhan labs. I am going to tell you with straight up honesty, it didn't have to come from Wuhan. We have illegal biolabs in the United States. One was found in Reedley, California in October of 2022. They didn't disclose it to the community until late July of 2023, as in a few weeks ago. I went down to the city council meeting when it was being discussed and got a list of the 20 pathogens that were disclosed by the CDC in the cleanup of that lab. And by the way, dengue and malaria were part of it. So if we're talking about dengue, and malaria being a concern in the US, well, we can possibly look right to the labs in our own backyard. There were over 900 mice in this lab that were bioengineered to both catch and carry SARS-CoV-2, and there was a population of wild mice or rats that got access to the food that was being kept in this lab for these lab mice. And they mixed populations because they found feces in the middle of the lab storage section for these other wild animals that got access to this facility. So it's possible they're coming from right here. They don't have to come from overseas. These were illegal Chinese national registered labs. In fact, the one running in California was licensed in Las Vegas, Nevada. Lastly, or no, there were two more. City of London versus the UK or Britain. For those who don't know, City of London is a separate entity, just like Washington, D.C., or now Washington, or the Vatican. They are separate institutions, and so they would have their own flag. And lastly, the eggs that were brought up. It is the choline in the yolks of the eggs that is helping, and I believe it's actually the bile acids that our body makes with that choline, because I am finding low bile acids in all patients post-jab. Secondly, I met with a researcher from Sweden the other day who told me look more into IgY, which I have been looking into, and that's also found in the eggs. So there's two potential issues coming from the eggs, the choline and the IgY, that are helping us. Thank you.
Wow, that was awesome. Thanks for coming up, Angela. I did give you a follow. Thank you. Well, that puts that to bed, huh?
Killed it.
She mic dropped it, man. Let's go to Noon, and then we'll go to James.
Good morning. You know, the thing is, you guys are Americans. In some states, you can get ivermectin off the shelf. In Canada, we have no options but to do these things. And many of...
Can anybody else hear her?
Hello, check.
Yeah, hold on. You know what, Noon? You're a little bit like low.
Is that better?
I can just barely hear her.
Okay, I'll switch devices. I'll come back.
I'll put you right up there in the way. Okay, James.
Well, I was going to mention on the ivermectin stuff, every community or state, you should be able to find a local, what they call compounding pharmacy, and they can make you any of these things for yourself. I get mine that way. No, it's not as cheap, but I would argue almost it could probably be done through the RX guys, Premier RX. That's a question we need to find out, actually.
You know, I was thinking that, so go ahead.
Yeah, because if they can do that, because they have their own compounding relationship. Matter of fact, I think that's the most genius thing I thought of in the last 10 months.
Until recently, guys, ivermectin wasn't being prescribed in most states. That's been kind of a recent turnover possible around that. But in Tennessee, they passed it as being over the counter. So pharmacies in Tennessee, as well as compounding pharmacies, could make that and distribute it through the United States.
I like the idea. Tennessee's not that far. We pass through it twice a year, so that's even better for me. Yeah, for me.
Drive on through, pick you up yourself some ivermectin, and keep on going.
Right. But nonetheless, the Premier RX, given the group coverage program they have, that could be something that they could work in the way that works for the medications, because it's so cheap, because you get that flat line pricing system. So it's something we need to bring up for sure when the next time they're through here, Marlon.
Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. That'll be an excellent question for him. Pretty smart. I'm smart. Noonie.
Okay, as Americans, you have access to human grade ivermectin and HCQ. Put together the back, and in the first column of that are all of the literate doctors who can give you prescriptions for these things. And again, some states you can get, ivermectin over the counter. I'm not sure about HCQ, but if you're close to Mexico, you can get it there, from a vending machine. And there are many of the doctors who have these telehealth services also sell packs. Dr. Stella has a fabulous pack of things that you should prep for and have in your medicine chest, because we're going into a particularly nasty flu season, because we're going to be a lot of very exotic flus. Have this stuff on hand. Don't wait till you get sick. It should be right there in a little box. All of this stuff, you can even put some chicken noodle soup in there, whatever, everything you need, because it's early treatment that works. So pay signs in your body. But in terms of all of these things, if you have access to prescription, to like a better grade where you have a surety about the dose. That's the thing about looking at your recipe. You don't know the dosing. Moreover, many of your fruits that you're buying are already contaminated with something called apeel. So, if I had the option, I would be going to one of these doctors I'm in Canada. We don't have legal ivermectin or legal HCQ option. In the USA, you do. And there are many doctors. There's the FLCC, there's myfreedoctor.com, Dr. Stella, there's, the wellness company. They all have, services that you can use, prescriptions that you need for your family. And I would highly recommend that, because apparently it's been coming out that apeel has been in the food supply for quite a while. So unless you're growing your own lemons and your own limes and your own grape, how do you know it's not been contaminated with apeel already? Just saying that. But the Red Pill Starter Pack is basically a link to a bunch of links about everything countermeasure 19. And it starts off with things about that are literate that you can go to. Don't go to an establishment doctor. They're illiterate in this. And then there's some of the treatments, and they're all listed there. Like, you have many to choose from. And then, some of the things that are working. The egg studies are in there. The studies of what works, like the nattokinase, things like that. And there's also, some of the detox protocols. The article that just dropped from Dr. Mack is in there. And then other information as well. And there are links to many of these sites. And if you go to the FLCC website, loads of information. If you go to, another, other of these websites, they have loads of info as well. So just read. Bring yourself up to speed on it, because you cannot trust one damn thing the CDC, FDA, or NIH, or Health Canada are going to say. They tried to kill you, and they're going to try to keep killing you. So don't listen to them. Read. Understand what it's not rocket science. It's just a matter of reading. To pull out a dictionary to figure out what they're saying, because I know I do. I have to pull out a medical dictionary and go, oh, that's what they mean. You can do it too. But the thing about it is, it's just a flu if you're not vaccinated. If you've had a vaccine, you have to work on your immune system, you have to work on detoxing, and you have to have that kit ready for when you feel ill, because it's apparently after a particular shot. I can't recall if it's shot number 3 or shot number 4, that changes in your make it so that the immune system does not recognize the spike as a threat. So basically, you'll be having a bad reaction. Well, you won't even have a reaction. That's the point, because the immune can't go, puff up the glands, and that's not going to happen. You'll just get sicker and sicker. But there's better explanations of that than myself. Like the doc down there. She's the one who had an excellent space on that. So it is just being like a Boy Scout and being prepared. Thank you for the time. Yeah, the doctor can talk about those. Oh gosh, what were they called?
Yes. Dr. Geert Vandenbosch says 2 or more vaccines is causing sterile immune refocusing. And with the US study, they're looking at IgG4 antibody class switching, and they said it starts after the third, or, it would be after your first booster. So a little bit of difference in what they're finding and reporting, but they're reporting the same thing. It's basically that the immune system is shutting off to recognizing or fighting anything having to do with SARS-CoV-2, and in fact, it may be shutting off your immune system to other things, including cancers.
So,
100%.
so Susie and Jane and James, this is the most infuriating part, right? Because we had judges that actually passed these laws to discontinue those salage of hydrochloroquine and ivermectin, and shouldn't they be held responsible because they had their influence give them like the right to be able to withhold these medications from the American people? This is another example, James. Go ahead, James.
Well, Trump did the right to try right when he was in office. Where he goofed up was you should have the right to try, period. He made it for people that are out of like standard options, but he should make you have the right to try anything because it's you. You should have sovereignty over your own body. But I want to touch on another space I was in. Another lady was talking about lipo. Basically, it's a nanite level vitamin C, and that at a high dose has tremendous ability to squash all these infections. And I'll look it up and drop it in the thing, the particular style of vitamin C that she
It's
recommended.
liposomal.
Thank you. So I thought maybe we were in the same space with me when she covered that. Now that's interesting because I'm very much like, it's all about the nutrition. I'm convinced that the body's been designed to be perfect in defending itself against anything that's in our closed loop. The planet's closed, right? So there's nothing new flying in from space, new alien bugs. So whatever's here, we're designed to kick its ass. So, but if we don't have all the proper tools, if you got a flat tire, you can't run a race, no matter how good your engine is. And I think the base foundation stuff that's been stripped from all of our food systems is what we have to really, if you get that up to the highest levels. I mean, I learned that myself when I had this whole uric acid deal. And I learned that people do intermittent fasting, they should supplement potassium, whole thing. But the doctor just said, oh, you got gout. Take this pill whenever it's a problem. Well, then I look what the pill does. It robs your liver's ability to produce certain enzymes, basically makes your liver lame. Oh, yeah, take that pill to put down the acid, but meanwhile, I'm beating the snot out of my liver. Yeah, I'm going to pass. What's the root cause? It goes back to nutrition. And that's the end of the day, I think, for all of us to keep in mind as we move forward to combat whatever is coming down the pipes here.
Real quick, and something I've been really worried about based on how some of these Western docs have woken up and are starting to turn to nutrition, they weren't trained in it. And much of the nutrition that's being recommended is synthetic, as in like D3. So one thing I really want to point out to people is in nature, our food supply does not ever contain only one nutrient. Those nutrients are found surrounded by other nutrients that are also helpful and help the body be able to absorb, digest, etc. And this whole conversation that we were having about the eggs and the choline, I'm finding every single patient that I have run labs on after vaccination low in choline, which means you have low bile, which means you can't metabolize fat, which means you can't metabolize fat-soluble vitamins. And by the way, studies 10, 15 years ago showed that 92% of American women were depleted in choline at the time of conception, and it's needed to make brain, spinal cord, nerves, all that kind of good stuff. So I think we were pre-depleted, and glyphosate and other toxins can play a role in that, as well as simply not getting enough in our food supply.
Great stuff, Angel. I'm glad you came up today. It was great. Let's go to Fed Up.
Yeah, a couple of those things you were talking about. I saw Dr. McCullough in one of his interviews. He showed a chart on some of that stuff, and yeah, it seems like I think where they're having the issue is some people, and maybe it's just the reaction of different folks, or maybe by what shots they got, and we know some people we got saline with their first shot. So really shot two's only shot one, and then some folks shot two with shot two. But it really seems to ramp up on shot three as far as a lot of this stuff. He was showing a chart on, some of the all-cause mortality, some of these different conditions that they've been seeing a large increase in. It just shoots through the roof at shots three and goes to the moon on shot four for the folks that were going to take that, and which kind of coincides with what Dr. Cole said. You were saying about the cancer. That's when he really saw the ramp ups in cancers. Where he was at was some was shot two, but people that got shot three, the cancer rates are through the roof. And so when you really match them that, and also what Thomas Renz presented, what he saw from the military, a lot of some of the side conditions, shot two would really boost them up, and shot three was like the death shot, which makes sense with McCullough, because part of also what McCullough explained was it's the build of the spike proteins. Because he said from research he's seen and also with his patients that a lot of the spike proteins, if you don't take another shot, our body's miraculous. If we do the right things, we can clear it in like 12 to 15 months. But the problem is, who waited 12 to 15 months that got these shots between shots? So when you already have some spike protein still left in the system, then you add a whole new dose. And then the third shot, you're adding a whole dose on top of that already, it just keeps building and building and building, where, that's why a lot of the folks that maybe took one shot or spread out the first shot, might be why they were doing better on some of that stuff in Britain than we were, because Britain spread theirs out to save vaccines, because they were, how their thing is. And then some places were doing, get a boost, get it, you got shot one, then got shot two in 3 weeks. Well, those folks really got hammered, from what McCullough was talking about. So the folks that spread it out farther, of course, did better because their body naturally cleared more of the spike protein.
Well, I think, besides the social pressure that was put on our society to take these vaccines, now, we have to be sympathetic to these people that have gone and been entrapped in this cycle. I mean, my particular family, we did not get the vaccine, but a lot of my family members did. A lot of my family's changing their mind, asking about gardening and nutrition, and it's really been a big flip. Let's go back to Angela, and then we'll think about putting.
Have you guys also dove into the Smith Modernization Act to understand how the media was working together to simply lie to us? Have you guys studied that one? Sweet.
Well,
Sure.
I can take it all the way back to HR 4310 that Obama signed in, where it gave the media the opportunity to be able to print stories without proof. I mean, I think it would start right there.
Yeah, the Smith-Mundt Act was signed back in 1948, but it was only allowed to be used on foreign soil, when we were doing military operations and things, to, destabilize governments, change citizens' minds about their governments, those kind of things. Well, Obama made it in 2012 legal to do in the U.S. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, he tied it into the NDAA Act. Oh, I'm sorry, Marlon.
No, go ahead, Jane.
I was going to say he tied it into the Defense Authorization Act, and that's how it got bundled and swept in one of the omnibus issues. And then when they did that, you'll notice a distinct change in the media almost instantly at that point, because they're no longer under any threat for what they put out at all, anything. They can say whatever they want to say. But it's been said, and if you start to watch the mainstream media now, there will be all of a sudden, like a flip of a switch, and the mainstream media will start confirming what we've been ridiculed for. And that happened with Jim Tapper a week ago when he said, you know what, Trump was right about Russiagate. He was right about this. It's a clip. I'll find it. But and he just went down like 5 or 6 things. And the 2 co-hosts are looking at him like, somebody hit this guy in the head. So I think we've lived through a lot of the setup for their system. I think now we got like the end game, basically, like in the Marvel movies. We're at the end game, the final, coup de grace play where they try to take all the marbles, and we got to live through that part of it. I think that's kind of where we're at in this. And that'll be this winter, because come January, gloves are off. All the information comes out in that public case, and all the stuff that people thought was maybes are going to be all put on public record with Trump. So until then, they got to run the gambit.
With every last dying breath, I would bet. Fed up. Go ahead.
Yeah, that the Smith Month Act we've talked about in some of the spaces I've been in quite a bit, because you've seen how they've used it. As just ridiculous over the last 3-4 years. Because the things that because they can lie with impunity now, and we've seen the congressmen and people like Adam Schiff, people like Fauci getting up there saying the stuff he said that he knew was a lie. These type of things, they can just lie with absolute impunity, and they have the protection of the federal law now behind them. And it's even trickled down to do you think a lot of these state officials haven't considered that when it comes into a lot of these things? Because I got to see it here, because a lot of y'all are for the first time getting to see and deal with Mandy Cohen, who's the new CDC director. I dealt with her all through COVID. She was our equivalent to CDC director here in North Carolina. She ran our COVID the entire time. I get to see her smiling face lying to us every day on the TV. Because when Trump would come out and do his briefings, of course, North Carolina had to come out and do theirs. And it's the same thing. She would get out there and just flat out lie about evidence that we could look up. We were in a way lucky in North Carolina because we have a state law about certain data that has to be publicly available. That's how we figured out early they were lying about the hospitals, because our hospital data, as far as beds and why they were filled or not filled, is public record. You can go on the state website and find it. And that's where we were figuring out, they were saying, oh, well, there's only, 2 ICU beds available in the whole state. Well, but then when you dug into it, you found out, oh, yeah, well, almost every hospital had this many beds shut down due to staffing. Not because they were full with COVID patients. They were shut down because of lack of staffing before the pandemic, but she'd get right up there and just lie flat out that it was because of COVID. And they don't care because they have that backup. When Obama got that put through and nobody saw it, that's why they do these 2,000, 3,000 page bills, is they can bury these things like that in the bottom of them that will screw us for decades.
Oh yeah, you're 100%. What do you have to say about it, Albert?
Yeah, well, I was actually had my hand up about the nuclear waste coming out of Japan. So, and I just plugged in, so I'm not exactly sure what you guys are talking about here now.
All right, well, let's go to Kevin real fast, and then we'll go back to that. And there's other evidence of that's been out there for years. That let me go to Kevin. I don't want to kill the convo, and then we'll go to you, Albert. Go
I
ahead,
just
Kevin.
came on too. I had something different what the GOP is and Liz Cheney's doing, but I'll wait.
All right, let's go to Albert, and then we'll go to Kevin, and then
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say, because one of the things when I was working in the military, when we were over in Kuwait, all right, there was a facility, oil rig. They do oil factories. So they discharge so much chemicals out there. It looks like a swimming pool water depth of the Indian Ocean. And one of the byproducts is they get 2- and 3-headed fish that they regularly catch, and it kills off other species as well. So this nuclear waste is going to be bad.
Well, there's been evidence that they're finding it in the seafood, in the crabs, right? Because if you look at the current there, it actually deposits everything into the Baltic Sea, right? So the Bering Sea and the Baltic. So, there's been evidence of radiation in that seafood for a while now. So this isn't anything new. So, Kevin, you want to
Yeah.
give us the GOP outlook?
Yeah. I just ran across this. It's called the Republican Accountability Project. And guess whose name is on it? Shaney. They are running ads in Florida, attack ads against Donald Trump in Florida and in New York. They are actually running a billboard ad in New York with all 91 of his indictments going down the list. The GOP is running attack ads on Donald Trump in Florida and New York, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, run by Liz Cheney and neocon hitman. Liz knows that if Trump is elected, she's going to jail along with all the other that destroyed evidence from J6. People, this is going to get really nasty. This is going to get really. I hope it doesn't turn into a civil war, but what they are doing to this man is third world. It isn't even. They don't even do this kind of shit in a third world. You got your own party running attack ads on you, and if you don't think Ron DeSantis is part of this, you're out of your mind. They are all coming after him because they know they can't beat him at the polls. And they are going to do everything, including trying to keep him off the ballot. We have got to stand together. We have got to stay strong. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I have to write his goddamn name in, I will. I'm tired of this. If we don't get him back in office, this country's over with. I'll land my plane right there.
Well, honestly, again, when we were talking in the beginning of the space, an executive order that he signed, this had to happen like this for this executive order to actually take effect. So we'll see. I'm sure in the coming weeks, we're going to hear more and more about this executive order and what it triggered. Let's go real quick. I want to go to Carm. I haven't heard from Carm yet. Good morning, Carm. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good morning, Marlon. Thanks for letting me up. Good morning, Jamie and Sue. Thanks for co-hosting. Great space. Man, I heard that name from North Carolina, and it made me laugh because, Mandy Cohen, dealt with her through the, thing. But I say this, they're not going after Trump. They're coming after us. We, the people, stand for Trump. We, the people, back Trump. We, the people, are the ones they're coming after. And the way they can censor us and shut us up is get him out of the way, because we, the people, see who he stands for. And he puts America first. He puts the American people first. And I'm with you. If his name ain't on there, I'm going to write it in. But at some point, we, the people, we have to band together and get it done. I mean, we have to back him up, and I believe we're doing that on the spaces. But again, it starts in the grassroots level. It starts in your community, your local community. That's where it starts. If you get involved with your local community and start getting involved, getting out there, doing whatever you can do, and vote. Voting is important. Everyone has given up that hope. I hope not. I hope everyone gets out there and votes. They vote before the day of to ensure their vote is in. Don't wait till the day of. That's what the conservatives and Republicans, we wait till the day of. Let's go early and let's go vote. Let's use their tactics against them. We have to be heard. We must be heard, and it's our constitutional right. So we need to get educated and knowledgeable on our Constitution, our rights, and stand firm, stand with Donald Trump and Trump 2024. God bless him. God bless the USA. God bless everyone in here. Proud to be an American citizen. Thanks for letting me share, Marlon.
I'm proud to be an American, too. We need to take it back. That's what we're doing here. So it's the community. It's the unified voice. Angela.
Real quick on that point where we're talking about states trying to take Trump off the ballot. I happen to live in the commie state of California, and Newsom has already suggested it. So I am reaching out to my brothers and sisters who live in a majority of states that have primarily Republican legislatures in the state. Why can't proactively states who have Republican legislatures put forth legislation in their state that if any state in the union should remove the primary candidate from either party, they retain the right to remove the opposing candidate from their ballot. I don't know. To me, it seems like it would keep things on the up and up.
What do you think, Fed Up?
Hey, I have Praying Hawk 144 here. If you want, she wants to say hi.
Oh, please.
All right, let me see if I can make this work. All right, Praying Hawk, you hear me?
Hey, you guys. Hey, Dr. Angela. I was just listening to you through Albert's phone. How are you doing?
Hey.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, I've been clipped. So my account got suspended Saturday night. For what reason, I don't know. I sent of course, the appeals through, one of which was, tell me what I did wrong, seriously. And number two, I said, look, you can follow me on my other social media accounts. I post the exact same thing on Facebook. So if you have a problem with me, Elon Musk, Mr. First Amendment, how come Mark Zuckerberg doesn't on Facebook? So I said, go follow me on Clubhouse, go follow me on Rumble, go follow me on Instagram. It's all the same stuff. So I don't know what happened, but who knows? So yeah, I was just on Clubhouse, Dr. Angela, with these with Michael Tronick and with Jay Truth, and we're arguing with same old doctors, right? Different day, different year. Here we go again. So anyway, thank you, Al.
You mean the paid operatives?
Yes, the paid ops. Rohan, Eugene Copeland, yeah, the whole crew. Anyway, you guys have a good day, and I appreciate Albert going to bat for me too. And it is a little strange to be clipped, and you're so used to hearing, wonderful people and participating in your democracy, your civic responsibility, and weighing in on things. So I was like, well, luckily I've got Clubhouse to fall back on. So yeah, we're over there getting prepared for the hurricane that's about to slam Florida, and I think Michael's going to open a room on that, and yeah, debating this nonsense with the quote unquote virus. I will tell you this, Dr. Angela, go look up the antimicrobial fear mongering they've got going on. Tomorrow morning I'm on a CDC phone call where they're talking about the use of vaccines to prevent antimicrobial resistance. And they're talking about population control, population surveillance. So that's a call I'm going to be listening into tomorrow morning.
Praying Hawk, they caused this antimicrobial resistance by putting the antibacterial hand crap in every grocery store, every school, everything, and told people to get OD'd on it, right? I mean, I actually had patients who I was measuring their gastrointestinal diversity, and it was at 0. And I looked at mom and I'm like, has he been on antibiotics in the last 3 months? She's like, no, not at all. And I looked at said young man and I said, are you kind of using a lot of the antibacterial hand sanitizer? And he put his head down and he shook his head. And I looked at mom and I'm like, that's what did it. That's why we're getting a resistance. It's crazy.
Well, they're reporting on the sepsis, increase in sepsis cases at the hospitals, and then they're going after the use of antibiotics too. So again, I'm going to go back on mute. These dogs are listening to me.
Well, it was good to hear your voice, Susie.
Yeah, I want to circle back on I'm just going to write in Donald Trump. If he's not on the ballot, I posted a thing down in the bubble. Write-in is only allowed a pure write-in is allowed in 7 states. 9 states actually do not allow write-ins at all. And 41 other states, you have to be, the candidate still has to file paperwork in advance of the election. So be aware of what your write-in laws are before you just decide that you're going to write somebody in. Okay? I just wanted to say that.
Wow, good point. I like that a lot, Susie. Wow, you're telling me that
I can't write somebody in Tennessee. It's my vote's going to get thrown out.
So you could have 81 million voters write in Donald Trump and he still won't win.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Let's go to Mr. X. Mr. X, you there, buddy? Jamie, can you hear him or Susie?
No, I can't hear him.
I can't hear him.
Okay. Let's
No.
go. How about
James,
try it now? Oh, now he's connecting. We'll bring him back up. Let's go to James, and then we'll go to Janice.
Well, I was going to say the whole election thing in 2024, I think our system will either be clearly process of fixed by then, or the bad guys coup de grace did its job. Because between now and just January, it's a longer stretch when they've learned the first round, COVID won, the psychological warfare and how to wage it. They learned the effects, the behavior patterns. They studied it, I guarantee you. I told you, they're going for everything now. I mean, you just heard the whole GOP's running ads against Trump. And Trump told you, don't give any money to the party. Give it right to the candidate. Because he knew. He knows. And what you guys have got to understand, these political parties are private entities, just like the bar, just like the Boy Scouts. They're private member associations. That means they can do whatever they want. Well, they set all the voting legislation down. All these rules and all these games were designed by them to exclude just mom and pop coming up and taking a crack at becoming a state rep or whatever. You got to get involved with the party. Well, now I'm involved with the party. I'm a member of that association. Now I can play the game with them. If you stand outside there, that's why they don't want you to run an independent, and they exclude them. They've built the system that we're playing in, so just understand that. Because I know everyone's frustrated, and they want their voices heard, and they're aggravated. But understand they designed a very complicated mousetrap and told you just a fun game to play, and your voice is going to matter. But it's both wings are tied to the same bird, and we're not that species of bird. So, anyways, I'm going to give you a heads up on that. Just remember that as we go forward through this.
Good way to look at it. We're playing their game that they made. Mr. X. Wow, I can't hear Mr. X.
Nope, neither can I.
By the way, with that last guy, I'm glad he's on our side because that laugh, ooh.
Oh, I know. It's a little cynical, isn't it? Let's go to Janice. And I'm sorry, Mr. X. For some reason, I have no idea why your speaker's not working. Let's go to Janice. Go ahead, Janice.
Mr. X, you might want to try dropping out of the room and then coming back in and requesting a mic again. That usually helps. So can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I ended up falling out and then had somebody come by for ear treatments and stuff while I was trying to figure out why I disconnected. Marlon, you were talking about the charcoal toothpaste. You don't need all that store-bought stuff. Just brush your teeth with baking soda and then use a peroxide mouthwash. It helps get rid of all of the germs and whatnot in your mouth and in your throat. Just mouthwash with peroxide and gargle with that. And stop. For heaven's sake, everybody, stop with all of these hand sanitizers and all that stuff that these antibiotics, not antibiotic soaps, those the soaps, hand soaps that they sell that are supposed to kill all the germs. If you're really worried about germs, remember, germs exercise your immune system. You need them. That's why we send our kids outside to play in the dirt barefoot. Kids need germs. You need germs. It helps to exercise your immune system. If you're really, really worried and you've been around somebody that's really sick, just use white vinegar. Just plain white vinegar. We carry it around in little spray bottles in our bags, in our handbags, and we just spray that on our hands. If we use a public washroom, we spray the taps with just white vinegar to disinfect it. So, I mean, we use that to clean our cutting boards and our kitchen counters. We use that to clean our bathrooms. White vinegar pretty much eats up all kinds of, we use it in our laundry instead of bleach. Just white vinegar. It's cheap and very effective. And with that, I'll land there. I think somebody had questions for me, but I dropped out. And like I said, I had to do ear cleansing for somebody. So I was missing for a bit there. But thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Vinegar. We use it for a weed killer too. Mix it with soap and salt, and actually is one of the best weed killers out there. Let's try Mr. X one last time. Sorry, Mr. X. Can't hear you.
Nope, not a word.
Wow. Let's go, and that's a shame because I always enjoy to hear. Let's go to Shane. Shane, how you doing? Good to see you.
I'm doing well. I hope you can hear me because I'm having technology issues. It's as soon as you brought me up as a speaker, like I lost all audio. The most amazing thing. Couldn't hear a thing. Had to drop down and come back up. So hopefully you can hear me.
Yep, you're good.
Angela, I don't know that I've ever run across you, but I did follow you because one thing, since this whole thing started, like with the lockdowns and the whole whatever, I'm not medically trained nor legally trained by any means. I always have to give that to everybody. But I became obsessed with all this COVID crap, and I've gotten to know a lot of doctors. I was blessed in the very, very beginning because I had I'm going to say this right, microbiologist, epidemiologist with a specialty in immunology and virology that lives in my district. And I met him before the lockdowns happened, like days before, because he was stuck on that ship in Oakland, California. As a constituent, he reached out to me. So first it was the battle to get him off there, but then from there it was his expertise of over 4 decades of studying all this stuff. Probably part of what sucked me into it. I don't know.
Shane, I wish I had known him then, because one of the individuals that stepped off that ship when it embarked from Mexico before they left from Hawaii was one of my patients. So yeah, I was February 2020 already in this.
Exactly. And actually the irony of it was when we were being prepped for there's something bad coming, and do not identify, if you hear about anybody that tests positive, do not identify them any closer than county, because there's going to be retaliation. People are going to be full of fear and all this stuff. Well, I'm getting ready in the morning one day to go to committee hearings and whatever I had to do that morning. And I'm listening to local talk radio, and this guy calls in from the ship. And he not only said his name, his wife's name, the exact city they live in, and like threw this all out there. They're stuck on this COVID positive ship. And I'm like, oh dear. But he did say that the city he was calling from, and he did say that he had reached out to his state rep and his state senator. And at the time, pre-redistricting, that particular city was split between myself and one other person. So my thought was, well, I haven't heard from him, so he must be the other person's constituent. Until I got to my office and there was a note on my desk saying this person called. I'm like, oh, here we go. One of the best things that ever happened, because Angela, I don't understand half these medical research papers worth of 2 hoots. So I went to this man constantly. I sent him everything. Translate this, put it in layman's terms. So I would like to have a conversation with you offline, only because like the information will get a little deep for some people because I've gotten to know it a little better. I'm not saying I'm like perfect at it by any means. It's a learning curve of life, but there is a lot of really unique things. And I recently got an email. Well, I'm sure by now it doesn't matter. Somebody did a lot of investigative research, if you will, on a local old folks home or senior living facility. And within 6 days of the injection rolling out, they lost, I believe it's 78% of their population perished. So there's a lot to unpack in all this. And I will tell you, Angela, that I'm sure you know a lot of the same people that I've come to know. And I've actually held spaces trying to raise money for some of these doctors when they're being persecuted. We did have the compounding pharmacies that were doing this stuff underground back then. And I've gotten to know one pretty well on account of the Minnesota Pharmaceutical Board sent a formal request to this said compounding pharmacy for all prescriptions of ivermectin, what doctor signed off on them and what patient they were made out to. And this was back in 20. Doing the nail biting thing, no difference than the different medical boards throughout the nation that were going after doctors, which I'm sure you're abundantly aware of. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Dr. Eric in Texas. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
So Eric and I have become like the two tightest friends that have never physically met. He keeps telling me I got to move to Texas, but I keep telling him it's too damn hot. Plus, somebody's got to stay here and fight because otherwise it's a lost cause. So there's multiple factors, and my daughter graduates next year. So this is something I'm pretty passionate about and pretty well adversed on. If you recall the patient that was flown from a Minnesota hospital to a Houston hospital, she's been in a few spaces where I've been in, the now widow, but we were all, there was handful of us that were very, very involved in that. And like, all I can tell you is the obsession became great of like learning and getting educated as fast as you can on something you know nothing about. But the vast majority of it was common sense. And
Well,
the
and
number
Shane, I will tell you another reason why I would love to talk is because a lot of these docs who have been persecuted for trying to provide early treatment were, and some are still unaware of total package of nutrition and metabolism. And until very recently, none of them have connected the choline piece, which I have found consistent across all patients. And when you sit and look at the vast amount of conditions that everybody is reporting, choline becomes a common thread between all of them. So if you can use your voice and your influence to start helping educate, there is research out there galore. When people come asking, I'm like, look up choline and eye disease, look up choline and myocarditis, look up choline and all of them, they're tied. So it's something that needs to be discussed more.
Well, and you have a colleague in your state. I'm not going to say the name. I'm pretty sure they wrote a book. You probably know what I'm referring to. I've had conversations with said person. But you also made reference to some of the doctors that are more opposition, I guess is what the word I think you used. So that's another part I like to take offline because I don't want to get into all that right now. But there is much to this. The other thing you brought up is about state legislators. If someone's going to be taken off the ballot, then take the other one off the ballot. I'm guessing that just as you said that, or somebody did it. I think it was you. They're trying to use the 14th Amendment, and I actually have an article I just read this morning. I know where I can find it quickly because I read so much it gets hard to find some of this stuff. But I tried to use to bookmark it or save it, but then that became so convoluted. But I know where I can find this one, and you'll find it interesting too. The constitutional law professors have come out saying that yes, they actually have the grounds constitutionally to remove Trump from the ballot, based on, and then they list it all out. So they're going to turn this in every play they can, and so to try to be bipartisan in this particular thing. Look what they're doing to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'm not saying I agree with everything he said. It's not my point. They're taking out any opposition that goes against the narrative. Somebody else mentioned the right to try that Trump signed. That actually went to Trump based on a state legislator from the state of Minnesota who was my district mate. He was on the other side of my district, who did have a critical life issue, and he was denied that opportunity when he was younger. And it was something he pushed hard. He's no longer a state legislator, but and then he actually got to go to the White House when Trump signed it. He got a pass in Minnesota, and then he went to the White House and Trump signed it. So the shortness of what it should have included, I can't speak to that. But I know I've talked to his mother at length. Actually, in your fine state, I was in San Diego when I did that, and all they went through when he was a young man and what he was going through, and they were at the end of life, scrapping, and they got some doctor to like just go ahead and do something, which obviously worked out, many years later. And now he has 2 little kids, and He's very conscientious of his health, but at the same time, he fought really hard for the right to try. So I'll give him that. But yes, Angela, if you follow me back, I'll DM you my phone number and we can have a lot of really good conversation as far as legislation. I'm thinking that we would have no constitutional grounds to counteract it because the 14th Amendment, even though that I find this argument a little bit weak because I haven't read into it enough, that would probably be the counter argument in those conservative states like Tennessee or where they have like a 75% stronghold. I'm guessing that there would be pushback from a constitutionality, but just my 2 cents and just the front thought. So I'll not try to bore everybody with all this kind of whatever. I just can't wait to talk to Angela. So anyway, thank you.
Well, I'm glad you were here, Shane, to get exposed to Angela. And actually, this is the first time that I'm speaking with Angela. So I'm really happy that she showed up. Welcome to the neighborhood, Angela. Thank you.
I'm glad to be
And I'm
here.
glad you're
Thank
on
you.
our side. I'm glad you're on our side. Let's try Mr. X one last time. Mr. X.
Hey, good morning, Marlon,
There you go.
Carmen. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Got you good.
All right. Hey, it's great to be in the space. I feel very fortunate to actually have Shane in here. And of course, great Dr. Angela, all the Texas, all the truckers. I think it's very important that we continue on and really encourage people to keep talking about what happened for these last 3 years because it's had a profound effect on everyone. Whether or not everyone wants to believe it or not, there were completely healthy people that took these damn shots based on the mandates, and their lives have been ruined, literally. And all you congressmen and all you government officials, you really need to start, talking about this on our just in Congress in general and to the masses because I am one of those people that were severely injured after taking the second Pfizer shot. I didn't believe in mixed matching. I didn't believe in any of that. I believed in, you know, what the message was being said from the beginning, and we were doing everything correctly, working remotely. I'm fortunate to work for a very big company, and they had us go remote, so there was no COVID, no catching COVID, nothing like that in our family. And we were always healthy all the way up until, July of 2021. And it's really important that I say this because I'd never had any shots. And for all of us who say, "Oh, well, I'm a pure blood," well, you're not a pure blood because, when you were a kid, your parents had you inoculated, and it's just a matter of how many times you've been shot up over the course of your lifetime on whether or not, you can say that you're a pure blood all you want, but you're not. So we have to have, like Marlon, to Marlon's point, we have to have sympathy for these people who are truly injured. And sadly, that happened to me. I actually voted for Trump for presidency when he got in. So I'm not a very political guy. I like to know what we're dealing with. And even when he was touting the safe and effective bullshit, I didn't get the vaccines, and I didn't want the PCR test rammed up my nose, right? So what was I going to do? Well, I was going to do everything I could to mitigate, from coming down with this COVID. And so I did everything, and I never had it, never, all the way through the whole entire thing. And I was pretty proud of it. And then, of course, the mandates came, and even though they were safe and effective, I still didn't get the vaccines. So I was like, okay, well, what do I do? And my company started pushing it. They were PCR testing everyone. And I was like, I'm not going to shove that thing up my nose. Who knows where that came from? I have no idea where the sources came from. Yeah, it says on the government free. Nothing's free. So I said, well, my friends have got it. My nurse friends, everyone, they haven't had any reactions. And so I took it on July 2nd of 2021, and I was perfectly healthy all the way through my life. Remind me, I've never had any flu shots in my entire life. Okay. So if anyone's pure blood, it was me. I've never had any shots, none. So this is something for everyone to hear because they need to hear it loud and clear. I'd always been very, very healthy. Yeah, I'd come down with the flu. I'd have a 7-day flu. It would be like every 3 or 4 years. That's normal. Our body's made to do that. So you can read more about my stories. I was wishing Albert was on here with Praying because Praying's account got nipped. My earlier account got nipped, the healthroughlove.org. That's where I started to come out and say, hey, look, here's my story. It'll be out there for the masses to see. And so I led with death from vaccine because I was in a very bad place in July of 2022. All the way from 21 to 22, I was a really bad place. Headspace, just pissed off at the world. And that's why I came out with deathfromvaccines.org. Everyone needs to hear it. And so there's two, and I had two profiles. My healthroughlove.org got nipped. The account got clipped. And it's so pathetic and sad to think that the Twitter profile got clipped because that was the one I was leading with. It's been an uphill battle ever since 2021. You can go read my horrific story. It's on healthroughlove.org. I encourage everyone to read it. There is no filtering of anything. It's exactly what happened to me. And if you want to try to take a chance with these shots, like a spin the revolver and what do they call it?
Russian roulette.
That's right. You want to play Russian roulette? Be my guest. Go look at it and see if you want to undertake what we've been through. And so you have to hear all these people out that are severely injured. We need help. And you know what? Sadly, last year, I was so bent up and so beside myself going into July that I had no other choice. Mind you, I'm an extremely savvy guy. I have a deep financial background. So the last thing I wanted to ever do was declare bankruptcy. But you know what? My back was pushed up against the wall. It was either I take my own life or I try to mitigate it and try to help myself because that's where people's headspace is at. So everyone really needs to pay attention and understand that this has had profound implications, not only on the vaccine-injured, most specifically these people who were healthy, but just on everybody's personal everyday life. And so, I really appreciate you, Marlon, for allowing me to come up here. Carmen, you guys always run an amazing space. If you ever have any questions, please you feel free to DM me, you guys. I didn't mean to take up any time, but it is something that needs to be heard. We are left with nothing. We have no options. And so, like I said, I came into a better headspace in October of 2022, where I finally was able to reach out and help others who were even more severely impacted and injured from these death shots. And that's exactly what I call them, because our body ramped up, it fought back, especially mine, and it threw me into a cytokine storm. I know everything there is. My family background I have a deep health practitioner background from my father. So I'm speaking from the truth. There's nothing that's ever been hidden throughout this whole entire thing. And people just need to awaken to that fact that yes, these shots had profound implications on hundreds of thousands of people, and it's just being suppressed. And the reason why it's being suppressed, Marlon, I was going to share, I don't know, everyone hasn't mentioned anything, but like I said, I'm a very tech savvy, financial astute guy. I've got accredited background from bachelor's at college, and I'm the real deal. So the funny thing is that I'm so versed in everything, but the reason why these messages keep pounding into our heads, and no one I don't think has even mentioned it, is from the Bloomberg network. This thing is just being pushed through Larry Finch and all of these guys. We need to address these major issues because this is why everyone is having to listen to the same thing and being indoctrinated into this methodology of fear factor. And we can't live like that. Look what's happened in the last 3 years. I try to bring this all into perspective because there's so much. It runs so deep, and we got to start with the people that are severely injured because there are so many people that are left out of employment. I mean, I have to go to my work and feel this head pressure and head pain and not understand how to address it. And believe me, Angela, I agree with you on the acetylcholine CDP. I actually have a bottle right here of 120 capsules, 250
But
milligrams
is it,
of
yeah,
CDP.
is it acetyl or phosphatidyl?
No, it's very great that you asked that, right? Because I did phosphatidylcholine, right, from the Now brand, because we're just trying to search for everything, right? And I went through 2 of those bottles per my father, and he knows the stuff. But then when I went to in September and October of 2022, I went to Gero Formulas per my other doctor, with acetylcholine, CDP choline of 250 milligrams. And I blew through that like no other as well. The 120
But
capsules.
just a heads up, because mast
Yeah,
cell is tied to low phosphatidyl. Acetyl doesn't help with gastrointestinal, and the mast cell has to do with the phosphatidyl. I don't like the Now brand. It's the delivery system that matters. So we can
agreed.
talk in the back channel if you are still kind of poking around with that. But the
Yeah, I
people
am.
I've
I
been working
am.
with, mast cell has been greatly relieved with the phosphatidyl.
Well, so then that's great that you asked that, because if you can follow me or follow the account before we get
Done.
doxxed. I
This is
know,
my
I know,
second
I know
account too.
I know Praying got doxxed. We got doxxed, and then this is the last one that I have here, which is the Mr. X. But that was the whole notion of why I went with Mr. X as well, is because we were not being heard. It's just it's a phenomenon that I came up with, and I was like, well, look, the X has 2 shots, so I'm going to go with the 2-shot logo. Yeah, no, great that you asked that, Angela, and then I'll wrap it up, Marlon and Carmen. I really appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to share this information. I think it's super important. And I think that the vaccinated are crying out, and we just need help. Because honestly, the pressure and the pain that we've gone through, the suffering for 2.5 years, 3 years, no one's showing any testing. No one, everything that we're putting into our bodies, it's a war on our bodies, especially if everyone was impacted the way that we were. And no test results. We're putting all this stuff in, but we don't have any tests to conclude whether or not it's truly validating whether or not what we're
Don't say
doing
no
is
one,
really
say
working.
not mainstream.
Well, mainstream, sorry, mainstream. But I've been through 3 to 4 dozen tests along the way. I'm talking about measuring the spike protein, just measuring us and what we're doing. But yeah, no, great that you asked that, Angela. I have the Jaro formulas, acetylcholine, CDP choline, 250 milligrams as well. I've gone through all of them. But I agree. And I do have gastro issues along the way earlier as well. So
Hit me up
yes,
in the
I,
back
I,
channel.
I
I'll
would,
give you the two that
I
I was
definitely
using. Yep.
will. Perfect. I will definitely do that. And with that, you guys, bless everyone in this space. And thank you so much for staying here, Shane, and hearing our story. There's so many more that are just like me, if not even worse. And yeah, please, do everything we can to try to end this horrific nightmare.
So, Mr. X, I was so disappointed because I knew you were going to lay it down to us that you couldn't come up and speak. And I'm going to tell you, I would really like actually you and Angela to really reach out to MAGA. And then this way, what we can do is we can supersede that media now, right? This is why it's being effective, Angela. Now that we can put that out where we're getting it past that media membrane, right? And that's why, joining MAGA mission and bringing that mission to and let us help you supersede that and get that story out, Mr. X. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear the story, like, 6 months down the line and how much of that story that people did see. So awesome.
Well, you want to hear that story, go hear all of our colleagues as well and follow them. House Lindsay, she's been leading this whole thing. It's definitely not about us. It's about, my story has been to help others, and we're doing everything we can. The big stories here is like Dan Hartman, Ernest Ramirez. I mean, these are the stories. I am Brooke Jackson or Brooke Jackson. These people are the ones
To the point Mr. X is
helping.
making, we all have to push for legislation for this criminal enterprise to have to pay for the healing treatment and research on all these that have been injured.
And I just want to say that, you know, Mr. X, you said hundreds of thousands. I would say that the toll is probably in the millions. How many of them are going unreported? How
That's
many?
right.
Yeah. So, you know, to your point, the hundreds of thousands, you know, it was real funny. And Angela, you'll like this. In 20, when we did the trucker convoy in New Jersey and Salem Fairgrounds, I had an opportunity to be standing next to React 19. And when, by the time the end of that day was, I was promoting React 19, because when I was handing the flyers out to individual people, it wasn't just, oh, I heard about, no. It was, oh, my sister or my cousin or my wife. There was many more than just what they're saying. So to have that opportunity, and Angela was a big proponent, not you, Angela, that was working with React 19, and they were giving a portable service, you know, a mobile service to be able to go and treat these people, because they couldn't get in their car and go to the doctors. They had no other recourse. So I feel like, you know, React 19 has come a long way, and I did not keep in touch with them, but you know, I hear the React 19 all the time, and I'm glad to hear that they're on the forefront. Let's go. So Fed Up, let's go to Shane first, and then we'll go to Fed Up, and then James.
All right, another question for Angela. So you've really dug into this, obviously, and with your background, your education, your experience, one of the things I've heard from many of the medical professionals or scientists or researchers, what have you, is they've never identified the actual COVID-19 thing. Is that true? I mean, like the original COVID.
So you're talking SARS-CoV-2, right? Because
Correct.
COVID-19 is a set of symptoms. And we have heard many times that it's gone around, but let me tell you, this isn't the first time in history that that's true. Even polio is now believed to have been caused by DDT exposure, not due to some exposure to polio. And the symptoms of polio today are called Guillain-Barré syndrome and are predominantly caused by vaccines. So this isn't the first time in history. It probably won't be the last time in history unless we all stand up and make a difference.
So, but has any researcher or any medical professional been able to identify under a microscope the actual COVID-19, that the thing that they play the fear on?
No, and they
has
never
it been
will.
identified?
Here's why. Viruses are not living entities. They do not grow and reproduce under a microscope. They never will. They are genetic information, and they simply pass from human to human via exosomes, not the way they told us. It's not transmitted the way it's transmitted when you sleep next to someone, breathe the same air as someone for hours at a time, live in the same home. The spike is the toxin. The spike is the toxin that's shed between people through exosomes. So it is not like a bacteria that you can put in a petri dish and grow, which is why we'll never see these things under a microscope, period.
So,
Okay,
Shane,
so wait a minute. How did influenza A and B go away for all of 2020?
They didn't. They were just
And-
called COVID because they made a big game about it. And these, the kits that they had us use for testing were non-specific. They were non-specific such that they actually measured flu as COVID. Or we've heard tons of stories of people that had kits sent to them and they were recorded as having been a positive when in fact they never even submitted the kit. So there was so many shenanigans going on with said kits and the quote unquote diagnosing, which is not even what those kits were about. Those kits were never meant to diagnose a disease. They only meant that the genetic information had passed through your body. It didn't mean it caused a disease. You can have had that information come into your body and never caused a problem. So, yeah.
So, okay.
Shane, hold on. Let me say something. Hold on.
Wait a minute, Marlon. We're getting somewhere here. So,
Okay, bro.
so just give me a second on this one. So based on that, Angela, in your professional opinion, and I'm not actually, no, I don't want on that, but your observation, would you agree that the 2020, with all the excess mortality, a lot of that had to do with remdesivir, propofol, fentanyl, and ventilators, because that was very financially lucrative, number one. Number two, when we started seeing the spike, did the spike come more so from all of a sudden this like well-presented, pre-planned injection? Because I refuse to call it a vaccine, because it's not. They actually changed the definition of the vaccine. So would you agree that the spike actually came more so from that, which is like the lingering product that potentially is causing all the harm going forward?
So the deaths that were experienced in 2020 were primarily due to failure to treat. So doctors turned their backs on their patients, refused to provide early care, and simply said, stay at home until your lips turn blue. And then they went to the emergency room, where a typical early treatment would be non-effective, right? It helped some people, but typically speaking, when the virus has been replicating inside a body and the body's been unable to correct the immune response by the time they get to the hospital, and then they put them on treatments that were not appropriate, in my humble opinion, for said exposure, whatever that exposure was. The remdesivir, the ventilators, they were all the wrong thing. If you look at the percent of people that came off the ventilators alive, I believe it was less than 10%. I'd have to go back and look for sure, because a lot of the states are still hiding that information. But the excess deaths didn't start until 2021, as you said, and that's what the data is showing. And the excess deaths started after the vaccination program. And again, as you said, this is not a traditional vaccine. They changed the definition of vaccine in order to apply said thing, because you guys may or may not be aware, the biologics and vaccination protocols for approval in the United States are very different than for pharmaceutical medications. So they passed this as a pharmaceutical instead of a genetic therapeutic, as it was licensed, or sorry, it was the patent was as a genetic therapeutic, and genetic therapeutics would have taken a minimum of 10 years of safety research, and they didn't want to do that. So, yeah.
So Shane, the reason I wanted to interrupt you was because in the beginning of the space, we talked about this, and we talked about the virology. Yeah, sorry, I can't talk today. The University of Tallahassee did a study on 40,000 positive cultures. And they were positive tests. They were diagnosed as COVID tests. And when they did the study, they only found influenza A and B. They did not find a actual specimen of COVID. So and the reason I'm repeating this is because it's exactly what you're talking about. And this is back in 20. Now, when they asked the CDC for a culture or a specimen, they would not give them one. So you're talking about a college who took 40,000 influenza A and B cultures and just proved that it was influenza. There is no COVID. That was the conclusion of that test.
So to that, Angela, I think as long as I've learned this right, because like again, I'm not medically trained, but they were also spinning the cycle thresholds at a much higher rate, way beyond the norm, which is initially I didn't understand what that meant. And I had to have my little virologist, epidemiologist explain this to me. But to make me understand it, it was the way he helped me get there was, if you look at something under a microscope at 10 magnification and it's not there, well, then if you turn it up to 40, then you can find it. Now, that could be from 30 years ago.
I'll make it simpler. As I said, a virus is just genetic information. The process of cycle threshold is replicating that genetic information. So what the initial type of testing that was used, you're never supposed to cycle threshold above 24. That's it. Never above 24. Fauci had them cycling between 30 and 40 times. So they were replicating any genetic information that might be there, and it was then replicating other things that were causing flags on tests. Or just as I said, the tests were never specific to specifically SARS-CoV-2. So they were picking up all kinds of genetic information, right?
That's my point, because I think in Minnesota they were doing them at 42. So I mean, you just said 40, but we were doing them at 42. So thank you for that.
So, and James may be able to speak to this. We were talking about insurance policies and some kind of governance over this, right? So obviously these vaccine companies have created this contract with the U.S. government that they're not liable. So where is the accountability? What, is it the doctors that approved it? Is it the FDA that approved a experimental vaccine? Where is the liability?
Well, first and foremost, this is a DoD project, right? This is a DoD project. And secondly, even under EUA, if there was fraud committed, right, then somebody's liable. And I would say, based on all the lies that were perpetuated by the media and all of our government officials and many medical providers about safe and effective, these were never tested for their safety and their efficacy, not once. That was not what the testing was done for.
So as the Americans standing in the room that are vaccine injured, I understand, to Mr. X's point, what is the recourse? What do we do as Americans now? What do we do as far as accountability?
Yeah, Marlon, just to add to that, Lindsay's up here too, and I encourage everyone to hear what she has to say coming up. But I mean, we've done everything. A lot of us have been fully injured to where we can't even go, they no longer are able to work and have an income. And so we're trying to find these alternative bullshit incomes. And sorry if I throw that out there, but it's been brutal. I mean, we try to put our information out there for the better, to, also benefit and try to help us at the same time as far as our incomes. Because a lot of us, let's face it, I mean, I was 42 years old at the time, extremely healthy, the top of my game, and I lost it all. And everyone else has too. And so we're sitting here trying to figure out, how do we continue just to live not even an extraordinary life. It's a horrible life. We're just trying to learn how to live and make a living. And so we try to do these alternative income sources where go tell your story, create shirts. But then we get backlash because people are like, oh, well, they're just profiting off of their injury. It is beyond words. It is sickening to think that we, at such a young age, and I'm now 44 years old. Let me mind you, I filed my VAERS immediately because I knew it was going to be a fight for my life, just like all of my other vaccine-injured friends. And I am just the injured. It's not the ones that have to live with this for the rest of my life, like Dan Hartman, who's having to fight for his life. And I've put out both of our websites, and I'm so fortunate to have the Heal Through Love as well as the Death from Vaccines, because I've taken all those proceeds and I'm trying to get all the sales from those clothing to go towards Dan Hartman's fight, because that's the real fight that we're up against. That's where we're going to win. And so you guys just asked that, how are we supposed to come up with these alternative sources? Well, I'll, leave it at that. And then, of course, I encourage you to have, ask any questions to Lindsay as well, because she's the ones that are fighting too, as nurses who had a very, very great income and now all of a sudden have lost everything that they have as well. So thanks, Marlon.
Mr. X, the bigger point, and I do have a lot of empathy for people that are vax injured, but how long have people been vax injured that the medical community would never acknowledge? I'm talking about,
two and a half
people
years.
coming out of the
40
military.
plus years.
40
My
plus years
daughter was
for them.
32 years ago. Yep.
Yep. 2.5 years for us. already. I know some
So
35 years, 40 years. I mean, and we've had vaccine injuries from all kinds of vaccines come out just from the COVID vaccine injuries. It's unreal. It's sad. It's they've been gaslighted for so long and swept under the rug. It's so sad. They're still fighting though. They are still fighting.
well, Lindsay, I'm glad that you came up and took a mic. I haven't talked to you and it's been a minute. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad that you're here to be able to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was summoned into the room, so I don't know the topic. I kind of caught the tail end. But as far as the CICP, the compensation injury program from the countermeasures, because it's still considered a countermeasure, it hasn't even moved over to the vaccine injury table yet in 2.5 years, which is insane as well. And they want to add it to the childhood schedule, but yet it's still not on the vaccine injury table. That's even more insane, but they've only paid out 4 people for their injuries, totaling $8,000. Other countries like Germany, Ireland, Scotland, they've been paying out their citizens $120,000, $150,000. The USA needs to fix their broken program. We are surviving. We are barely surviving. Some of us have lost their homes, some have been homeless. They're committing suicide due to all the stressors from their injuries and then their financial ruins. We've had 7 marriages, including my own, ended in the past month within our community. I mean, it's killing us, literally killing us. And they know about us, but they choose not to help us. We've met with them. They've seen our videos. They know they've tried to hide the trial participants. They tried to hide Bree. They tried to hide 15-year-old Maddie DeGarry. I mean, just like they don't exist. So they know about us. They just choose not to help us. And until they acknowledge us, we won't have research. And until we don't have research, we won't have the proper treatments and we'll just keep on going or until we, our last breath. This is the hill we will die on because the future, there's going to be so many more injured. They keep pushing safe and effective, safe and effective. It's not safe and effective.
And
Not at
Marlon,
all.
I want to share to Lindsay real quick. Lindsay and I know each other very well, and I love her dearly. One of the things that we need to push for as peoples is that this research needs to happen and these people need to be taken care of, but it needs to come out of the profits of these pharmaceutical companies, even if it means bankrupting them and every one of their shareholders. I'm not kidding. I'm that serious because otherwise it's coming out of taxpayer dollars. Again, all of the vaccine compensation funds are taxpayer dollars. We need it to come from the pockets of the people who profited, period.
I do know 75 cents off of each vaccine manufactured was given to the CICP program. That's it. But the rest is taxpayer dollars, y'all. They are using us all the way around, 100%. Every aspect of our agencies are captured, every single last one of them, including the medical field.
I mean, hell, we could probably say Fauci probably got more out of payments for this than
Yes,
the vaccine injury program did.
he did. And it's disgusting. Go ahead, James.
So again, now we go back. Right now, we have to look at the foundational problem and the way that they crafted legislation to be able to get these people to skirt this. Right. These are the actions that need to be called out. I know everybody says, "Oh, we're not going to get anywhere with Washington," but if we don't fix it now, how many more problems are going to be in the future? Right. So, we as the collective thought have to go back, and now we have to fight on all 3 of those fronts. We have to be in the beginning of it. We have to stop it there. We have to stop it now, where the present, and we have to protect the future. So
Marlon, you can look back to
Go ahead.
previous legislation to do just that. We'd have to reverse the 1986 National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. We'd have to reverse the PrEP Acts, which there were 2 that Obama signed
Yeah.
that
There's
have
2
impacted.
cases right now against the PrEP Act. I
Yep.
do know that.
All of those would have to be reversed if we wanted to step forward in a clean slate.
100%. 100%. Especially the 1986 Act.
So, what that does, Angela and Lindsay, what it does is it gives a basis to be able to start tearing it apart, right? So you guys just coming in and talking about this, right, will give some people direction. And I know there's a lot of motivated people in this space that are going to start taking that apart. So to have you guys in the space and actually talking about it from experience, we would love to give you the opportunity to help rewrite this. Okay. So now, we have the tools. We have Washington out in front of us. This is coming, Angela and Lindsay. So it's outstanding that you were
There
here
is
today.
a rally going on next month, September 29th in DC. It's called Operation Truth, and it's for all countermeasures, including the remdesivir and ventilator hospital protocol deaths, as well as the vaccine injured. So I do know that. I'll get the flyer and I'll post it in the bubble and in the nest for you guys. Some other cases that are going on, you guys heard about Dan's. The big censorship case is a class action. There's, I think, 6 or 7 of them that filed. They are suing Biden and the government for censorship, which we've all encountered that. And then there was one more. There's a hospital protocol death with remdesivir case going on. So those are the cases right now that are about. And Danielle Baker, the coerced nurse, she was vaccine injured, transverse myelitis, and now congestive heart failure as of a few weeks ago. She has filed a workers' compensation case against her employer. So more suits to follow, but they're slowly starting to come about. All of these will all be precedent set cases.
Can I hop in, Marlon, real quick?
Sure.
All right. So, and sorry for the people in hand, I just why it's fresh in my head. There's a closed loop circle to this. They've planned this extinction event for us as far as they're concerned, because it comes back down to money that's in a public trust in our names. They closed the trading facilities. I talked about it last Friday. They closed it. They're all closed. And they listed Bloomberg as the beneficiary. Now, what you have to ask yourself is, well, why are they going to get all the money to come from the public trust systems? Because there's more money tied to your name than you can imagine, related to gold and everything else. But anyway, why does Bloomberg get it? Well, you got to get back down to Executive Order 13818. And this is all forms of trafficking. Anyone that was vaccine oppressed and injured because they were coerced, they were trafficked. It all falls under the one thing, and all that money sweeps to the Treasury eventually. So right now, you have to go against your local politicians that made the mandates enforced, your employers that pushed it on you and violated your rights. Those are the ones you go after for now in your personal cases or groups of 10 or 5 or whatever. And that's how you do your first round of the lawfare against them, because those cases can get won. And that because right now Pfizer already knows it's done. It knows it's done. It transferred all of its commercial products, like the regular day-to-day stuff that people take, to a whole other company. And it made more money during the vaccine period than it made in its 85-year history prior to combined. Pfizer made something like $195 billion or something. Some unbelievable amount of money relative to its whole past, because it goes back to the 1882 or some crap. That should tell you how bad the game's been played. And then in 2015, Pfizer went and bought all the blood thinning companies that manufacture blood thinners in the United States. Bought them all. They knew what was coming. They designed it. It all ties back down to wanting to claim the value that you are worth as a sentient, God-created human. They figured out how to corporatize it. They made a pile of money off it. Now they want to take the money at whatever the cost. And that means they got to kill a bunch of the useless eaters, as they call us, or the chattel. They're going to do it. And this was their coup de grace move that they thought they're going to do it with. But they didn't read the fine print. They said we're going to fail. So with that, I just wanted to chime in while I was all stuffed in my melon. But I feel for all you guys. You have my empathy, and sorry everyone else that I bypassed you.
And to your first point, they also created the first ever blood thinning product for babies. It was either 4 or 6 months old to 4 years old when they approved the new, jab for them as well.
Right. I remember reading that, and I'll tell you one thing. Further, go back to the Spanish flu of the 1900s, right at the beginning, turn of the century. They Spanish flued us, quote unquote, got everybody sick, And then they crashed the markets 10 years later. They robbed wealth. They basically grew a crop of wealth because the United States was the most profitable and most flourishing it had ever been. After the Civil War, there on out until they created the 1871 event happened and we got traded off for debt and all that other stuff. After that, before that, we were flourishing, the envy of the world, creating things no one thought of. They didn't like it. So they created a system. This is just a historical repeat of what they did back in the early 1900s, and oddly, another 100 years later. So if you can learn your history, it's in
Yeah,
there.
100%. So I call it the triple threat because they made remdesivir. They made money off that. The jabs, they made money off that. And then Paxlovid. Oh, you got sick from the jab because you caught COVID because the jab is ineffective. Oh, here's Paxlovid. Let's fix you. So there's their triple threat. It's disgusting.
And a few of the monoclonals as well. And to the point that was just
Yeah.
mentioned about when we got bailed out, I believe it's the City of London that reacquired the corporation that is the United States, right?
Correct. And then under the pact, the City of London was acquired by the Vatican 400 years before. So the Vatican, at the end of the day, owned it all. Now, the Pope issued a warning about 9 months ago that all securities have to be returned to the Vatican. Why? Because the United States was coming to collect. And we did. And that's why Dr. Jan Halper came out and said the corporation's dead. We have severed ourselves from the Vatican. But that's at the top. We still got to fix all the crap at the bottom. That's what we, the people, have to do. And we're at that point. And I love getting these spaces where we can start. I'm so excited because from 4 years ago, when I was figuring it out then, I was like one of 10 people in the whole freaking universe. But now I'm ecstatic to see the people start to put together all the pieces because it was a big puzzle.
One.
Well, that was it, right? So it's the big puzzle that we're trying to put together. So that's why no matter what we talk about here, whether it be green energy or the trucks or any of this, it just feels like it's a government overgrab, guys, right? They're making money on every aspect of what we're talking about. And that's why these conversations are, they go into these one little spots, right? So it's quite exhilarating to hear it. Let me, I know we got some hands that are up. I would like to go through the hands, and then, maybe we can get a little strategy down and we can converse with MAGA here and we can put some kind of plan together in action. Right. So let's go to Fed Up.
Hey, skip me one, go to the next one, and come back to me. I'm in the middle of making food for one of my kids.
No problem. So let's go to the Thinker, and then we'll go to the Melissa.
Good morning, Marlon. Good morning, Susie. Well, good afternoon now, depending on wherever you are, if you're on the West Coast. But anyway, somebody asked about information, like finding different types of information for yourself. And so some pieces that I found useful when it comes to this bioweapon is Dr. Judy Mikovits. So the realdrjudy.com, I think that's her website. But she has a lot of videos. She has a lot of information. She's been involved with a lot of the research from like a long time ago when vaccines, I think she talks about like 1984 in the 1980s when they started putting this stuff in the vaccine. So very long time ago. Also, people have heard of Karen Kingston. She has a different perspective from a consultant perspective. If you all probably know her, you can weigh in. I found her information interesting. Dr. Zelenko, bless his soul, passed away. But I know he had some natural supplement, Z-Stack and Z-Detox for people who have taken the the jab. So you can look on zstackforlife.com, watch his videos, hear his story. You could decide for yourself. Also, one of the things that I'm noticing right now and just kind of been paying attention to for the last year, you'll start to see a lot of the advertisements for this RSV vaccine. Okay, so what I'm noticing, and you all are noticing the same, because you all are smarter than I am.
And the flu vaccine too.
they're advertising it to pregnant women and elderly people. Okay, so just put your mind together. Advertising RSV to pregnant women and elderly people. About maybe 2 years ago, there was in the middle of the pandemic, there was another situation going on where a lot of little babies, before, I think it was right before, maybe right after they started, approving for the little babies to get shots. So if you all missed that, little babies were getting RSV more so than they were in the past. So they were in the ICU, emergency room, and everything. But during that time, I mean, in my area, and I think it was about 4 states, I'm aware of people could not get any medicines for their children with RSV. Like they had to travel 2, 3, 4 hours, either out of state or to another location to get medicine. They took it off the shelves. So now all of a sudden, a year and a half, 2 years later, they have these vaccines for RSV. It's a vaccine for everything. So they're going to shoot up pregnant women and elderly women. Elderly men and women with RSV vaccine. So, and then you heard the thing about the shingles, the same thing. So my last 2 points is logic. I'm a logical person when it comes to like engineering. And when we used to program, you program things logically and you say, if it is a bioweapon, then what? If it is not a bioweapon, then what? Or if it is COVID, then what? My point I'm making is there's no such thing. What they're calling COVID, it doesn't exist. Like for what we know it to be. They're just calling it that. So a mask will not protect you against a bioweapon. A mask will not protect you against what they call COVID. These vaccines that they have will not protect you from what they are calling COVID. So you have to reframe your thinking around what's really happening. The stuff that's being released cannot be protected with the things that they're offering. So my last comment I'll make is a little bit on it's on a better note. This is the anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. And it is a wonderful speech. If you haven't listened to it in its entirety, listen to it, because this is the type of freedom that all of us need. It's the type of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness that are there for all men and women. So I wanted to leave on that note. Take a listen to Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Speech.
Sorry about that. I love that speech. I think he was speaking to more Americans than just speaking out on civil rights. Man, he knew it. He saw it. So let's go to Fed Up, and then we'll go to Melissa.
Yeah. One, I want to say hearing Shane in here has been a breath of fresh air from somebody who's an elected official, and brings very important what you have to do. And part of the strategy for some of this is get involved in your local. That's how guys with a grain of sense like this get into office. That's how you have somebody in your local that'll fight and try to keep this crap from happening in your area. It's also how you hold them accountable. Go to meetings, go to city council meetings, county commissioner meetings, go to your local party meetings, because these people are there. And the more they hear from the people in the community that we won't put up with this, then they won't put up with it either. I know, like my state, like you heard me say earlier, the state level is run by Mandy Cohen. And if she got put in CDC by Biden, you know how bad she is. Well, she worked on Obamacare with Obama. So, but my county didn't do hardly any of it because our local sheriff put his foot down. Because when this all started, everybody called the sheriff's office and was like, yeah, we ain't doing this. And so he went to the local businesses and to the city, because our city police are borderline. Our police chief knelt with the protesters at during the BLM riots. So that should tell you how that is. But our county's very conservative. And he even went to the police and was like, hey, your department basically doesn't get anything done unless we back you up because we're 10 times your size. So if you try and force this at the stores that are in the city and the businesses in the city, don't call us, we'll call you. And we mean for anything. And it backed him right down. So you've got to have those type of ballsy people in there, and they get in there because you get involved. You know, Shane sounds like a great guy with a head on his shoulders, but he wouldn't be sitting in office if other people in his community didn't get involved and vote him in to that office. I'm sure he had some great people campaigning for him that got involved, and that's how it happens. And so that is so important. And that's another place where the accountability piece, you know, because sheriffs have power, district attorneys have power, state attorney generals have power. You know, I mean, we're seeing it through the abuses going on now. They have power. And if you can get people in there that are willing to use that power for the right things, like holding some of these jokers accountable, then get involved and push those people. You know, because it was so sad at the beginning of this where I saw people running around just falling for all this stuff. And, you know, I'm kind of like somebody else that spoke earlier. I grew up with, my dad was a microbiologist, and I also worked in medical manufacturing for a while. So none of this made sense early. You know, it's kind of like my wife said, it was funny when it started. Flu all of a sudden went on a vacation to the Adirondacks. You know, it took the year off all of a sudden, but all this COVID was going on. And then, you know, we were seeing the people dying on the ventilators, which didn't make any sense. And then, you know, we started seeing little things trickle out from these doctors of stuff they were doing in New York. And, you know, that one whistleblower nurse that was up there that, you know, was seeing people get stuck on ventilators and being given fentanyl and midazolam. And it's like, yeah, no. And, you know, then they go to the vaccine, and it doesn't make any sense either, because, you know, it took them less time to get this vaccine out than it took us to get approval because we changed a sealing machine on our outer pouch for a product. Not what the product was actually in, but the outer pouch. And it took us almost a year of FDA testing to get that change approved. I mean, and you want to tell me you can get all the safety testing, all of this for a novel vaccine for a novel virus in months? No. And, you know, I was telling people this, and it amazed me that so many people were not just, that just didn't bother them. You know, it's almost like we got screwed by the moonshot idea. You know, and I even had people bring up the moon landing. You know, they're like, well, look what we can do when we all get together. And this was a whole worldwide effort. I mean, you know, blah, 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 blah. I had that brought up several times, and I'm like, you know, no, medical's very different. You know, scientists getting together and figuring out how to make a machine to send people somewhere, that's one thing. But our bodies are so intricate. I mean, doctors have been studying us for millennia and still don't understand. I mean, we're breakthroughs all the time on the human body, you know. And the other thing I'd try to tell them, we all know, I mean, how many medicines have been gone through normal testing, 5 years of normal testing, been on the market for 10 years, and then we find the side effects, you know, of it, because you have to have long term, you know, and those type of things. But, you know, when I connected the couple pieces between the virus didn't make any sense the way it was working, and then, you know, and like so people said, you know, when they were telling us to wear masks, I was like, why? You know, I've been in isolation situations. You know, we wore masks. We had areas of the plant we wore masks because they were clean rooms because of what we made. But the mask wasn't to protect you from stuff. It was stuff coming out of you onto other people. Don't tell me the mask was going to keep me from getting sick, you know, and even then it's only so effective.
Well, you know, Fed, let me say something to you, right? I think as American people, we've put too much confidence in these organizations. We talk about the FDA. right? The FDA here in Gatorade, we're allowed to ingest red dye number 2. It's outlawed in every other country except us and New Zealand, right? So why are we standing and defending things from like an FDA standpoint? They should have shut this down years ago. They have shut they have, it's a manipulative game. It's even in our food sources, right? That they have let go, and they're not being called out for it. So, and now, I go back to the original thing on all the vaccine injured from years ago that got shut out of the medical industry. Their medical coverage was shut off. These people were ostracized because they had a vaccine injury that they didn't believe, right? So I don't have any confidence in the FDA. Let's go to
No, they're
Melissa.
terrible.
Oh,
I mean, just real quick, they are absolutely terrible. I mean, I got to see, like I said, my dad worked for a medical manufacturing plant for 25 years, and he ran all the validation studies. So he was the one who dealt frontline with the FDA. And it was always just the dread, because it was paperwork and red tape for paperwork and red tape. It wasn't about safety. It wasn't about getting a good product out. It was bureaucrats creating a reason to exist. And so many people think that the bloated government state is a new thing. It's like, no, I grew up in it. I got to see my dad have to go back into work at 9 o'clock at night, when, after working a whole first shift, just because the FDA decided to put boots on the ground and needed right now answers for some study from 5 years ago, because it was some excuse. They needed the bureaucrat needed something to excuse what they needed to do. It's insane. It's never been a useful thing. And you can show it with, like you said, look at the foreign countries. The same product to bring to market here back in the day would take 5 years, where it took 2 over there, and they actually had better safety efficacy over there, because they also, in other countries, were allowing things. We ban things that shouldn't be banned. On the flip side, exactly like you said, we have all kinds of products that are banned in almost every European country. Things we cook with, things we put in our foods, all of that are banned across the board. Things we spray on our crops that we do here, but yet we're supposed to be the ones creating safety for everybody.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. None at all. Let's go to Melissa. You've been hanging on there, dear. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's lovely to be in a space of awake people from Ireland, and would have got involved as an elected member here in Ireland at the time, and the only person that spoke up public against the HPV vaccine. So I wanted to say to Shane, be your true self, listen to these people. As an elected person, I was the only person in Ireland elected that spoke up against the vaccines in 2016. It is a harder road to take, but it's a road worth taking, because your soul will be in a right place. Just wanted to say that I am standing up again for election here in Ireland. We went out first on the HPV vaccine. There was only about 20 of us in the country standing up in about 2016. We have sorry, I'm a little hoarse. I was at a bluegrass festival in Ireland this weekend with some USA bands and everything. So that's just from singing and being happy with nobody wearing masks anywhere. So it was all good down by a beachside in Ireland. But the HPV vaccine, I've just put it in the pill there. Let's not forget our children are going back to school, and they are going to target the children again. Both boys and girls this time brought it out as a cervical cancer, which was all a lie. Vaccine for our 12-year-old children here in Ireland in 2009, 2010. It landed on our shores. We are left with 500 children, teenage girls, severely damaged, ignored, not listened to by any member of our parliaments or our health system, completely and utterly ignored. Basically telling them that it's in their head and it's a mental illness, but it was the HPV vaccine. So there's an Irish girl living in New York. She has worked with the Children's Defence, but they've wrote a book. There's 3 of them, and I've put it in the pill. It's called the HPV Vaccine on Trial. And once our kids are back at school, they're going to go into the schools, into what we'd call our secondary schools here in Ireland. So we're talking about our 12, 13-year-olds, and they're going to force this in the schools on our children. So the COVID and the injured, yes, but we cannot forget about the HPV vaccine injured, the swine flu. A lady here mentioned Ireland and payouts. There's feck all payouts here. There's feck all places to go and complain. For the vaccine injured, we have a committee, that's the Vaccine Injury Committee, that got together for the first time ever, only in 2009. They only met twice in a decade, this committee. So there is no payouts here in Ireland for anyone injured. The swine flu, we had 80 in 2008 in our High Court. I'm only aware of 2 payouts. I think there may be a third out of like 80. So then, because the COVID came, all the HPV vaccine people were pushed back, all the swine flu vaccinated, damaged were pushed back and have been forgotten. And we're now dealing with, clearly, as an elected representative here in Ireland, the whistleblowers, nurses, the stories. Jesus, the stories are horrific that happened in these COVID wards and in our nursing homes here in Ireland. I'm traumatized from the stories, and I won't lie. I am traumatized from the stories that I heard from nurses and carers in this country. And we are going to stand up, and I would have been the only elected person anti-vax in this country since 2016, and still am to this day, that I'm aware of. So Shane, be strong. It's a tough road. We get a lot of attacks, but the truth is on our side, and there's people dying, and there's lives destroyed. And I only came across it by accident out on a canvas where a poor grandmother started bawling, said, God sent me to your door because there's something wrong with my grandchild. I rushed to her grandchild. She was 15 years of age. She was 5 stone weight. She was damaged by the HPV vaccine, and that changed my life forever. The attacks are vicious, they're real, but there's no fear, because they should fear us with the information and the data we have on these people, from the polio vaccine to the MMR vaccine to Johnson & Johnson and their cancerous talcum powder. I think it's the time now, and I hope Shane is going to be strong enough, and I ask for your prayers for me to be here in Ireland, still standing in election, coming around here, and there's lots of people standing up, but they're not strong enough on the vaccines here. They're waking up, but it's slow. And like that, we've a lot of herbalists and people trying to help people that have been damaged. I've been shot down, I've been arrested, I've been everything, because you're an anti-vaxxer, they call you every name under the rising sun. But I'm very proud, and I am a 4-time cancer survivor. And now we have, I'm unmasked and unvaxxed completely over the whole time, and we travelled all around Ireland on the streets, getting attacked, and we still do to this day. But it is, we have to keep moving forward, and there are areas that can be dealt with. The legislation corner of it that lady spoke about earlier, absolutely. But there's no point writing legislation unless you have the right people in there to pass it, because we've done all that. We've gone through all that already. But on this, we have the people in those areas, in your legislative areas, to pass it, and you have the right numbers. So we have all of this, we have all the data, we have all the legislation to change. But unless we can get the people in those positions to vote for that change, and that's the main thing for all of us to move forward, I believe.
Amen.
Marlon, can I just
Well,
say,
it's going to take.
can
Sure,
I just say
sure.
to Melissa real quick and to all of us, we need to stand up. We're not anti-vaccine. We're anti-BS. We're pro-science. We're pro-personal choice. And we're pro-informed consent, none of which are happening here.
Exactly. And we've always said that.
100. Yeah.
You know, you can call me anti-vaxxer till the cows come home. I was the first public person in Ireland that was putting on the front of a newspaper, anti-vaxxer counsellor.
And
And I
you
was
know
like,
they
what?
do that to create hatred
And you
against
took a
us.
Oh,
vaccine. They can't call you
they
it.
have created quite a bit of hatred against me, and it has affected my life and my family's life, and I'm
Melissa.
aware of that.
Oh,
But
hold on. So, Angela, do you want to put a bow, and then we can get her to respond, and then maybe we can hear from Maggie here.
I'm done. That was Lindsay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask her to follow me and to come to the lounge. I hold Vax Injured lounges, and then so you can meet some of the other HPV and anthrax, and everybody is there. So you're more than welcome, and I invite you.
And even to add to that, what Lindsay, not to interrupt everyone, but to add to that, I mean, great people like Nathan, who was from the anthrax and served our great nation. I mean, this is why we're doing this, guys, right? Because if we don't, I mean, these poor guys are just going unheard. And I'm sorry, but when you mess with our men and women who fight for our country to give me the freedom and the luxury to do as I want to do, I take that kind of personal. And so, yeah.
I think there's a lot of people taking it personal now, Mr. X. I don't think that they're going to be able to put it back in the bottle. In fact, I know they're not going to be able to. Let me turn to MAGA real quick, say hello to him.
Yeah, thanks, Marlon, and good to see you, Susie. And I just wanted to I wanted to first say thank you to Angela, Lindsay, and Mr. X, and also Melissa. You know, MAGA Mission is committed to helping if we can help, and we have a lot to discuss on this. So, Mr. X, I was already following you, but Lindsay, I am following you. Melissa, I'm following you. Angela,
I sent you
and
a follow back.
oh, thank you so much. Very nice. And then let's see if we can get together and work maybe with Shane and some other people about this idea of legislation and reformation, or maybe going back and taking a look at that stuff. But we're here and we want to have the conversation. I mean, Marlon and I, we heard months and months of people speaking on this, and I know many rooms have dissected it, and we're in it. We're in it now, and this is the results. And so let's get to the healing part and the solution, the accountability. And as we move forward, we'll hold these people to account. So I just want to let you know, my heart goes out to anybody who was vaccine injured or otherwise, affected by this, the family members, the people that were lost, and the family members that were left behind with broken hearts. So this is a really, really important issue. And like I think James was saying and other people mentioned, and Mr. X, we're here now. Let's do something about it now, because if we let this just keep going, because these things take years to address, and in the time that it takes to address it, we have a tremendous amount of fallout during that time, because they just continue rolling over us with this stuff in society, and nobody's stopping to say pause, stop, wait. We have to take a pause and stop before it's too late, before we look back. Because like you said, it takes years and years for some of these things. Long-term effects are what we're looking at that in the future that we don't even know what they could all be right now. So I'm going to land it there. I just want to say thank you, Angela, and also Lindsay, and everybody else that came up, Miss Melissa, Mr. X, and everybody else in the room that spoke today. And yeah, let's work together, because we want to do something. We want to help.
Yeah, I'm down. Just let me know when.
Well, that's the better part, Lindsay and Angela and Shane, right? Actually give you a hand in rewriting this and submitting it to Congress. That's the action here, right? So if nobody can, and excuse me for my French, nobody can bullshit a bullshitter, right? So if you guys know, you've been living it, right? So let's take that same passion and rewrite it and get it in front of Congress, because we have the keys to do that.
I'd love that. I would absolutely love that, and so would everybody else, honestly.
Well, these are just coming into the space, Lindsay. Just having you here is the first step. So let's go to Shane, Angela, and then Mr. X. And then, unfortunately, guys, I the slave world is calling, and I do need to kind of wrap the space.
Thanks, Marlon. So kind of a lot that's been talked about here. So I often get called a climate denier, to which when I get that, I often respond with, how many genders are there? Hold on, I'm going to tie this all together. And because they start going down the rabbit hole of way more than one, if you look at what Big Pharma is doing right now with the whole transgender thing and manipulating a lot of minds, which they've done a really good job of as of late, and it's no different than what they did with all these pharmaceuticals on all of this stuff and convincing people that they had to do it. So when you unpack all this, and I think, I don't remember who it was, talked about the HPV vaccine, or whatever it's called. This is a really, really complicated thing that's actually harming a lot of kids. And I think we actually give it, that was the gal from Ireland, we actually give it to much younger girls, which has a very negative effect on many. And yet people just sign up for it because they're told to. So again, think about it all and where it's all coming from. And, as far as me, and also, actually, hold on. So when we talk about the states that have actually the power to do something, nothing prevents us that are in these ultra control blue states from getting up on the floor and bringing awareness to it. I often hear about systemic racism. What the hell are all these vaccines other than systemic, like, I don't know, killings, whatever, genocide? You want to talk about racism or systemic racism, like, people are dropping like flies. I've never had so damn many funeral requests, and yet nobody wants to talk about that part. And I do for Lindsay and for Angela and Mr. X, I have spoken at so many press conferences with the medical right freedom people and the parental right freedom people, and because this is absolute bullshit what they're doing, and yet people just keep signing up for it. And I don't get it. Cognitive dissent or whatever they call it. I don't honestly get it, but they just keep signing up for it, and eventually we got to get to them because our futures are at stake. And the other side of it is, so Marlon and both MAGA mission, a big part of what they do is trucking. So let's actually talk about that for just a brief moment. If you can't see what's happening in trucking, if you can't see what's going on in the energy community and how they're covering up all kinds of agricultural land with, like, what they call renewable energy, they're taking land out of food production. So if you thought, if the vaccines didn't get you, if that didn't get you, or if the trucking gets collapsed, if they keep cutting off food supply sources, what's the end game at the end of it? If they keep letting violent people across the border from 260 some countries, what's the end game? If they keep letting violent criminals out of jail, what is the end game? I simply ask people to think about that. All the fentanyl pouring across the border, what is their end game? So I'll just leave it there.
Well,
Jesus
Shane,
is coming is the end game.
Amen, sister. So, Shane,
Marlon, can I just say, I didn't mean to interrupt your thought. You know what's really interesting is we have all of these old acts and bills that have been around for 80 years, right? We find that in the trucking industry as well. And there's reform that needs to happen in all of these bills or acts that were passed 80 years ago, or the things that have ushered in what we're experiencing right now. The problem is that they set a precedence and they just kept going. And then the person that followed after them read, well, this is the way it is. And they just kept going. Nobody ever stopped to say, wait a minute, is this correct? Maybe we should rethink this. Maybe we should reform this. Maybe we should make an amendment to this. I don't see that happening. I see it's just operating for 80 years blindly. And then now we're waking up saying, wait a minute, something back there caused where we are today and ushered in today. And so we have to write legislation that lasts for the next 100 years. But for when we're gone and the generations to come live that. So I didn't mean to interrupt, Marlon, and that's kind of my mindset when I look at rewriting these things. So Marlon, I'm sorry for jumping on you, boss.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. So, I want to explain to people that just because that we're okay, if we go back and we look at the way Congress works, there is a committee on any subject that we're talking about. There's a committee in Congress that deals with it. And basically what you have to do, and what these lobbyists do, is they go in and they introduce these ideas and these notions that we're going to rewrite, let's say, the 1980 Carrier Act. Okay. They're not going to do it all at one time. There is an appetite for change and for fixing it, right? But this isn't something that is a fail swoop. This takes time that we have to invest in getting lobbyists to go in front of us and go to these particular senators and Congress people's office to find out what the appetite is going to be, right? So we have to be effective when we do this.
Can I just come in there if you don't mind? The whole Soros thing, both in America, Ireland, and in Europe, he funded all these NGOs, so it's similar everywhere. As in Ireland, they got these paid, by the way, community groups, but they're all handpicked. Like, I've been working in community in Ireland for nearly 37 years and have sat on committees, and they have all those committees. They mess with the votes for even the committee person, and local community count little groups and your local town. So, and then they get up and then they lobby from there, and they're paid. So it's the NGOs, with 33,000 of them, and it's 6 billion we're paying them in Ireland, and they're supposed to be community, but they're not talking to the community. So you need to be getting into these areas in your local grassroots movements up, because that's where they got this kind of power then to lobby this legislation. And that's how it works worldwide. So it's grassroots and getting in there to those areas and have your voice heard, because that's where they're taking over. That's where legislation, they cannot do anything under our constitutions without public consultation. But when they're ruling the public consultation through the grassroots movements, and this is where they got this power. And like, they have been, this is a plan that put in place 40, 50 years, going on more even, since World War II, as far as I'm concerned. But it's your local grassroots, your local communities. Get yourselves into all those meetings. Make sure that you have other members of your community there to vote you in as the chairperson. They take control. They get up higher into they write the legislation, and then they lobby for it to be passed. That's how it works. It has to come from a grassroots movement, or not at all. They cannot do anything in any of your states, in the boroughs, or in our councils in Ireland without consultation of the community. But when they control those communities, that's where it starts and that's where it ends.
Well, that's why it's starting in this space, Melissa, right? Isn't this the clear definition of grassroots? Isn't this where it starts? That's what I feel.
Absolutely.
So let's go to Mr. X, and then we'll give Angela the last crack at it.
No, actually, Marlon, it was Angela first.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. Go ahead, Angela. You can go.
Sure. Sorry, I've been taking notes because I keep wanting to interject with passion. Um, I've been on this for over 30 years, guys, and I'm sad to see that it's come to this place where so many more people had to be hurt before the world is waking up. And somebody mentioned earlier about the quality of the food and what's going on and how people have to get hurt. And with medication, people have to get hurt first. It's because in the US, we don't use the precautionary principle like they do in the EU. Mind you, now that the UK has stepped out of the EU, they are now at risk and they are under contract with, they're working with the Biden administration to be purchasing food directly from the US. So they are putting themselves at increased risk now that they've come out of the EU unless they reestablish safety measures like were previously put in place by the EU. But that was the precautionary principle. We don't go by that in the US. We make people get hurt first, then go after the pharmaceutical rather than making the pharmaceutical companies prove that they're following the precautionary principle and that the things that they're marketing won't hurt people. Secondly, in the US, we're one of the only countries that allows pharmaceutical companies to advertise direct to consumer. You've all seen those commercials. Look how great you'll look if you use this product. But then it might cause birth defects and death and early this, right? All the side effects as fast as can go. My kids sit here laughing, rolling in the chairs going, oh yeah, I want some of that. And then the white coat syndrome in the US is strong. We have created a medical industrial complex that many people are just overly trustworthy in because we've had many decades where we really thought that they were looking after our best interest. But all of that changed when we changed our medical systems about 20 years ago and went to the managed care. It is a whole different institution than that which you grew up with. And then lastly, for people who are maybe new to this conversation regarding the vaccines, there's 2 books that I would point you out to that have come out in the last few years that are mind blowing. The first one is Turtles All the Way Down, Vaccine, Science, and Myth. It was published in 2019 in Hebrew, and it was edited by Mary Holland and Zoe O'Toole and released in the US within the past year. It is available on Amazon, but please make sure you get the one that has like over 100 comments or feedback on it, not one of the ones that has been faked. So again, it's Turtles All the Way Down, Vaccine, Science, and Myth. And then one that I have read just started reading in the past few days, mind-blowing. It's written by Dr. Geert, that's G-E-R-T, Geert Vanden Bossche out of the Netherlands. He is a vaccinologist. He has over 3 PhDs and is licensed in veterinary medicine, so he's been tried to be dismissed as he's just a vet. What could he know? I'd like you to point me to how many individuals in the world have 3 PhDs in the areas of vaccinology, biology, and can understand the impact of vaccinations on global populations. Geert has been trying to reach out to the World Health Organization, to world leaders over these past few years, warning them not to vaccinate into a pandemic with a non-sterilizing vaccine. And they did it anyway. So his book is called The Inescapable Immune Escape Pandemic. And he's talking about what we're now witnessing clinically, and you are all seeing in your families in those who've been vaccinated. That being said, there are things that we're doing with our patient populations that are seeing improvement. So do not give up, but get wise. Thanks, guys.
Well, Angela, I want to thank you for coming up today, and really, dear, welcome to the community. I'm happy that you guys came in here. We now, out of this space, have a great direction to go. So as a community, I would love to see, us progress with this to the point where, we're all in agreements and it's going to go somewhere. I think that's one of the most exciting parts for me, Angela. So thank you.
Can I just ask Angela, thank you for that amazing information. And again, can you look up the HPV vaccine on trial book? It's all the data is there as well for our teenage children because they want to sterilize them. So this is
Yes,
very
I've been
important.
studying the Gardasil
This is
vaccine in
huge.
the US since they released it. It's
Same
atrocious,
as here.
and we're actually
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
more cases of cervical cancer, not less in those who
Yeah.
get vaccinated,
More
not
cancer.
to
Yeah.
mention all of the
Yeah.
hellacious side effects. Yes.
It's terrible, and we haven't seen anything yet. They're going after our boys now with it as well, for the last 2 years here in Ireland. But I just wanted to ask Angela, thank you. My God, it's just so beautiful to talk to people that are awake in this area. And if you could put those the names of those books in the pill, I would really appreciate it. I would love to share them with all my friends here in Ireland that have been standing up strong. So we need all the tools and the armor that we can get. Thank you.
Amen, sister. And thank you, Melissa, for coming in. And, you can be the international correspondent. All right. Hey, so now you got a title coming out of here. That's awesome. So let's go to Mr. X, and then we'll think about wrapping it up here.
Yeah, hey Marlon, real quick. Thank you so much for bringing me up. I always enjoy your spaces. Susie, thank you for co-hosting. MAGA, you're spot on, brother. I what drew me here is I was looking at spaces this morning, and I was like, I'm working too. I have to keep the day job, and the pressure in my head just continues to happen, the pain, right? And so I'm scrolling through, and I'm like, oh, well, this looks interesting. There's actually someone here in government. I mean, how amazing is it that it's just a regular little average Joe like myself, right? Just trying to make a living, trying to fight this horrible vaccine injury, right? Buying, just hemorrhaging money like no other, still to this day, on Watersums and all this stuff, right? I mean, how amazing is this that we have an opportunity to speak with someone who actually has an opportunity to make a huge impact in how we live our everyday lives. I mean, in government and in Congress and our congressmen and women. I mean, I don't know of any other time in history where I've ever had an opportunity to do something like this. And it just goes to show you the power of MAGA, to your point, how you were following me for such a long time, but yet you weren't following Lindsay. Lindsay has had such a profound impact on the Vax Injured. She started spaces with just her and maybe a couple of people listening to her space, and it's grown tremendously. And it's just amazing to think that, we're fighting for everything that we have. We're suffering like no other, right? I mean, this is going back to biblical days when pain and suffering was, horrendous. And we're there again. But how amazing is it that we have the ability to connect with so many profound people in this space and have such an impact on people's lives that literally are contemplating whether or not it's worth to live, right? I mean, I can't imagine Dan Hartman in the position that he's in. I could never imagine it. And that's probably the reason why I don't have kids. I'm 44 years old, and I've learned from my parents and I've learned from others just by watching them. I envy those people, but that at the same time, I'm like, good God, I don't know if I'd want to raise kids in today's day and age, right? I mean, they call us useless eaters. That's exactly what they've said. They've created this mess. They put it out there before we even knew about it. They wrote books on this stuff. That's how deep and dark and shit this is, right? And I'm just some college graduate who knows what the hell he's doing. Thank God I've continued to educate myself, and pretty techie if I ask myself. And I wonder, how am I not in government? How am I not able to make those profound impacts, right? So Shane, much love to you, my friend. I don't know you, but from what you've said today, it really hit. We're having a really hard time, right? I mean, and like I said, I was at the top of my game, but it's so amazing that we have an opportunity to speak with someone in Congress, someone in government, someone who hopefully can get the message out to their friends and their followers and their people. And MAGA, maybe you can make a difference and find your people who you have a huge following, to where we can help people like Dan Hartman fight this battle, who's going to set the precedence. Make no mistake, it's David versus Goliath. And he could get crushed, but he's not going to, because in the biblical terms, David won, last I checked. And I'm a very holy guy. I'm I'm a Christian man, always born and raised that way. And I have faith. I have faith that Dan's going to be able to raise the funds that he needs to just completely destroy those people. So with that, I definitely like to see Lindsay close it out, Marlon. But I just wanted to come up here and just share that with you guys, and all the best to everyone on the space. John, you're an amazing pioneer in this as well. John Matthew, you know who you are. You're in the space. Marlon, I encourage you to follow him. We are, we're trying to do what we can in order to live, a somewhat normal life. And hopefully you'll allow Marlon, Lindsay to wrap it up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. X, I want to go to your point about, being envious of bringing children into the world. There's a lot of pressures and things that go along with having kids. But, to your point of, hey, do I want to bring a child into this world? I think now is the more important to bring children into the world. When I was born, my parents came out of the race riots in the late 60s. Right. So if they would have thought that, maybe I wouldn't even be here. So in the back of my head, we go through things in life like funerals, and we have, parents that die and aunts and uncles. But, there's always a child there within the family. One of my nieces and nephews just had a child, and, it's almost like that spirit was taken, but yet there's another spirit there to replace it. So I like that a lot, Mr. X. So thank you all for coming up and contributing today. And I'll get Lindsay back up here, and let me go to Toby, and then we do have to put a bow here.
Oh, geez, put me on the spot. Thanks, Mr. X.
Well, hold on. We'll let Toby go
All
first,
right, Toby,
and then
pipe me up, Toby.
then we'll yeah.
Hello. So I just got a quick question. Maybe you guys can help me out with it. Why are the Republicans? I know they're trying to get Trump's numbers down, but they just seem like they're so out of touch with how bad he's beaten all of them. And then I saw a video earlier today where a reporter was saying that Trump was losing ground in Iowa to DeSantis. Could y'all help me out with that?
Can I answer this one, Marlon?
Sure.
All right. If you could just turn off your mic there, Toby, for a second, and then I'll get to this. So in this case, why the Republicans are disconnected from Trump is because, and it's a fundamental about just the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats trade money for power, and Republicans, like the rhinos, trade power for money. And so what we're starting to see here is that what you are really seeing is the rhinos, or the Republican establishment, really just trying to scramble and hold on to whatever the neocons have built from the early 2000s. So what you are seeing here is essentially the media, right? Your legacy media, because you were referring to how they were saying DeSantis is gaining ground. They're not. They're not gaining ground. That is just the paid message that they're trying to push, because they're trying to spin this narrative that they've been continuing to spin, that, Trump is getting indicted, but nothing is sticking to him. It's Teflon Don. They cannot move the MAGA movement. All they can do is hire more journalists and to spit whatever nonsense that they need to say. And it is a skew from the reflection of reality, because they are not really the Republican Party. They don't care about ideology. They don't. They care about enriching themselves and their buddies. And they can spout out all the patriotic nonsense that they want, but the fact is that that's what it is. It is a false promise. Trump is the real deal, and it scares the hell out of them. It really does. And so what we're starting to see here is the Democrats are spinning this crazy narrative. The liberals, the left, the communists, the neo-Marxists, they have spun this crazy story. It's falling apart. And so what they need is, because the Democrats are willing to trade
the money for power. They're giving money to the right. They are in backroom deals. That's why Mitch McConnell does what he does. And they are saying, look, just be the controlled opposition so that way you're kind of supporting this narrative that we're throwing, even though it is so far from reality. And the establishment is trying to hold on because they're trying to stop this populist movement, which it is impossible. That's why I'm saying they're already losing. DeSantis isn't making ground in Iowa. That's just nonsense that you're going to see because they are paying journalists in order to push this idea that DeSantis has a chance. He does not. And they thought that when they indicted Trump, it was going to be like politics as usual. Oh, his political career is dead. But the fact of the matter is Donald Trump is not just the nominee for the Republican Party. He is the head of this populist MAGA movement, and nothing can stop him. Nothing can stop what is coming for them. It is that simple.
Well, let me ask you this, and I'll bet I could almost guarantee that the Politico is the one that put that out. They have been proven to be a paid journalist source, right? So, hey, I want to turn to, and Joshua, you're right on the money, man. Let me turn to Sunshine. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. You know what? I feel like I've been in this kind of conversation so many times over. And I think the reason why it becomes such a growing group of when this conversation happens is that this is where our problem is. They want us to ignore, not talk about COVID. People on both sides want to just poo-poo it away. But people aren't realizing the use of COVID is what's causing our problems, of causing things that they can mandate for us to do, to control us, to mess with our lives. And that's why we have to have these conversations. And I was wondering, does anybody have a timeline of like what happened in government? When did laws happen? So that we can share that so people can see the story of how it played out with the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like
John
that whole
Matthew and
timeline
them are
needs to
doing
be
a
shared,
timeline.
and we need to share it with the world, not just our groups. We need to cross those lines of the other parties and other people and people that are wearing masks and shit. I mean, the masks don't work. All the studies show that the most you'll get is a 12%. And if you have any air unsealed on your face, I'm a nurse. They trained us that way. I'm like appalled at the medical community. They literally tell you if you actually have a true good orientation of wearing a mask when you're caring somebody with an airborne virus, that you have to have a complete seal on your face. And they test your face with these masks every single year. And so you can't taste or smell anything outside that mask. If you can, you get one try at it. They say, nope. Now from here on out, if you need to care for somebody with an aerosol virus, you have to wear the hazmat suit. You don't get a second try. You don't get to readjust it or anything. It's a fail test. And you wear the hazmat suit. That's how important. And then they tell you, after 15 minutes of wearing that mask, you are to assume it is contaminated. Because if you're really around a virus, it's on the outside, your face starts to sweat, it changes adjustment. You're considered done wearing that mask in 15 minutes. And if you're actually properly wearing one of those, you can't fucking breathe after 15 minutes. I am like sweating, dying, like I can't breathe. I got to get the hell out of this room. It is not, and no child can wear these masks. They absolutely don't fit on their face. Masks don't work. You have zero air exchange. If you want to go near somebody that is infected with it, aerosol, you got 15 minutes. Get in, get out. Don't touch that damn mask. You throw it away in the garbage. You take away all, I mean, it is bullshit. Masks don't work. And when they are on your face, when you can't breathe like that, you're decreasing your oxygen. You're increasing your viral loads inside your mouth. You are getting sicker from your masks. So we've got to stop saying you can wear your mask if you want. No, we need to tell people the damn truth about masks, and we need to tell people the damn truth. And every time I see a medical community person wearing the mask and complying, all I think is, I don't want you to be my damn doctor. And I think you suck because you're part of the problem of why this happened. All those doctors that let their patients go in the hospital or not go get any treatment until they can't breathe are murderers in my eyes. And that's why we've got to do good at putting together these timelines, sharing the truth, speaking out, and don't be a pussy Republican. Don't be a pussy Republican. I'm just like so done with people being weak. Stand up, tell the truth, and learn the difference with science. There's so many studies out there that you can read and learn that the masks don't work, that the vaccines aren't safe and effective, and start sharing that. And you guys are amazing, but we've got to come together with all these doctors and people that are speaking the truth, and we've got to represent it. To be honest, I think somebody's got to do it. I'm not that person. I think maybe this vaccine group can do it, but I think we really need to bring our petition as a protest to Capitol Hill, because the only way voices get heard, like other countries are doing, is with people showing up and protesting in a respectful, calm, peaceful manner is the only way we can do it. We need to come together as humanity in America, and we need to come together as saving anybody and speaking the truth, even when it's hard, because you might affect one person's life to not get another vaccine and not get the injury. Thank you so much. I'm just working, listening, but you guys are awesome. I love you.
Mic drop.
Hold on. Yeah, total mic drop. You're bringing up things that we can change with legislation. We need to change it in a lot of different ways. Joshua, you want to throw it in there, and then we'll go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, look, there's science TM, and then there's the actual science. A lot of people, when it came to the original mask mandates, and I thought it was funny, because if you look back at 2020, 2021, the original mask mandates, most people were just doing it because no one knew what was really going on, right? And then they complied because, well, I was already doing it before. And then, the left really thought it was kind of a... the establishment, the people who spun this narrative, they knew that masks didn't work, but it was a tool to induce fear, because then you could see it was a visible marker that you could see that something is up, something is wrong, and it was really getting people to get scared. And a lot of people didn't really like the masks, but they didn't really know, because when they were looking around everybody else, they were seeing that everyone else was wearing the mask, the herd mentality. But the nail in the coffin, it won't work this time. This mandate will not work this time, and I'll tell you why. Because the moment that the mask mandates dropped, you got to see the true believers in the mask and the people who just said, oh, finally. And they were able to take the damn thing off, right? And then they realized that they were in the minority. As soon as people could take these stupid masks off, they did. And yeah, there were still some holdout groups, but the majority of people, if you look around, they were like, yeah, okay, good. I'm glad that, look at that guy. He's still wearing a mask. And you still see him today. You're like, oh my God, people still believe in that narrative. This time around, we already know it's coming. Before, we had no idea. COVID just kind of hit the general public without, the asleep, the unawakened. Maybe they were Republican, maybe they were Democrat. But when COVID hit, that narrative struck so hard, so quick, and they worked in unison in order to put that narrative out, to spin the fear, send the footage out of all those people dying in Italy, which wasn't true. They were, and then people now, because they have been exposed to the truth post-COVID, and everyone's like, dude, do you remember that crazy time where people were hugging through plastic sheets? Do you remember that all the arbitrary rules? And so, when it happens this time, because they're going to try and spin it around this time, it isn't going to work. Most people are not going to go back. If their employer says put on a mask, I guarantee you people have been saving up their money now because, money got tight. People are saving their money now as long as they possibly can, because they are prepared for their employer to go, you need to wear a mask. And I guarantee you a lot of Republicans are going to be like, if I have to put on a mask this time around, because we know we're in unison, we're like, if I have to put on a mask, I'm not working, because they need you more than you need them. And never forget that, because guess what? If you do lose your job in this COVID thing, they might pass another $1 trillion whatever stimulus bill, which is ridiculous, and we have more inflation, but that will float you by for, 2 months, $1,400. The fact of the matter is that there will be support networks out there, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Republican support networks this time if you lose your job, that someone goes, oh, you lost your job because you refused to take a mask? I'll hire you. Because I know if I had my business, I would. Oh, yeah, they told you you had to get a vaccine, and you didn't want to do that, great. You're the type of person I want in my corporation. You're the type of person I want in my company. We are not going to do this. We should not comply. We will absolutely resist. And this time around, it is not going to be like 2020. 2020 will not happen again. Mic drop.
Definite mic drop.
But I got another mic drop.
Yeah, drop it.
All right. You want me to close this out? I will. Hold on.
Sure.
All right. Psalm 23:4. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Amen. That's my mic drop.
Amen, sister. And I put my armor on every day. Lindsay, Angela, Mr. X, Sunshine, I'm glad you guys showed up today. And I don't want the conversation to stop here. I want you to really get in touch with MAGA. This way we can really put something together and start getting that story out past the media, right? This digital imprint. It's probably one of our useful tools that's going to change the tide, right? So I really appreciate you guys coming up. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day. I want everybody to realize, I thank you for coming. I mean, today was a great space and talked about items that we're actually going to work on, right? So it is kind of an honor to be able to do this, to be able to possibly get what you're going to write and craft and put in front of Congress. I think that would be monumental. You know what, Angela, Mr. X, everybody in the space, maybe we're rewriting history and we don't even know it. So that's what keeps me excited about it. It's possibly, maybe kids will look back, man, that space, those spaces, they sparked patriotism in America. And I don't know, maybe it'll be a story. I don't know.
It would be like the salons in pre-revolutionary France, like where John Locke and Voltaire were at, talking in the cafes.
Yeah. I'm
The
saving mine
speakeasy.
for the tribunals, honestly.
They're coming.
I've been
They're coming. I know
Oh.
people at Camp Justice. I'm just saying, I know people at Camp Justice. Something's going down in Cuba. And, like, for instance, the courtrooms that they have, they tripled the size of the courtrooms in Cuba recently underneath an executive order that during the Trump administration. Guantanamo isn't going away. It's getting bigger. And they're going to trust me, something's going down in Camp Justice. That's all I can say about that.
Well, let me tell you, that would be definitely a conversation we can have another day. We could have a space just on that, right? So, Joshua, thanks for coming up, man. So,
always
cool. And it was an interactive space today. And if anybody didn't go out of here with some kind of direction on what we're going to do, then you weren't listening. So, I want to thank everybody for coming. I want you to check out the Gypsy Lounge Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 a.m. East. She's a great host, and she really riles up the conversation to throw you guys all in my room, right? So she's a great host, and I want you to make sure you check out Sean, the Drive at 5. He's got some music, some politics, and some action to come out of that space. Make sure you check out MAGA Space, 10 a.m. West, 1 p.m. East, on capturing our local governments back. And we usually have a lot of politicians that are in there and contributing, just like Shane was in here contributing to us today. So I want to thank everybody for coming. God bless America. God bless the world. Maybe we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for coming.
Cool.